All right, team. It looks like I tried, guys. I tried. I tried to keep the hat on. I said that if we were going to stay bullish, Santa Claus was coming, but it ain't looking good right now, team. The hat is actually going to go on the table for right now. And if we can turn things around, I'll put it back on. But for right now, it's looking like a red day right now, and not the red we want to see. We're looking for Santa Claus red, not candle red, and it ain't looking good right now. Let's take a look into the market. What happened today? What brought us down? Find out right here, live trading.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Those words have been dancing around my head all night. Oh, it's Vegas lore, that phrase.
What's going on, team? Let's get into the action. Good morning. Good morning. Let's get it started. Let's bring on my guy here, Ryan Faloona, in the house. You guys know where we're at. We're ready to get pumping. We're going to take a look what's going on in the market. Looks like we're down to 383 really quickly from 385. And why did this happen? Well, of course, we got some economic data to hit. We got GDP coming in today. That came hot over the expected, which is not a good thing right now, right? Good news, bad news, good news kind of thing. And then also for initial jobless claims coming below the estimate there. And that's not a good outlook there. Just leaves room, right, for the Fed to continue on what they've been saying, which is raising rates and not pivoting anytime soon. Let's get towards the market. I'll go ahead and I'll share my screen. We can take a look at what's going on right now. Doesn't look too great there. What'd you think about the numbers hitting today, Ryan?
Well, I think that it's kind of expected. I didn't expect necessarily a great print. As I said yesterday, I'm actually leaning more to the bear side in terms of where the market's going. I'm hoping that we bottom in Q1, as discussed yesterday as well. Yeah, I mean, decent GDP print, but weak initial jobless claims. Really need to see those increase in order for this to give credence to the rate stoppage. But you know what? I know the market's kind of repricing in the data, but didn't we expect this, right? Didn't we hear from Powell that rates are going to be higher for longer? We all we've done is we've moved from a 75 bips raise to a 50 bips raise. We have not pivoted. We have not stopped. To me, this is all kind of expected. And as far as the Santa Claus rally goes, remember, tomorrow is the day that it's supposed to start. So to be honest, a sell-off today where we shake out a lot of those weak hands, that actually sets up nicely for this. Now, it sets up nicely for the Santa Claus rally, providing we bounce. Unsure if that's going to happen. So to your point about it not looking good, I'm with you there. However, maybe we can sell off to a support level. I showed you that chart yesterday on the SPY. I can pull that back up here again today. Take a look at where we are. I expect it to be kind of a down day. Maybe we bounce a little bit here, but nothing. It's not really shocking to me, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things that at the end of the day, we were starting to get some good economic data. And it was starting to point in the right direction, but that was an inflation data, right? Here, GDP data started getting a little bit stronger. What does this show us there? Is that at the end of the day, if the economy is going to stay strong, well, the Fed isn't going to change pace. They're just going to keep going to the extreme. So some people that even see maybe the Fed fund rates going to 5%, it can go higher if the economy can stay strong. The jobs numbers can stay robust. Guess what? I see even higher rates than those 5%. Why? Because at the end of the day, they don't need to change their tune until inflation's at 2%. And it's going to be very, very difficult to get inflation from 4 to 2. There's one thing from 8 to 6. That goes down a little bit easier. But once you go in and working your way from 6 to 2%, that's going to get harder and harder to make the movement down. So with that being said, what do I expect the Fed to do? Go extreme mode. Keep hiking. Keep raising those rates until they get it down there. And then when they finally see inflation maybe getting towards, I would say, in the 3% area, or maybe just slightly above 4, that's when I think they'll start thinking about maybe pausing a little bit. And that's just going to be the pause, I think, not even the pivot.
Yeah.
So that's just a pause. So that's the only thing I see happening next year. I know a lot of people see pivots next year.
No.
I don't see pivots until 2024.
I'm with you there. Now, the only thing that the caveat there is there was a report recently that some of the BLS data was incorrect, and the Fed has been making decisions off data that isn't necessarily accurate. So if that turns out to be true, then maybe the policy will shift.
Ryan, I would think it is true, but the only problem there is they're not going to change what they look at.
No, I understand, but I'm saying that they made some of their decisions based on data that wasn't necessarily accurate. That could be the impetus for then saying, well, you know what, we did some of our calculations or some of our decisions were made off bad data. Now maybe we should pivot. I'm trying to come up with any scenario where they pivot prior to 2024, because I'm with you. I don't think that's going to happen. And the other thing about this is that you need to give this time for this to work through the system. It's not as if you just raise rates and inflation goes down the next day or the next week. This sometimes takes months or quarters even to bleed through the economy. And we've done an extreme amount so far. So your guess is as good as mine. I mean, like I said, I think that we would need something pretty substantial to happen in order for a pivot, a rate cut to start in 2023. Earliest I'm thinking right now, early 2024.
The only thing that I could see that could really knock us down and create financial instability enough is what I saw in the news today, which is still worrying me. And I know that a lot of people try to get this out of their mind, but in my mentality, I worry about the most important kind of factors that could completely turn things around. Big factors that can come in always kind of freak me out. I try to be more risk adverse now than I was definitely 6 years ago. So when I hear tensions in China increasing, 39 aircrafts flying around, I don't know. That just scares me. I don't know if you saw that news, Ryan. Pretty much 39 aircrafts, 21 fighters, 4 H-6 bombers moving around in air defense zones for Taiwan. Not something I want to be hearing. And if we do get this, where would the markets be the next day? That's where I get a little bit concerned about.
Lower is where
and it would be massively lower. It could be Hoch type of lower, right? And so with that being said, I'm not saying that you guys should be freaked out, not kind of create some FUD out there, but more along just keeping it in mind. And that's what keeps me on the sideline right now and not going heavily in investments right now. I do think that there's some cheap stocks out there, but I still think that there could be some potential tape bombs, literally in this case, and that would not be good at all. So just keeping that in mind, that there's still so much headwinds. And every time that we get to the point where we think we're going back to the bull market, what happens? The headwinds come back into play. And it's clearly happening again today. So Santa Claus rally, everyone started getting excited. Are we just getting it a couple days early? We're getting a nice little bounce. And guess what? Boom, right back down. That just shows me more and more. Every time we think that we're in optimism mode, we're really just running right into the headwinds. All right, let's get out of that talk. We'll see what happens today. Stocks to keep on watch. Stocks that have stayed strong, right? Will they stay strong? Stocks like GE have stayed strong as of late. Honeywell have stayed strong. Deere, Cat. We'll see what happens on those kind of stocks, right? Can they stay strong? Oil stocks, we're getting a little bit of a bounce as of late. Can they stay strong? Those are names definitely to keep in mind. One that I like, of course, I've mentioned multiple times now. I'll mention it for the third day in a row. Halliburton. I do like Halliburton overall. Had a really nice day in the last couple of 2 days. Could pull back a little bit. Just be careful. But it's making a nice move. I like the stock, HAL, and also Slumberjay. But that's going to do it for me. I'll go to Ryan now. And, of course, he'll take a look at the overall market, how he sees it, and maybe a little bit of some micro outlook on some smaller stocks. You guys in the chat, let us know. What are you guys looking at towards the open?
Let us know. Just taking a look here at SPY. Today's print obviously sending the market down. We were up a little bit here this morning. The interesting thing here, if we take a look at yesterday's candle, we have a high of 387.41 and a low of 382.69. If we look at today's candle, we have a high of 387.49 and a low of 382.84. So we're about what, 15 cents away from turning into an outside day. This candle completely engulfing the previous candle. The more traditional term that you're probably familiar with, Mitch, is this would be a bearish engulfing candle on the daily if we're able to take this range out to the downside. So we'll see what happens here. I think if we do get a bearish engulfing candle, that's pretty much going to set this up for selling the rest of the week. Maybe we get a little bit of a bounce tomorrow. I don't know. I really don't know. Today, I expect to go lower here. Let's see if we find some support. We'll be watching out there. A lot of what you said earlier about not wanting to invest, being worried about some of the headwinds. That's exactly why we're day trading so much, right? We don't want to hold positions overnight. The tape is scary. The news flow is scary. The market is chopping all over the place. Not conducive to investing and holding stocks, whether they're, longer term swings or even shorter term swings. So as far as the SPY goes, we're definitely going to be watching this out of the gate. Remember what I told you yesterday? Who was it? Whose comment said that the VIX is almost a teenager? Was that Jay Rice? Maybe Jay Rice. I'm sorry if I'm misquoting it, but that was an awesome comment. We dipped into the 19s. We had a low print of 1994, and it looks like we're going to bounce from there. So VIX currently at 2051. I expect it to actually be higher today, given the sell-off that we seem to have here in the pre-market. Now, some of the bigger stocks that we look at all the time: Apple, Tesla, Amazon, all at lows. Netflix holding in there so far. We'll see where that goes. Remember, we actually had Micron report last night as well. And the interesting thing about Micron is that last night it did not have a good report. It was a miss on both the top and bottom line. But last night, right after the report, it really kind of held in there initially. And my thought was, well, gee, if we have, a bad earnings report and the stock doesn't really get obliterated on it, that's probably a good sign. We ended up taking the next leg lower in the latter half of the extended session last night. And then this morning in the pre-market session, we're taking yet another leg lower. So remember, earlier this week, we had chip stocks that were strong. We had strength in the semis, and now it looks like we're going the other direction. So we'll be watching that as well. Yes, of course, we're going to check out the movers tool. There are definitely some things on here that we can take a look at. Number one here is going to be PRQR. And this ticker seems familiar, although I can't place when exactly we traded this before. Since I came here the first time, we've actually taken the next leg up, produced a new high here at 284. We do have a catalyst here. ProQR shares are trading higher after the company, along with Eli Lilly, announced the expansion of their licensing and collaboration agreement of new genetic medicines. ProQR will receive an upfront payment of $75 million plus an equity investment. So nice little $75 million payment there, plus some equity investment, causing PRQR to move quite nicely here. First move up to 244. We actually back tested the 213 level before breaking through that. This type of formation is exactly what I would be looking at after the open. So we're kind of getting that on a smaller scale up here. I want to wait and see what the volume brings when the market actually opens. Looks like we are 7 minutes away here until we actually open. So PRQR, this one's definitely going to be on watch today. I want to try and add it at support and hit it on a curl back through one of these key levels. Now, APE is also on this list. Now, we discussed APE yesterday. Neither Mitch nor I are fans. We understand there's a bunch of AMC and APE fans out there. This is moving here today. I'm just going to tell you right off the bat here, I'm not going to trade this. I don't believe in any of this stuff. But it's worth noting here, right? I mean, we were right at about 68 cents yesterday. We popped almost a full $1 here in the pre-market. We've retraced about 60% of that move, and it looks like we're bouncing here. So maybe there is going to be an opportunity here to trade some of the technicals and maybe catch a bounce here. If you want to do that, I'm going to look elsewhere. I'm going to look for a more concrete setup with something that I trust more than the APE ticker here. So just kind of keep that under your hat. Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Chris. Chris asks, when's the Tarkov wipe? Your guess is as good as mine, man. I was actually hoping it was going to be tomorrow. Doesn't look like that's going to happen maybe the day after Christmas. They've wiped on Christmas Eve before too, so keep that under your hat. But we'll be checking it out. The next one here, we have ORIC. This is Oric Pharmaceuticals. This fits into some of the theme that we've seen recently. Select biotechs really seem to be the big runners here. That's what we are seeing yet again today. Catalyst here, Oric Pharmaceutical shares are trading higher after the company announced it has entered into a clinical development collaboration for a potential phase 2 study of ORIC 533 in multiple myeloma with Pfizer, and has agreed to sell about 5.38 million of its common shares for a price of $4.65 per share to Pfizer for proceeds of approximately $25 million. So this looks like basically working with Pfizer in a private manner. $4.65 is the price of that transaction. Current price of the stock here, $4.40. Seems pretty good. We'll see if we end up going higher here. As far as a trade goes, I really need to clear out this consolidation area without a doubt. In fact, I'm actually going to move this up a little bit to the top of this candle. This 438 to 465 area, this is what really needs to fall. Now, remember, the shares, the common shares that were given to Pfizer here were 465. So we'll see if we can actually take that level out. That seems to be the key level for the upside. For more upside, excuse me. Again, I want to wait and see what this looks like after the market opens when we actually get some volume in there. So not going to trade this one out of the gate either. Grom, this is Grom Social Enterprises. We've traded this one off the relative volume scanner several times. This has actually made decent runs for us in the past. We actually recently had a couple of pretty huge drops, but we've traded Grom here before. Looking at the 15-minute chart here, we are kind of gappy up to $3, and we're currently at 192. So one of the things we'd be looking at for here is to take out some of these highs. This high at 230, we were into a clear gap that ends at right about 3. Go ahead and mark that off here on the chart if I can do it. There we go. So break at 230, we're in a pretty pretty big air pocket there, nice little gap. Now, if we take a look at some of the more near-term price points, one of the things that we're going to have to contend with today is that $2 line. The VWAP seems to be hugging right around that $2 line, so I would imagine that the resistance there is going to be more of an area. Let's call it 198 to maybe 202. I expect to see some resistance in there, but we'll see if we can get Grom to take off. All of these, as always, are really going to need expanding volume. That's going to serve as our entry trigger. If we do not see the expanding volume, we should not necessarily take it as a trade here. OP, this is Ocean Pal. This is also on the list here. Was this I'm not sure what happened here. Was this one of the reverse splits, maybe? Let me check the calendar here. This rings a bell, but I can't seem to place it. Let's check our splits calendar here and see. OP, yep, XDiv today. So this is a 1-for-10 reverse split. So we've seen some of these other reverse splits. Remember, it was HTGM most recently, and then COSM previously to that. Looks like OP is on our list today for potential reverse split or for reverse splits. So we'll see if that ends up giving us a trade. The rest of the stocks that you see here are going to be these ETFs. No reason to really chart these necessarily, but these could actually serve as great vehicles for trading depending on what kind of volatility we get here in the market. So that's what I'm going to be looking for. We're going to be looking for opportunities right off the scanner. I'm going to be kind of focusing on PRQR, Oric, and Grom. And then we'll obviously check in on OP. You know, with some of these reverse splits, one of the things that we saw recently on ATNF was that after the reverse split, nothing really happened. And then midday, well, maybe not midday, maybe late morning, all of a sudden we got volume expansion out of nowhere, and this gave a pretty decent trade too. We actually went from 252 to as high as 685. So maybe we see that kind of action here on OP. That's why I would put it on the back burner, right? You don't necessarily have to focus on that, but have it on the back burner in case we do get a gigantic spike shortly after the open as opposed to right around the open. Mitch, that's what I got. We got 50 seconds until the market opens. Are you ready, my man?
Boom, boom. I'm trying to get the Santa Claus hat back on, man.
You should get the Santa Claus hat back on. Here's the other thing. Ape was on my list here today, so I know that you're probably upset about that. And we're getting a question here. Why don't you give your Well, because Hugo's asking, what's the difference between ticker AMC and APE? Both are AMC Entertainment Holdings. So why don't you go off on your little rant on APE and AMC? I already kind of concluded.
Hugo, I would say that I would also recommend probably getting the stock market movers. I'm gonna have to hit up my man Matt Kors because I think he's gonna be one of the people that understands this the most, right? One thing that you have seen is that even people that were bullish AMC because they like the community, they like the cultural vibe to it, and it looked like it was getting to the point where it was squeezing to the moon. Even those people that believed in the movement, believed in everything, have somewhat turned on, of course, the CEO of AMC, Adam, right? I mean, at the end of the day, at this point, it's gotten to the point where investors feel that even AMC investors feel that he's not on their side, right? And that's not how the way you should be feeling. You should be proud of your CEO. At least I feel like if you're investing in a story long term, you should be proud that the CEO has the investor's best interest in his mind, in his priority. And I don't think that's the case here when you're talking about AMC and APE. That's not his priority. Now, the difference between AMC and APE, well, it's just a preferred equity unit. So essentially what they did was they split AMC, right? They gave a different, like if you had AMC, now you had some APE, right? So then you got some APE, but then that didn't really help because then APE went down like 80% and AMC went down also. So essentially here, both you get screwed, even if you got the APE, right? And now it's even worse. It looks like they're trying to reverse split AMC into APE. What is this? What I talked about yesterday. Tricks on dilution, financial engineering, just trying to figure out ways to continue raising money to keep AMC alive. That's
AMC
what it
halted.
is. Yeah.
AMC halted.
Honestly, just wait for stock market movers. I think I'm going to really finally release it. But what I'll release it on, well, I'm going to have facts and dates, right? Like I have a lot of talk, a lot of feeling, emotion right now. And I want to like kind of channel it correctly so that you guys can understand how atrocious this is of a CEO. Like if I worked for this guy, I would quit today. Because that's the way that I feel also. Like, I wouldn't even want to work under this guy. This guy's just the ultimate money guy. Like, just focus 150% on every dime that he can get from the investors. And that's not the way it should work. He should be working for them. Right? I mean, that's what it's all about, right? Your CEO should be it's like, no lie, I'm sure Tesla investors are feeling the same feeling right now. Elon, you're not working for me right now. You're working against me.
Now AMC's halted here. It's halted on a circuit breaker, so we expect this to open in just under 10 minutes or so.
What type of halt was it? Did it say?
Yeah.
Does anybody know?
Yeah, halt on volatility. Let me see.
Okay. If it's I was wondering
to the upside. Stock down still 18%.
I was wondering if it was news pending or anything.
Because not news pending. That was the first thing that I checked too. Let me see if the signal's
cool. Thanks for
trading halt. Reason not available, just a circuit breaker. There you go.
All right, let's get towards the market here. Everything down from the open. Everything down from the open. Just to give
first
it
move on the SPY was down too.
Yeah, healthcare down, consumer defensives getting dragged. That looks like the worst area right now. Really getting hit hard. Food distribution, USFD, UNFI. So look for those stocks. Pharmaceutical retailers. I know a Rite Aid has been getting destroyed. It's dragging Walgreens, Boots Alliance. You guys see it getting hit hard there. Grocery stores getting hit. So even value names taking a hit right now. That's not what you want to be seeing. Like, let's say like a Coke or a Pepsi. If those are going to fall off the tape, and you can see it here on Pepsi, the run that it's been in since the earnings, if this is going to fall down, value names are going to go. We could be flushing growth and value. Let's go to ARKK to take a look at growth, how that's getting hit. And you can see it here. There's some of these really getting hit hard. Unity down about 3.46% overall, 1.43 from the open. You can see that another hit towards the downside. We were looking for stocks like this to get a bounce yesterday. So all that kind of trappy action yesterday, let's take a look at that if you were a swing trader. If you came in today, you got pounded on that trade. That's why Ryan and I have been talking about swing trading just being so difficult because even on trades like that, you just get wrecked the next day with some economic data coming in.
Yep. And if you know that, that's something that you can have in your toolbox. That's exactly why we're focusing on day trading. Last thing we want is to set up a swing only to have it be absolutely destroyed the very next day. Really quickly, PRQR here out of the open. First move was down. Now, interestingly enough, it looks to be holding that 264 line. So I want to see this volume kind of pick back up. Nice to see it hold here, but let's make sure this isn't just a fake out. Would love to see this kind of curl back through that 293 level. Really have to kind of clear out this consolidation here. We're 30 cents away from that level. So we got some time here. Let's not try to be a hero too early and get ourselves in more trouble early on. Well, we're going to try and play defensive today. It certainly looks like it's a day to be defensive.
Success, man. Did you see that candle? Whoa. Look at this.
There you go.
Success.
Yep. That was on the movers gap up
Boner
list.
candle there. I've heard that one being called. That one's right there.
Wait, what did you call it?
A boner candle.
Okay. How about that?
Yeah, Penny Lane taught me that one. You can go ask her about that.
Steals are green. Nice shout, Jay. PRQR is trying to bounce here. Here we go. 280 PRQR. Looks like it's moving here.
And the market
I'm not
is
in it.
getting hit right now, guys. Be careful out there, team. KMX, CarMax bouncing here. Is this one maybe a short to bounce into? I don't know. It is getting a little bit of a bounce today, KMX. So you guys are seeing CarMax getting a little bit of a bounce today. You got pounded on bad earnings. We'll see what happens there. Micron is really the dragger of the tech stocks, and it's actually bouncing here from the open. We'll see if this eventually gets hit hard on the downside. It is bouncing back towards prior support that became resistance, I feel, around 49.89s. So looks like we're rejecting that move. I want to go towards that move one more time, and then I'd be looking to short Micron, but it's done the move pretty much that it's going to try to do, which is a breakout through 50. Would just like it to go right back into like the 80 area and then reject. We'll see what happens there.
PRQR coming up to that 293 level. We're definitely seeing the increase in volume here. We are seeing the expansion. This is exactly what we wanted to see. Now, so far we were rejected, looks like 2 cents. Before that, we were rejected at 291 on the high print there. So 290, 291 looks like there was a lot of stock being sold there. We're pulling back here. Here we go. Nice little curl. Let's see if we can actually take out that 293. You might be able to trade that for a pop. Just be careful here. This is extended, and this could easily knife or pull back. Careful. I do think that this might go though.
All right, MU trying to make that next move back up here. We'll see what happens.
BRB 1.
What are you guys looking at in the chat? I'm going to catch up with you guys there. THMO halted again. Dang, that one's a mover there, guys. Sorry, I've been a little slow here, but nice little move there right out the gates. We'll see what happens on that one. Daily resistance coming into play. Next stop, where we're at here. We're at 5. All right, so I would look for this high right here. 2 touches, right? So that's around 540s. 540s next stop. Looks like it for THMO. We'll see if it can get up there when it opens. All right, looking for Micron to push one more time. I'm going to pull this screen down, take a look there. If Micron can make that little move. I still got that PRQR2 to the left-hand side here if you guys want to take a look at that. Let's take a look at the scanner. What's moving in the last 30 minutes, right? What has the lift? Well, let me go ahead and kind of reassess here. Did it by market cap a little bit higher, so I'm going to lower down the market cap here.
Sorry about that.
There's some decent moves here. There's MDGL. That one's been moving significantly.
Sure has.
Yeah, MDGL moving up again. Look at that continuation. Man, what a nice little move there. Using my Benzinga Pro scanners to find the stocks that are moving, and then, having different tools to kind of keep trading, right? That's what life is all about, having multiple tools. You got to pay to play the game. That's what I always say. Dennis taught me that well. And we're going to those highs. 315 looks like it's in reach. What a move in 4 days. Look at that. Woo-hoo. That's a 58% move there in MDGL.
Yeah, and the one thing about that, Mitch, is that we actually didn't get the back test. So that is a floating island, which I talk about all of the time, but it never back tested the bottom end of that first candle. Can you make that full screen again real fast?
Yeah, I got you, my friend.
Check on that first candle. The way that I'm successful in trading these is when you get a pullback towards the bottom of the candle, whether it's the wick or the body, doesn't really matter. A pullback on that second candle and then a reversal towards the top. That's the formation that I'm actually looking at. MDGL didn't even give that to you. It just was a straight runaway out of there. So that's a missed trade. We just talked about how hard it was to swing. This would have been one of the ones to swing right after that announcement. But
so did I draw that? Did I draw that pretty well? Like there, you're looking for
that's
that
exactly
that's
the exact motion that we're looking for. Spot on.
All right, there you go. Let's do it, team. Learning a little bit today. I like that approach, Ryan. And they actually talk about floating islands a lot in the CMT too.
Yep.
So.
And if you think about like in English why that happens, there's normally some event or some print that's really good for the stock that causes it to break into a new range. So the back test is testing the bottom of that range, which solidifies the support. And if it is able to hold there, then a natural curl back towards the highs and a potential break of the highs is what we're looking for. Hopefully the catalyst that caused it to pop up there is strong and allowing for a multi-day move. It's exactly what you're seeing in MDGL.
Boom. All right, looking to see if we're going to get anything to the green side today. If not, I'm going to have to start getting on the short side on some tech names. A and B getting just pounded today. Looking for a pullback towards VWAP, but this is just a flush down right now. Apple, remember, there has a huge support to the left. We're looking to see what ends up happening to that. On a day like today, it could go. So that's one that I'm looking to see if we can get a small little bounce back towards VWAP, and then we can start getting short on that one. A move to there would be 133.90s, holding off of the 134.44s. We'll see what happens here. Apple's still weak. Amazon is weak also. Let me take a look there. That one's already kind of flushed down there. Google coming back to the VWAP. That one doesn't look too bad. Tesla down to 133 team.
And Tesla not seeing any bottom, Mitch. Look at those candles.
Remember I had 135? That didn't work. Next stop. Let's go to the monthlies. Where's the next monthly low? 130.77. 130.77. I'll put it at 130.75 for right now. That could be your next stop, but man, just getting pounded. And the best part, Kathy keeps buying. She's bought now for the 6th consecutive day. Oh my God, man. I'll put that scrolling on the bottom. You guys can read about it. She's spending money over there on Tesla, trying to keep herself. But my thing is like, wait for the downside action and then buy Tesla. She like just buys it every day that it goes down. I can't have that approach. I have to look for a bottoming effect
I have to have some limits in there.
Yeah, or some sideways action. Like give me a day where it like doesn't this kind of day is not too bad, right? I'll show you guys that candle right now. I'll put it a little bit bigger. This kind of day right there is not bad. That's kind of sideways action. That's kind of maybe you can use. But I would be using this low, 137.66 as my out. And so that's not what she's doing. She's just adding. I don't understand it. Tesla down there. I'm bringing you up, man.
Yep, PRQR. It's trying to curl here. So I'm watching this because to me, it certainly looks like we want to go higher here. It's starting to curl. It just took out some huge offers on the ask at 280 and 282. A little bit more size here at 283 that it's chomping on. So those bids the buys are real. Took it out. There goes 284. Size gone. This looks like this is going to pop 293 here. Taking this, if you were to take this right now for a trade, my stop would be 273. Pull back towards 270. And again, full disclosure, I am not trading this. I am in risk off mode. I've got one more day before the break here. I'm really not trying to compound my problems from this year this late in the end of the year, but this setup so far seems legit. And if we can move through this 285 here, perhaps we go attack that 293. This is looking good. We are extending away from the VWAP. So again, if you get gains here, make sure that you take them because eventually we are going to see a pullback. Here goes 285 and down. Now we're coming up to 290, some size there at 290. They hit it a little bit.
Micron, come on, Micron. Come back up for
290
me.
out. Here's 293. This is going to go higher. Boom, 295 your spot. 295 down. Okay, let's see if we attack 3 here. A little bit more size at 298. No resistance. There we go. There's your move. PRQR right through 293. I would book some gains here at least scale out if you took that one. Nice little way to find a trade out of the gate here. We'll see if we get another setup. What I'm going to do now is I'm actually going to wait out this next candle, and then I'm going to mark the top if we pull back here. What I would love to see is a pullback a little bit here and a consolidation. In fact, even if we consolidated around 3, that'd be pretty good. Nice little move here on PRQR. Where's Crow? I'm surprised Crow didn't have this one lined up.
He's looking at Grom.
Okay, Grom was also on the list. Okay, let's see. Grom, we actually have something very similar here, right? A move through this 189, 190 might take us to VWAP, pop through VWAP, put higher in play.
I like the 1 hour pullback on that, Crow. Or is that what you're seeing on that one? I'd love to ask you on that, but looks like the Crow has been jumping on that 1 hour pullback. I would love to. The Crow, we gotta chat sometime, my friend. Those 1 hour pullbacks.
Why don't we get Crow on? Why don't we get Crow on one day?
Yeah, we can. He's always welcomed. He knows the door's open, and the door's open for all of you guys out there. No one has this door closed here at Benzinga. If you guys want to come on, talk about some strategy, talk about what you've been trading. It doesn't necessarily need to be, well, I made this much amount of money on a trade. That's not what we're really about here. But if you want to come on and like kind of show us, hey, I'm using this strategy. This is what I'm looking at. This is how I'm going about it. This is kind of a past trade that I've done. You guys are always more than welcome.
By the way, chat talking about YGMZ. Hats off to you, chat. You guys are absolutely awesome. This was not on my list at all. It looks like a Chinese name here, but a huge move out of the gate. We are halted to the upside here. Keep that in mind. YGMZ.
Yeah, I like that pullback in Grom. And the big thing on that Grom one is that what happens usually on those pullbacks is that retail traders are watching the 1 minute. They're getting freaked. It sounds bad, but they're getting freaked out of the trade while the thing just reverses down and gives you wicks down there towards 176. While bigger time frame traders are probably jumping on that, or algorithms jumping on the bigger time frame, because they don't get scared as much when they get that downside action there that you got there in Grom. I'll show you guys that really quickly. So like here on the chart, like right when you're starting to cut down on the 1 minute, it scares a lot of people, right? I can't blame that. Like even a candle like this, it's scary, right? So candles like this is not what you want to be seeing if you're in a short time frame. You're kind of getting trapped out of it. But if you're in the 1 hour time frame, you're not that scared. This is just a 10-cent move down, and you're just using support, and you're out, right? And that's the important part of, I think, the smaller trade is knowing you're out. You got to know where your out is. And if your out is causing you to just get stopped out like plenty of times and the trade going in the right direction, that's when we need to maybe review it to see if we can get a little bit better at that action there and get around that kind of choppy action on the 1 minute, use a deeper time frame.
And really quickly, so looking at the 1 minute here now, Mitch, 190, clearly your spot here on Grom. So what we would really like to see is a break through that 190. There's been a lot of stock traded there. I'm assuming there's still a lot of size there as well. We should kind of claw back up here. If we claw back up here and we see the volume sticks down here expand as we go to or through that 190 area, that would be okay for a scalp trade there. If we don't see that volume expand, even if we take out 190, we are liable to pull back. You actually just saw that, right? Let me see if I can zoom in here and make it easier for you to see. We just got rejected at 190, unable to break that wall down. Immediate pullback to 179, 11-cent pullback in a hurry. So again, we really want to judge our entry here based on the volume. If the volume is expanding as we approach or try to eat that key level to move through it, that should be your risk on trigger. If you don't see the volume expanding, you're liable to be buying a stock right at the top, right before it pulls back. Grom looks like it's trying to go lower here, so just not strong enough to hold up. We'll keep checking it though.
All right, taking that trade that I called out a little earlier. I'm taking the trade here on Micron, risking off the 50
Nice.
here. I'm actually going to move it down towards like more like 98, near that high there. I got in there at 49.83. Rejection of that breakout. SPY still coming lower, and so Micron has been down, and so I'm looking for a fake out to the upside here, coming right back down. I'll show you guys that chart a little bit closer as I'm using right here. You see that rejection right there is a wick there. It tried to break out. The rule of 4, we talk about how that should be the breakout candle. It shouldn't come back and test support. If it does come back and test down here towards 49.40, I think we break it this time and we'll be looking really good. We just need to risk off the top. So give yourself a little bit of ability to be around that area. And so I gave myself a smaller entry size here and already getting the action that I was looking for. Now on this, we can already start taking some profits here. All right, just took some profits right there. Now we're looking for the flush down through the 40s for the continuation breakdown move. We want to see the SPY also break down, so I'll show you guys that right here with the pro action there. You can see now we're going into the 50 there. Can we keep coming down? And will the SPY break down and come to a new low? That's what I'm looking for also. We are starting to bottom a little bit here at the 381s, but if we can get this to break right back down, we'll be looking good. From this point, I got to be break even on the rest. Won't let this pass the 83 mark.
Real quick, Jose, you're asking about comms. I'm unsure why. This is a 7-cent stock. This looks like a complete piece of junk. The chart looks awful. There's nothing really going on. The volume is declining every day. It's selling volume. There's nothing here, my man. I'm not sure what it is that you want to take a look at here. I'm sorry, but there's nothing going on here.
Call it how you see it. That's it.
Yep. I'm not gonna blow smoke for you. I'm sorry. I don't necessarily have a good opinion of comms. That looks like a piece of junk. PRQR here. We are curling back up. Remember, this is what we were looking for here. A break of this 310 is what we want to see next. If we can move through 3, that might be an entry trigger. Looks like what just happened here is we moved through 3 briefly, but we did not do it on big volume at all. And as a result, here we are pulling back. So we want to watch this level. 3 looks to be the first level to let you know that we're doing well. 310 is your high a day. If we can break that, that'd be awesome.
Really pretty candles right now in Apple, kind of declining wedge here. Looking to see if it's going to reject 133.67s right now and then just come right back down, cracking. I'm talking a little bit too much on it if I wanted to really kind of jump on it, but I can show you guys that trade right now, putting it up here. Apple to the left-hand side. You can see how it's kind of tightening in here. Doesn't look bad at all there. Let me try to get a little bit closer on the action here. There you go. Now it's starting to break down here. So I wanted to see this rejection of the 67s. Look how it went right to 66. I was about a penny off there. Now I'm looking for the flush down here action on Apple. I could risk off that 67 right now and kind of do a little bit of a scalp down, but I don't do many scalps. That's my only problem here. It's not my cup of tea. What more along is my cup of tea? It was the VWAP touch right here on Apple. And we talked about that right before. It went to 133.85 and the high there, 133.84. That's where I like that short. And now you look for the flush down through the 133.25s going towards 133. We'll see if Apple does that cut down right now. Micron's still working for me. I set the stop for my entry and just going to let that work, looking for more opportunities. Apple still looked really good here. Boom. Not seeing things too bad, at least today. Let's just keep working, team. We'll see what else is going on out there.
Speaking of the team, shout out to Jay Wild here. ISO seems to be moving here. ISO, great move here out of the open. Let's see it looks like we're curling back up now. That first rejection at VWAP, pull back to 1, and then we took VWAP out. This is the expanding volume that we talk about all the time. This is exactly what we want to see. Volume is expanding, so too is the price. Let's try to discern some next levels here. Excuse me, God, easy for me to say. 134 looks to be one of the next levels. 124, right where we're at, looks to be a resistance level, and then maybe I'm actually going to mark the high a day. That's probably better. 156. So 124, 134, 156 look to be your next spots here on ISO. Great call there early, Jay Wild. ISO being squawked by Charlie right now. And Lloyd Luna talking about EDU. You want your victory lap? You take your victory lap, sir. You were talking about EDU. This recently, let me turn VWAP off here so it's easier to see. This is a really, really nice run, right? That breakout above 30. We're out now to 41. Forgot exactly when you called that, but nice move here on EDU. Just as a reminder, this is not a stock that I would trade. It certainly would not hold this overnight, being one of the Chinese names. But if you were able to do this and you were able to make some money, good stuff. Make sure you keep that money in your pocket. Great call, Lloyd. Thanks for joining us. Halt on ISO, halt to the upside.
All right, I'm looking at one swing trade idea on Burlington short here. Kind of like it. I'm going to take it swing short here. Burlington. I'll show you guys why. I've been waiting for this one to really crack. The big thing for me on this one is the daily candles, right? Daily candle has what? Up 1, down 1, up 2, down 2, up 3, down 3 on this attempt to go through 195s back to 200. We're rejecting that. So I'm going to actually use this high here to the left, 192.32 to be my risk on this trade. So anything above 192, let's say 50, I'll get out on this trade. Risking a decent amount. It's about 2 points on the risk here. But the big thing is very low share size, giving myself an ability to risk that amount. But if it breaks this daily chart and fills in this gap to the downside, 161. I feel like Burlington had no business being up here, but I didn't want to run into it first. I wanted to give it that kind of time to consolidate at the top. Given it that time, now let's see if we get the breakdown. We'll see what happens.
And real quick, just to kind of finish up on Grom here, Dan, nice to see you this morning, Dan. Hope you're doing well. Not sure what you see in Grom. It's been steady downtrending since 7:30 a.m. after it hit its high. So first of all, what we were looking for here was a break of 190 and a curl back towards the highs. It was rejected twice at that 190. We did not get that break. We did not get the expanding volume. We did not get what we need to take this trade to the long side. To your point about its downtrend, you are absolutely right, and it's clearly visible right here in this blue channel that I drew. Clear downtrend, unable to break this. The first spot that we were looking for here, like I said, was 190. 2 consecutive rejections there, unable to muster up the strength, and now we are bouncing to the bottom end of this channel. If you're feeling frisky, maybe you'd like to take a potential bounce down here at the bottom end of this channel. I'll pass. I'll look for something else. Great eye though here, Dan. I think you're right on. No trade here in Grum.
Big thing also is, remember, guys, we at some point we were getting the IWM ripping to the upside. Right now we're getting what? IWM hard to the downside. So that's not going to be helping the smaller names, right? Well, there you guys see IWM getting a hard hit to the downside. I was looking for penny stocks for a little while now. I was talking that I think smaller names can make consistent moves to the upside. With the IWM making the moves that I see right now, I'd be actually changing that opinion now. I expect kind of these to come back down, but of course you can still get some outliers. Right now I see an outlier here, LXRX. I don't know if you guys know what this one is, but it does look like it's making a nice little move there. And what's up with AMC? Did we reopen? Yeah, we reopened and coming down a little bit. We'll see what happens there.
ARDX, this is one that we've been talking about quite a bit here. Remember, we do have this resistance here at 219. This 219, I think we got a lot of lines on here, so I apologize, and I have it scaled so that we can see it. 219 here on the daily. This is really what we need to break. Nice little daily formation. We'll see if we can actually pop. We'd like to be able. Let me zoom in on the actual gap here. Oh my, you are killing me, Smalls. All right, top end of this candle, high 215 on this candle. So really what we would need to do is break that 219 here, could go into this gap. I have a couple of levels above it, 233 and 244.
Going for the scalp on Apple.
Le Chipset, you must be new here. Welcome. We are not gunning for a Lambo or for bankruptcy today. We are gunning for a more consistent process that we can repeat at any risk level. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
MU with a nice move here. I went also short Apple here, guys. So I have a couple of
Nice
trades
highs.
on. We'll see if Apple can break down through this 133 now area. There's 133.50s into the 30s. About to take some profits there on Apple. As we start cutting through, can we actually break through this lower resistance? Want the SPY to come down here, not be pushing up. Let's see if we can get another move down here. Micron did a nice little move there towards 49.20s. It's trying to come back to.
ISO, a little bit of a pullback here. Also, PRQR definitely curling. Again, remember, what we really need to see here on PRQR is a move through 3. And again, we need that corresponding buying volume with it.
Good to see you, La Chipset. Have you seen us on YouTube? Yeah, we're on YouTube and Twitch. There's not too many viewers on Twitch Live, but we're trying to get those gamers to get, into the check out investments, right?
Absolutely.
Take a look into the markets.
And by the way, that's actually something that's personal to me. I think that a lot of people that are gamers or really enjoy gaming would really enjoy almost a gamification of personal finance. Now, there's obviously limits to that, right? You should definitely have a professional helping you out. Of course, we always recommend that, but nobody cares about your money more than you do. So if video games, computer screen time is something that you enjoy, there's actually a productive outlet that you can do there. And I'm making it a personal mission to kind of get people from Twitch, from gaming, which is something that I very much enjoy, more into personal finance. It's done very, very well for me. It's helped me better myself as a professional and as a person. And I know it can do that for others as well. So I'm looking to help bridge that gap as well. Quick little plug. Twitch.tv/Nightfall3. We are going to start doing some more streaming here in the new year.
Whoop, whoop. Let's go. Let's go. Can Apple flush here? Come on, Apple.
Trout.
Get down, Apple. Get down, Apple. Get down, Apple. Let's go. Come on. The dark side. Welcome to the dark side.
Oh, that's what you want here.
Oh, there we go.
Welcome to the dark side.
Boom. Just took a little bit of profit on that Apple. Down to 133s. Here's the 133s. Let's go. Boom. I'll just take it there. It was a little scalp anyways. I don't scalp too often, team, but I'll take that little Apple move there from we got in there at 133.50s, out there at 133.12s, 133.04s. SPY's making new lows. Going to keep hanging on to that Micron as Micron's really starting to jump through those lows. Now we'll look to see if we can actually get back towards the opening low or pre-market low. We'll see if that's all the way down to 48.90s, but SPY, new low, cracking down there. Boom, hit that Apple trade. Let's go.
Real quick here, Trout Fly. Ryan, cool Benzinga setup with your watch list charts and signals. Do you have it on one monitor or are you sharing multiple monitors? I'm trying to replicate it. Thanks. First of all, Trout, thanks for the kind words there. This workspace that you're looking at here was the genesis of me trying to put together something to help me day trade. So the only thing that was inaccurate about that, there is no watch list here. What I have down here is the calendar tool that's streaming unusual option activity. I have a scanner in the upper left, the chart, which is the details tool, and then 3 signals tools. Now you're asking, I'm trying to replicate it. I got good news for you, my man. If you go to create a new workspace by clicking the plus button at the top of your platform, the day trading preset that's right down here, this is that exact workspace. This is it. So just go ahead and launch the day trading workspace. You'll get exactly the same thing that I have, including the settings within the scanner. Remember, that is a relative volume-based scan where I'm looking for all these options. You can start with what I put in there, and then you can kind of tailor it to fit your own needs. So great question. You can very easily duplicate this by clicking the preset. And to answer your other question, it's all on one monitor. I keep different workspaces for different tasks when I'm day trading, like I am here on the show. This is the workspace that I leave open.
All right, so I did get a question in the chat from Voodoo. I'll just answer it. I was trying to type it out when you were talking there, but I'll just answer it out here. It's what was your entry on Burlington and what is your target? Entries 190.67, already down to 190.44. Doesn't look too bad. So I'm looking really for the gap to start getting filled. So the first cut through to give me confidence is that cut through 185, but I'm not looking to profits towards, I'm really looking towards the profits towards 177.18. If we can get back into that gap zone for Burlington, that'll be looking really good. That's right here on this low candle, 177.18. And then if we can get there, break, I'll take some profits there and then look for the gap to start playing into there. And then I'd look for more like slightly above 170s. It could even be like 173, somewhere in there. I'm not going to get too picky where it needs to fill in the whole gap, but somewhere in the gap, I'll just go into the profits there. I'll still be a nice little target one and then a little bit extension to expand the reward a little bit further. But that's not a bad outlook because right now, think about it, even where we're at right now, I said I'd risk there towards 192. We're talking about a 1.4% risk for a gain there down towards 6.77. So that's not too bad there. I'll risk about 2% for a 6% gain anytime. That's a 3 to 1. Let's go for it. All right, going back to your charts, what are you seeing out there, Ryan? What's on the scanners? Anything on these cheaper names showing up?
Yep, absolutely. We are waiting still for PRQR to break through 3. That looks to be our next spot here. Also notice that ORIC was curling. So remember, this we had on the list here this morning. First move was for the most part down. Now it looks like it's trying to take out this 460 level. This actually might work here. ORIC through 460 might work here. Also ISO consolidating near those 130 highs. That's good to see. That actually sets up well for the next leg up if we end up getting it. ORIC here though through 460. This is not bad. Next spot I have here on ORIC would be 486. 486. So another 23 cents from where we're at. If you took this at 460, what I would do here if I were trading this myself, no position here, just giving you my unfiltered thoughts here. If I were to take this, I would have put the stop at 460. Here we go. ORIC popping. Remember, 484 going to be that target. Looks like we didn't quite get there. There's 480. There's 484. We got it. Right up to that target. Good stuff there on ORIC. That looks like that's going to keep going higher. Good stuff.
All right, looking for the lows to come into play here for Micron as we make a next cut through 49. I'll take the trade off as I think we could bounce off of around the 90 level here. So I'm being a little bit picky, trying to get it through 49. If not, I can just take the 49s right now. It's 49.04. I'll show you guys that Micron to the right-hand side. You see the support there. I think that's where it could bounce, but 49 is also really good here. Let's see if we can just get a little bit of a crack through, and I'll take the profits here. SPY also coming down, a nice little next leg. We could get a little bounce here. Willing to take the profits in Micron and just run.
Mitch, what a toss that was. Hey, Ryan, you see anything on the charts? Yeah, ORIC, boom, we get a trade. We get a trade there for 20, 25 cents right away. Unbelievable.
That's what it's about, man.
Nice.
I'm glad I put you up.
Stopped at 495. That's going to be your high. That actually corresponds with the pre-market high. 496 was your pre-market high from today. So 495, 496, your next spot. I'd love to see it consolidate here without really pulling back towards that 460 area. If we can consolidate here somewhere between 480 and 490, I think we'll be doing really well. So good stuff there. Anytime that you want to throw it over to me for a trade where we can make like that right on the spot, we'll take that, Mitch. That's awesome.
Santa got stuck in a chimney, man. Jerome Powell, the big bad wolf, came around and got Santa, man. I'm telling you, he's the big bad wolf. He thinks that we have like these brick houses, when really, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I've seen that way the houses are built nowadays. They ain't brick. He's going to blow us all down, man. He keeps pushing.
Oh, Jose, I'm sorry. You meant to ask about COSM, not COMS. Now I understand. I apologize. That's confusing. They have those two tickers. By the way, ORIC popping now here above 5. Great trade there on ORIC. Way to go,
Mitch. New lows, SPY, new lows. Boom, look at the SPY there. I ran on the Micron profits there. So now I only got the swing of Burlington, which is going well. I'm just going to keep that just kind of working now. But looking good there. Good trade in Micron. Do you guys remember on Micron, we were down here in the 49.40s, and I was like, I'm looking for a push back to 49.80s. If we can get back up there, I can look for a rejection. I'm going for it. I nailed that right there. That mentality, when it got up there, I didn't overthink it. I got a little bit scared when I saw that 49.90 move and I saw it going to 95. I was like, is this just going to break through 50? And then I saw that quick rejection back through 49.90s. That's when I started getting short as I saw that next wick, that little trick to the upside, and then boom, right back down. Micron.
We got the market moving to the lows here. Market moving to the lows. Over. Mitch, save us. Please call the plunge protection team. Over.
The big bad wolf. You know it. Be careful out there. Like little piggies, we can get caught.
Oric pulling back now. This is exact. So let me flip back to my chart. You guys are going to hear. This is why we're talking about scalping. And this is why I tell you to take gains. And this is why sometimes I'm taking gains after 15, 20 cent moves, as opposed to waiting for these stocks that rocket up $1 or even more. Got to take the gains when you have them. The stock will set up again if it's meant to go higher. Oric, we had a great little trade there on Oric. Would hate to see anyone give that back on the pullback. Looks like ISO. Let's take a look at ISO. That was one of the other ones we're trading. Looks like that hit new highs here. Did I get that right? ISO, yep, sure did. And it immediately pulled back, right? We broke through that 134, immediately pulled back here on ISO.
We're getting pounded on in the markets today, guys. What's going on here?
Mitch, you haven't seen the real pounding yet. Over.
I hope not.
Oh man. Thank you guys. I'm glad you guys like having fun too. Look, when the market is literally dying in front of us, we might as well try to have some fun and have some laughs. It does you no good to really get overly emotional and overly sad about anything, especially the market. Try to keep yourself protected and keep the smile on your face. Keep those endorphins running.
Ooh, one that we've been talking about on Stock Market Movers is been Calm, CALM. This is definitely a farm product stock. Doesn't look too bad on the intraday, right? Nice little pattern right there, right? Holding what I always talk about, 3 moves below the VWAP, then holding VWAP would look nice. Nice little break through the trend line. And this one likes to keep patterns like this. Look at the daily chart. We talked about this one on Stock Market Movers, that it had a really nice trend line here, that it was going for the break. Look at in the last couple of days, really nice breakout there. Cow Main Foods, farm product stock, held the resistance there also of 59.90s from a prior resistance. Now looking strong on the day. We'll see what happens. Doesn't look too bad there. All right. ISO.
Yeah, it's that kind of day. A little bit here.
MU, look at Micron now towards that 48.75. It didn't stop there. I might have ran too quickly to the profit, but you can't be too mad about that. One of the things that I try my best never to be about is think about like, oh, the profit that I could have had. Yeah. I mean, you make a decision. One thing that as traders we need to be is decisive. That's a skill. That's something that you build up. Whether you're right or wrong, I mean, that's just building more on your strategy, building more process approach, that kind of thing. But overall, you got to be decisive and just be able to make decisions and not try to second guess yourself. Because the whole thing that I always talk about here is building up your own skills, right? Not worrying about what Ryan's trading, what I'm trading, more along building up your own skills. So at that point in time, there's no question of your own skill. You have confidence in your ability and you're able to purely execute.
ORIC moving towards the highs here. We might get a high of day break, looking pretty strong. Volume looking good as well. High here we have of 508. So potential break there on the upside. 508 is your high print. And then Mitch, you know, you were just talking about expectations and selling for a profit, not getting mad when the stock keeps going. It's funny because I actually took a call from a trader yesterday who was saying, you know, Ryan, I have these setups and I'm able to trade something and I get a couple of $100 here and then I watch and it goes higher and that couple of $100 could have been $1,000. And she's like, and I'm getting frustrated. And I was like, well, you shouldn't, you know, think about what you're saying. You're saying that you made $400 in a matter of a couple of minutes and that frustrated you. And when you look at it like that, it's like, it gives you some more perspective. I'm never going to be able to hit the bottom and tops of moves. It's the meat in the middle that I'm trying to be able to collect. And I'm trying to do that in a way that's repeatable over and over again so I can stack these gains on top of each other. I also reminded that $400 gain could have very easily been a $1,000 loss. So just, if you have profits, don't necessarily get mad at that. If you think that you could have traded it better, journal your trade, look back on what you could have done. Just make sure that it's not hopes and dreams, right? Don't use cognitive dissonance to fit the situation you're in into the trade. You want to be able to make sure that you're doing the right thing. You want to make sure that your process is repeatable and that you don't get too emotional either way. And watching something go above your profit target can do that. Just learn to control that, learn to play the next setup that comes to you. That's how you're going to be able to consistently get those gains.
All right.
PRQR now breaking down back at the VWAP. ORIC did go higher, immediately got pulled. So the strength seems to be waning a little bit on ORIC. The better the setup, the better off we'll be. PRQR here back towards VWAP. We might get a bounce here, but keep that in mind where we're at.
All right, guys, taking a trade here on Halliburton. So this is just a pattern back to the upside. What do I see here? I see daily support coming back into play here from a trend line. Little pullback here coming into play that it could come right into that kind of catch here, come right back up through the 39s. So if I look on the intraday, then I see this pattern and I'm like, okay, well, right now we just made a wick to the downside. We'll see if this kind of holds here now. So I see this kind of pattern here, wick to the downside, fake out to the downside of this pattern. Now I'm looking for the upside break of this pattern. A move back up towards 38.40s, getting back up towards the VWAP. We'll see what happens there.
Risk is that setup, Mitch.
25
I like that setup a lot. I like it a lot.
All right, we'll see what happens. I'm just trying to take it simple, right? Pattern. Yep. We'll see what happens here.
Jay Roma, great comment here regarding missed profits or regretting missed profits will kill you as a trader. Facts, big facts. There are literally thousands of trades you can make every day. You have to focus on what you believe in and leave it at that. Very well said, Jay Roma. Focus on what you do well and then hone that process. Don't worry about all the stuff that you quote unquote missed. Adjust your process so that you can be the best trader you can possibly be. Let Chipset and Voodoo saying, Ryan, good advice. Voodoo, I get it from experience and I learned some of that stuff from experienced traders just like yourself. Keep up that knowledge. Keep that knowledge coming, I should say. Le Chipset saying, do you guys let cyclical and secular trends influence your directional bias, or is it pure price action? Great question here. Mitch, I'm going to turn this over to you because I'm interested to hear what your answer is on this as well. What I will say is that I'm absolutely looking for trends, whether it be cyclical or secular, or even just like a hot theme like we've seen with EVs and rechargeable batteries. I'm absolutely paying attention to that. And yes, that absolutely affects my trades. Now, as far as my bias goes, I'm unabashed a long bias trader. I'm always looking for trades to the upside. This year has been tough considering that the SPY has pretty much moved down since the first of the year this year, not been conducive to long side trades. That's one of the reasons we've moved more into day trades. However, I'm always paying attention to the trends. I'm always paying attention to the themes. Theme me up, Scotty. That's how we're going to be able to make some of these better trades here. That's a really great question. Mitch, I'd like to hear what you think about this as well.
Yeah, so I'm all about trying to understand sector rotation, right? And so I always am talking about intermarket analysis, and that would go right into your cyclical and secular trends. Now, one thing that I've been trying to learn more and more about is bringing that into the actual kind of discussion, right? So I more along take it as I'm looking for trends in the sectors. Like for a while, I've been calling out the sneaky industrial trade. Well, it seems like today that trade's starting to come to an end as it's made its move and had a big move up. And Halliburton now making a nice little move there for me. I'll show you guys that chart. Not looking too bad. Look at that pattern, rejection to the downside. Now we're getting into the 40s. Now what I'd look for is some profit at 38.50s. And then from that point, we can get back to the open. I got no problem with this, just continuing to work. This is how I also approach swing trades. Like let's say if I wanted to swing trade Halliburton to the upside, I'd be at this point like, okay, I can just set a stop here, 38.20s or something like that, and just get out of here. Just like walk away. Sometimes I've done that, and it's done me so well to do it like that. So I attack an intraday chart. I'm looking at it more on a daily basis for a swing trade. I get it at a low during the day where I think it's already made a bottom. And then I use that low on the day to be the risk. You could do 38.20s. Maybe you're doing it all the way down to that 38.12. Boom. That leaves you room. And then if it does make a new low, you probably want to get out of the stock anyways. And if it does come back through the open and it creates a green candle after this wick to the bottom, that looks like buying pressure on the downside, which would be a good outlook, right? So now we want to see it hold the pullback into the trend line that you're seeing there. So that's a pullback into this level. So you get the little move up. You can hold that and then get that next move up. You don't want it to actually be closing back into the 30s. If you close back into there, that's kind of worrisome on the trade. We'll see what happens.
Man, Mitch, I love that. Great setup. You articulated that beautifully from the start there. One of the things that I noticed happening here is cores. This is CORZ. Now, this is a penny stock, right? This stock was about 8 cents right at the open here. We've pushed up to 14, so we're up almost 100% from the opening print. We are up 172% from yesterday's close. Yesterday's close had us right around, 6 cents or so. So up pretty huge here on cores. I'm not trading this. This is a penny name that I would like to avoid. But I know some of you out there in the chat like to trade these. Cores seems to be moving here this morning.
Just as quickly, something happened there. We got a hard hit downside there in Halliburton. I'm getting out on that hit right there towards the 25s. Going to go ahead and stop out, take a little bit of a small hit here. But it was looking great, and that's what happens on patterns. You never know. The only thing you can do, set up, understand the stop. Why would I want it to get out? Because look at this wick. That was the attempt to the downside. Now we're actually closing below that. Now it could break through the 38s. I'm not going to take part in that. This was kind of more of a reversal to the upside. Tight risk on the bottom. Got out there.
This is how you control your emotions, though, Mitch, right? You have a system set up for the trade, and when the parameter hits, you just execute. It doesn't leave you time to say, oh God, I hope this reverses, or I hope this turns around, or maybe it'll turn around a couple of cents lower. No, you have a plan. You have a what you need to do in order to execute this, and you just follow it along based on what the price is doing there. So awesome stuff.
Oh, yeah,
even if it's not a winning trade, awesome. It's nicely done.
Well, I'm starting to look for stocks that are into the green, stocks that I like, right? Well, Nike, nice little push up here, guys. Holding the support there of 115. Now coming back up towards the high. High on the day is 115.91. Nike looking good on the day. Even though it's in the red, look for things that are slightly in the red, starting to go into the green. Ulta Beauty. We talked about this yesterday, how I like this one. For potential Santa Claus rally. It's starting to get back into the green, just tricked into the green. So keep your eyes on stocks like that are starting to slowly trickle into the green here, or are slightly down. What I mean by slightly down is like overall like 0.03. Those are the perfect ones that can just flip into the green side, and then we all of a sudden see a nice little push. SPY, we'll look for SPY reversals to the upside. What time is it? We got 10:22. All right. Well, SPY just rejected that move back towards the 380s. We'll see what happens. I mean, the SPY is just leaking, but there's some stocks out there that are starting to catch a little bit of a bounce. Tesla down to 132.67. Elon. Someone give a warning to Elon. Man, it's in its own little bear market from just December 1st? Yeah, Tesla's in its own little bear market since December.
Mitch, yesterday we got news about the Sunday ticket possibly being.
Yeah, did you see that?
So let me ask you a question, because I'm someone that's been watching the Sunday ticket for years. I actually don't care very much for the Red Zone channel. I would much prefer to watch the actual games. I seem to be in the minority on that, but it is what it is.
I don't understand that. Don't worry. I'm with you on that. We won't even
I get the appeal for fantasy players. You get to see all the scores, but for someone that absolutely loves football, I want to see the back and forth. I want to see offense versus defense. I want to see play calling. I want to see the chess match.
Do you know how many screens I have? I will put all the games on.
Well, so this is so Mitch, this is where we're going with that. First of all, if it is YouTube that ends up getting the exclusive rights to this, that's obviously part of the Google umbrella. Is that a catalyst for alongside Google trade for you? Maybe a swing trade?
It is. It is. I'll talk about that in 1 second here.
Okay.
The
Yep.
reason
No
why
problem. I
I'm
didn't
just
mean to stop you from
no,
trading
you're
there.
good. You're good. I'm just thinking about a SPY reversal style candle here. We've tried to make a low around the 379.20s. So I'm trying to really distinguish where we could bounce from. So I'm looking at certain levels around 379.20. We got about 379.28 there. That was like an open a little while back. That's on December 20th. So I'm looking to see if this 379 area is going to act as some support and the SPY is going to come back up here, but it doesn't look good. I'll tell you that. I'm not going to overreact to it. I'm going to, if anything, underreact, but I'm looking to see if we're going to get some change because it's hard to get short now, right? Everything's already down. Now you're kind of chasing a little bit. There's nothing wrong with it, but if you're seeing setups there, but I don't like to jump into stocks short while they're already made like kind of a 3 or 4% move down. It's just tough. But like that, let me take a look at CarMax. That's still into the green. I'd like to see that flip right back into the red. With that being said, 1, 2, 3. It's about to make that fourth attempt trying to get through 55. That one doesn't look too bad there for the short if it fails the 55 now. That's what I would see, right? So I talk about the rule of 3 a lot of the times, right? And those are moves that you're trying to see go up, right? And so I would look at this on a little bit of more of a 5-minute to try to help you distinguish that. That's a move here, a pullback, a move up, a pullback, a move up. So you got the 3 highs there, those 3 wicks pretty much coming into play. Now you're trying to really get back into this level. And if we reject there to get back into the 55s or up here in this area of 55.20s, well, you could just come back and start breaking through the support, which is around the 54, and then that will crack us right back down. That's how you get some of these trades where this is what it looks like overall on the day. It's a big down thing because of earnings. It gets back up to some certain levels, fails a bullish move, and then it can come right back down to the lows. We'll see what happens.
Sorry, Mitch. As Sydney likes to say, I was out on one of my
Okay.
spacewalks there, taking a look at the Twitter streets and then also hitting up Slack here. So
Can't
sorry
blame you.
about didn't mean to leave you in the lurch there, my man.
No, you're good. I'm just going through stuff. Deer was one that
I got
also
one.
kind of got hit.
I got something real quick here. One of the things
Let's
I'm
go.
watching, no trade yet, but Wrecker, REKR, Romeo Echo, Kilo Romeo, potential trade on a breakthrough 115. However, this really needs to get volume. Volume here is not big enough for a potential day trade. You can see it looks like we're curling off the bottom. A breakthrough 115 likely sends us to 132-ish. For a potential test. So we're watching this. No trade, no position yet. Really want to see some expanding volume through 115.
Meta looks like a long-term short for me. Ooh, why am I feeling so short like today? Meta rejection of the fourth move towards 120 today, getting me a little bit excited towards the downside because if you see here, we pretty much filled this gap, right? We filled it up there, right towards that gap. You can see it on the little line there. Now that we filled that gap, we've tried to come up through 120 3 or 4 times. Right here, this last little try, it couldn't get through that 120. It looks like it wants to come right back down here and come cracking through those lows. So a lot of times I'm looking for moves like this, exactly like this, where you're getting 1 up move, 2 up moves. The stock comes down, 3 up moves, right? Well, on this 4th attempt, you should get the breakout. At least from my rule of 3, you should get that breakout towards the 124. You don't get it, so I look for the test down to support. And if it does test, a lot of times you break it.
So I'm seeing a really awesome comment here from one of my mentors on Twitter. I'm going to read it for you.
Let's do it.
This is really sums up today, in my opinion. Says, in my opinion, this is liquidation day 2022. This is it for the year. People taking off next week, whatever they want to dump, they dump it today. I think that is pretty spot on. I think that this is probably the end of the tax loss selling, liquidation, whatever you want to call it. Next week, I'm on vacation. I know a lot of other people are on vacation. We've got 4 days before the end of the year. I think your liquidation is ending this week. Next week, I think it might be even lighter volume than we saw this week. So keep that in mind. And also keep that in mind if you're trading any of these positions here. You had talked a little bit about Deer there, Mitch. Let me go ahead and bring Deer up here because this is actually a really good example. Looks like ISO is going for some more here. I wanted to bring up Deer. ISO, yeah, new highs here, 145 on ISO. But let me just finish my thought here on Deer. People that are liquidating are going to liquidate stuff that they, if they want to take gains, okay, and they want to pay the tax next year, okay. I suspect that's not the case. I suspect that people are liquidating, they're just getting rid of their losers, right? Tax harvesting, tax loss selling, whatever it is. If you've got something that you want to liquidate, you're doing it. Now, stuff that's been strong or stuff that has a positive outlook might not be on that list. And I think that when you see some of these stronger stocks like Deere, Caterpillar would also fit into this. You're seeing that, sure, they're down here because the market is selling off pretty aggressively, but it's not really terrible. It's not a complete breakdown. And in the case of Deere here, we're actually looking at this floating island. Let me see if I can highlight this for you here. I always forget which one this rectangle is in. So here you go. This is going to be your floating island here on Deere. I'll keep it here. We'll extend it out. Really what I want to see is a break to the upside here on Deere. My thought would be long side. Let's see if we can break this channel. Even on today, though, you see it's not really in danger of breaking to the downside here today. So we'll see. I agree with this comment a lot. I think that this is pretty spot on, but we'll see if this materializes. He goes on to say that this person goes on to say the market will be thin, but I suspect that the volume of selling is done. So there you go. We'll see if that's what materializes.
We'll see what happens. Doesn't look like Santa Claus, but I don't know.
Well, that's the thing. So here's the thing, Mitch. If today is the end of this, bringing us lower, maybe we bounce into the Santa Claus rally starting tomorrow. You'll never know. We shall see. People are talking about PRQR.
But is it really a rally if we go down 5% and then going back up 5%?
Gonna feel like one. No, but it's a good point, Mitch. You're talking about breaking into new levels and having a new rally. No, I mean, we're basically just recouping what we lost previous day.
Yeah, and for all the bulls that were like, yeah, the SPY is going it's back towards 420. Well, either the SPY doesn't like cannabis, but it ain't going to 420 anytime soon, team. It just doesn't look good. All the 420 call outs, I can't blame them. It was looking like we were getting strong. Man, that day where we went to 414, that was the ultimate rug pull. I remember that, a little move to 414 in the pre-market. What a rug pull. Wendy's hanging in the green. Oh, man. Yeah, Wendy's hanging in the green, a restaurant stock. It's all right. Not looking too bad. Just doesn't look good. The SPY was making new lows there.
Nate Mashoud, funny tweet here. Unconfirmed Santa Claus sleigh has been grounded for maintenance. Props on that one. That's well done. Well done.
Yeah, his FSD wasn't working, so he tried to get a Tesla this year. That's what happens. SPY doing a little reversal. Can we get something? I'm not even going to call it, team. It doesn't look good. Tesla now down through that monthly low of 130. Look at this, team. At 130.75, I was thinking maybe that could be the reversal. It is just getting pounded. Pounded. It is as low, I think, as it's ever been. 8 on the reading, RSI. Little part of me is getting interested. But this is what you call catching a falling knife. Anyone that's taken it so far in the last couple of days has just been catching the knife. I don't know if I want to follow that strategy.
Mitch going after Kathy right now.
I mean, I've been telling her to give me a call. I'm not there yet, but I'm getting to my CMT. She might need somebody to tell her some technical analysis over there. I know they might not look at it. But come on. Like if Kathy came to me, I would be like, yo, Kathy, can we just get a monthly chart that's getting smaller, not bigger? Expansion's not a good thing to see on monthly charts. Look what you're seeing here. You see how you went from small month to bigger, down? That's not a good thing. This is a monthly chart. That's that. And she's been buying all through here. If anything, she should have just waited with all that money and then just been scooping it up here with all that money down there, right? When you actually get that bottoming effect. That's what I would say, at least if I was her technical analyst. But hey, I don't think she's using one. I think she's more along just going on the valuation. And that's okay. I mean, if that's purely how you trade, that's okay. But just not where I would be buying Tesla. I guess, like we always say, to each his own.
Things slowing down a little bit here. ORIC actually looks better than PRQR at the moment. Maybe we can actually break this up. So you can see we're actually wicking out here quite a bit. I would look at 520 as your spot here on ORIC. 520. I'm going to try to mark it off here on the chart for you. Breaking down.
Talk about bullish stock, FedEx. Just want to put it on you guys' radar. It is having a good day. FedEx having a decent day there. Look at that little move to the right. Boom. Nice little pattern there too.
Good morning, Sydney. We were just talking about you. Sydney saying, Kathy wanting to date Mitch. Mitch's wife would be not too pleased about that.
Yeah, she's going to get cut.
Tax loss, sell that, Mitch. Tax loss, sell that.
Just pass the shiv. CNC healthcare plan doesn't look too bad on the day. I'm looking to see what's up, guys. So I'm looking at like S&P 500 stocks that are up right now. McKesson, FedEx. We got Host Hotels. I don't know this one. It's a REIT though. Cardinal Health. This one doesn't look too bad. Let's take a look at the daily chart. Ooh, this actually looks interesting. Look at this team. Cardinal Health. Nice little trend line. Starting to get back through a prior day. Now you want to get back through that high, that 80.69. Look at the 5-minute. You've been going sideways. I like this one. Just want to see some increase of volume now as you get through that 80.50, going on up there towards the next levels. Resistance around maybe the 80.75s. See if it gets up there. Cardinal Health. Crown Castles. Looks like the REITs are making moves today. This VRTX making a nice little lift. Humana. I'm trying to find some positive, There's stuff out there. ABC. Medical distribution stock. Not looking too bad. But you can see it starts getting slower and slower as we keep coming down. There's not too many names that are in the green today in the S&P 500. How about the VIX? Do you have the VIX? I think we have the VIX, right? On
no,
Pro?
we do not, because the VIX is part of the index feed that costs an absolute fortune. You could do
Yeah,
VXX though. You could do VXX though.
Yeah, I have it on.
If you have it on TC, just do it that way.
Yeah, I have it on TC. I can do it there. But I don't think this gives us edge. A lot of times, I don't feel like the VIX gives edge. I don't know why. I understand why people use it. I still have yet to find a way that I think it gives edge. But because some people were like, oh, well, when the VIX goes up, the SPY comes down. Well, that's not enough to give me edge. I'll just look at the SPY, right? It's just what I would say. But hey, I don't know. Maybe you guys have found a way to get edge on the VIX. I have yet to. Could PCE data turn the markets around if good? Yeah, it could help. It could definitely help a Santa Claus rally if we get some decent PCE numbers. Buy the dip. I actually interviewed an active ETF called DIP. Interesting. Well, at least the ticker is DIP, right? And so it's a BTD capital fund. And so it's essentially using AI to find stocks to buy dips on and actively trade them. Like if we were doing it, like an algo, Ryan. It's kind of interesting in that sense. Okay. Right? If you like dip buying approaches, this is what this is going to be doing. It's going to be doing it in nanoseconds. This is brand new, so it's a new product. So it might take a little while to come into play, but something that I'll keep in mind as I like to learn about things like this. Of course, this is using an AI, and you can see the liquidity is just kind of atrocious right now, but that happens. It's new fun, right? They're trying to figure out ways to first kind of get it out to the investors. I had to find out about it, right? So things like that. We'll see what happens on these. Just something to think about. I did interview them. It was pretty interesting. Boom, boom. Sorry, I just so many layouts. So much to go on.
It was just a little surprising to me to see me full screen like that. By the way, excuse me, PRQR right here at the VWAP. I saw a couple of people in the chat saying ready to move. PRQR definitely looks like it could pop here, but remember, it's not just the price level cross that we're looking for. We're also looking for the corresponding increase or expansion in volume. And so far, you can see that we're really not seeing that. This volume has really kind of tailed off. If all of a sudden this starts to expand again, especially as this moves to or through a key level, that is your entry trigger. That is what we're looking for.
Tesla 129.40s. Oh my God, yo. Elon, find a CEO now. Just make anybody a CEO on Twitter. It's going to do you probably good in Tesla, man. Oh my God, that's atrocious. Whew. It's an ugly looking chart. All right. Looks like the SPY said, yep. Thank you, guys. We're Big Bad Wolf out there. Jerome Powell.
Big bad wolf. Big bad.
Come on, man.
I'm telling you that if somebody has some drawing abilities or some digital drawing abilities and can draw Big Bad Wolf Jerome Powell for me, please, cartoon style, send it to me. I'd love to get out an article on the Big Bad Wolf.
My favorite Powell meme so far was the no time for puts. Let me see if I can find that. This right here. This was my favorite. When I laughed. And this is the best part. This is the best part. The fact that inflation is transitory was added to this meme is rich, because when we look back on it now, boy was that wrong. This one right here. Choice meme, whoever created this one.
Alyssa, get to it. Show me it. The Big Bad Wolf, Jerome Powell. And I'm telling you, he thinks we have brick houses. These things are made out of wood, out of paper, out of hay. He's going to blow us all down if he keeps blowing.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Took me a sec.
Took me a sec.
You see? I'm getting a little creative over here. Amazon pop. Let me take a look.
Great success.
Oh, 379 right on the kisser for the SPY, turning around a little bit here. We are seeing a little bounce there in Amazon.
Let me bring up the SPY chart here.
Who's willing to take some reversals? I don't know if I'm willing to take some reversals right now, even though we are beaten down, right? These are when you usually get some nice reversal style, but I don't know if today's the day for that. So you guys right now, Amazon bouncing a little bit there. SPY reversal right around that 379 area. We'll see what happens there. You can see it right around that. You even kissed below it, and you're recovering it. Doesn't look too bad on the 5 minute. I'd like to see this close back above 379.60s if you're looking for that reversal style. We'll see what happens there. Amazon also bottoming around 83.90s. There were some wicks towards the 83.80s, but that's looking like it's trying to hold 84. We'll see what happens now. Tesla also got a little bounce there. I saw it off the 129.50s. Definitely not something I'm going to jump in front of on Tesla. But Apple, when I did that short today, looked like it went a lot further than I expected. It went through the 133s towards 133.59s. So let's show you that on Apple. It's starting to bounce a little bit. We'll see if these can actually catch a bounce. FDX has stayed strong on the day. Nike has stayed strong on the day. So if you're still looking at those don't look too bad. But let's go back towards the SPY on the right-hand side here. And maybe we can leave Apple up on the left. Going towards the 1 a little bit closer so we can see what happens on the SPY. Normally, I would just stay on a 5 minute here or even a 15 minute to try to get around some of the volatility. But you guys can see how the SPY's very volatile right now.
SPY level for me here, Mitch, real quick. I just drew it out
Yeah,
here.
go for it.
377.85. This represents the low that we put in on December 20th. I think if we break that after this little curl, I think we resume some more downside action here. So 377.85, the line in the sand for me today on the SPY. Up temperature, not starting to drop yet, but we're close. We're close. We got a winter storm coming here. I cannot wait. I'm gonna
it's gonna ruin my fantasy playoffs. Give Diggs no catches in the snow. Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Oh yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
Right.
I'm battling in that fantasy. I'm trying to at least make it to the championship. And Ryan's.
I'll say I'll just take the L. Okay. Ryan holding his L's right now. I had easily this year the worst fantasy season for football that I've ever had. Now
it happens.
A couple of guys around the office here wanted to start a fantasy hockey, and I was all about that. Hockey's my favorite sport. I played when I was younger, and I was like, you mean to tell me that I get a chance to redeem myself before next year? Oh, I'm going to take that. I took it personally. I went Jordan style on him. Took it absolutely personally, and I'm destroying. I'm in first place, and the guy that's in second is like 100+ points behind me. That we took the Jordan mentality to that fantasy league. So,
SPY testing those lows, went really close to the 379. It got towards 379.02 there. We'll see what happens right now. ISO
moving back up. Price VSA trader, a good spot there. ISO, your high there was what, 147? Looks like we're at 142 right now. We are curling, trying to go back towards the highs on ISO. Of course, pulled it up on the wrong chart. I'm sorry, folks. Sorry. Here we go. Let's see if we can take out the top of this. 147. 147 in ISO. Let's go. Here it goes. 146. 147, Prince. And through. This is a penny stock here, so just
going for trying to get a entry there in Amazon. Just got it there. Gonna hold off the low right now, 83.85. Really quick trade here. Needs to just kind of get back up there, reversal style. We'll see what happens here. Be my last trade on the day. We'll see if we can get it up there. SPY needs to come up, though. Can't break that 379.
All right, Mitch.
Boom. This is Mitch. That type of day.
No. You don't even understand. I have got the big bad woof for you. You ready for this?
Dun, dun, dun.
Are you ready?
Are you ready?
Let's see if I can figure that one out.
Are you ready?
Are you ready
to control them all? This winter, J-Pow is the big bad wolf. Okay, let me know if that was any.
Let me know if that was any good. Probably wasn't. Let me go ahead and share this.
I liked it.
Alyssa really coming through in the clutch. Check this out.
Oh,
the big bad wolf, J-Pow.
Yo, honestly, that right there. Let's put out a big story. That right there, that image right there will get it viral. I'm telling you. That's it right there. The big bad wolf, Jerome Powell, coming here to stop Santa Claus.
He looked like he's ready to eat Santa Claus. Like he's got the nice slick jacket on. Like he gives zero F's and is about to eat Santa Claus. So Voodoo says the voice changer made me sound like Michael Murray. Oh man, that's brilliant, Voodoo.
Oh, that's brilliant. Yo, next time Michael Murray's on, you will not come on and jump on that stream with that voice.
Oh, yes, I will. I will totally crash that. Are you kidding me? Let's go.
Let's do it next time, Ryan. That's gonna be hilarious.
You know where to find me, Mitch. You know where to find me.
Jump on, be like, hello, Michael Murray.
Oh man.
Let's go, guys. Let's go.
Oh man. I love it.
I love it. You know what that reminds me of?
Greetings and welcome. I want to play a game.
Oh God. Oh, okay. I gotta calm down. That was fun. That was
Well,
fun.
Amazon's going well for me, at least. Not stressing too much. It's a small position, so it hasn't gone much. But the SPY is what I liked. Look at that reversal, 379. We went right back. We wicked there. Now we're pushing back. Now let's see if we can get the SPY back to VWAP. That's all we're trying to get it back to. I'm not trying to get it back there towards, let's say, the open. Hell no, I don't think it will get back there. I think we can get back there towards prior support or the VWAP. Prior support will be 380.97, right around there. You could just say 381. VWAP right now is 380.89. So if we can actually get it up there, it won't be looking too bad.
Tom saying we may turn here. So we are bouncing here on the SPY. Good shout there, Tom. Tom, is it just a key level that you think we're bouncing off of here? Is something else going on that thinks maybe the selling is done for the day and we may actually turn here? Taking a look at this, just kind of what Tom's saying, we are starting to kind of bottom here, that 378. Remember, excuse me, I almost lost it right there. Let me get you that exact number again. That 377.85, that was the line that we're looking at. Looks like so far we are holding that. We are holding that. Price VSA Trader saying this could be the reversal day. Reversal day.
You guys heard how I was feeling. I'm like, we can get maybe to VWAP. I don't see a complete reversal on the day, but we also at some point might get a little bit of a bounce, right? Well, this is the bounce. The question is, how far do we bounce? That I think we all can say that, yeah, we got the bounce. Now it's more along how far up do we ride back up the wall of worry?
Tom was saying just to feel. I got a lot of respect for this, right? Because I do a lot of things by feel too. When I talk to more experienced traders, they will often articulate how they trade on things that they've seen before that gives them a feel for things. So Tom, really appreciate you sharing that. Keep that up, man. We really, really appreciate stuff like that.
I don't know why my VWAP just kind of blows here. I don't know if I got to reset something, but my VWAP just doesn't work well on this trading view one.
Yeah. So it's for SPY though, right?
Yeah.
It's on the SPY. Yeah, it's weird. And here's the thing. So someone else in the chat noticed that the other day. It seems to be spot on for a lot of the stocks, but the SPY, for whatever reason, it's a little bit different.
And that just, I mean, that just goes to show you that sometimes you want to be comparing charts also. It helps you out. Make sure the indicators are showing you the same thing, right? Like different times RSI are calculated differently. It should be calculated only one way, but that's the important thing sometimes. Now the SPY, can we get back over the last 5-minute candle high, 379.81? We want to continue this trend if we're looking for that reversal style. So let's go towards that 5-minute here. And you guys can see that on the SPY. We need to get through these highs and just keep the trend going. We'll see what happens. Amazon not looking too good. On reversals, I don't mind setting a stop there. So like I set the stop at 85 because reversals a lot of the times for me, actually 84. Let's just be transparent, right? 83, 84. I usually, if I see like I want 85, I'll put like a penny off of it just in case we get like a little bid there. But from now, a lot of times with reversals, what I'm looking for is hands off at first. Hands off. Why am I setting that risk? Protective risk, right? I mean, you're looking for reversal style action. It should be quick and it should be potent going back into the direction that you just got washed from. If it's going sideways for a long time, that's always not the best signal, right? Because you're getting sideways consolidation at the low part of the range, not at the top of the range, right? You don't want to be seeing that. That's kind of more of your bear flag patterns and your bearish patterns building up. All right, I got to go ahead and start getting some education queued up. But it's been one of these days that I think I could keep trading because the movement out there is pretty significant today. You're still getting some movement and haven't had a bad day so far. So we might just keep trading here until we get AB on.
Hadi, excuse me. Oric did dump. It pretty much went right to VWAP though. It overshot it a little bit and then is now kind of trading back towards. The VWAP, let me go ahead and show this to you here when it loads. So you see, we just kind of traded right to VWAP, broke through VWAP. Now we're kind of coming back to reclaim it. When you see this, right, when you see these regressions back to some of these support areas, it happens where it overshoots it. I wouldn't panic yet right here. I mean, this, you shouldn't be in it. There's no long trigger here, but a move back through the VWAP here would be good for a long side trade. Possible entry would be if the volume was here to match it, like if we had volume sticks that look like this, for example, as opposed to volume sticks that look like this. So we're in a spot here, but no trigger yet. We're going to really need to see that volume come back into this name for this to be a long side trade. D-Factor, I really appreciate that. Smash the like. Give us some support here. We know it's the holiday season. We know the markets have been rough, but we're going to keep trying to bring you laughs, entertainment, and knowledge every single day so that you too can make it through times like these.
Like always, team, it's always about building on our skills, right? Every
That's right.
year, think about what you want to be learning next year in your financial journey, right? Is it maybe a little bit more on technicals? Is it learning what fundamentals? Maybe it's learning how to read earnings, right? Well, there's a lot of things that you can be learning and pushing towards. I always ask myself when I'm starting to get towards this year, what do I want to learn next year in my financial journey? SPY did not make the new high, rejecting that candle now. We definitely can't see it break through that 379. You guys know where else gets stopped out on Amazon. Right now, it's not looking like we want to get that pure reversal. So we need to see the SPY get back through that high of 379.80. Let's see if it get through there. It's 379.81 to be exact, but let's see if it gets back.
So some news here. Yeah, Scott, I just heard this too. Scott Miner died. That's really, really sad. Thoughts and prayers to his family on that one. Definitely sad.
All right.
I want to learn to make more money. You got it, Tom. That's what we're all here for. That's what we're all here for. And we're trying to get all of the knowledge from our community and share it with one another. You're a big part of that. Keep it up, my friend.
Learning curve, guys. That's what it's all about, right? Got to bend that learning curve. Make it easier. All right, let me go ahead and start queuing up some education. Let's see what we get to today. This is a fun type of day, though, for sure. Market's in red, but that doesn't mean that we can't be making some profits, right? Man, that success trade today. Whew. What a monster rip on success. It didn't even come back to the VWAP all day. That's how you know the momentum was strong. SPY just playing games right now. Sideways action. But does anything look like it's coming back? It's not too much, guys. It's not much in the green today. FedEx is still probably the if you're trading one stock to the green side, look at FedEx today. Not a bad stock to be trading to the greens, right? That's why we got to kind of know where the relative strength is. There was relative strength in FedEx yesterday. I didn't like the report, but as you can tell, that doesn't matter, right? You can see the price action. That's what's telling you if they like the report or not.
Tom, both accounts up over 100% this year. Yes, Tom, that is exactly what we want to hear. Ring that register, baby. Ring it a few times for that. Awesome stuff, Tom. This is what we're talking about. Like I said, share that knowledge with the group. You're a huge part of it. That's awesome performance, my man. Pat yourself on the back. Reward yourself and your family. That's great stuff, man. Keep up the good work.
Victory.
Flawless victory. Ooh, I like that.
That's a flawless victory for sure.
Great success.
That is nice. Very nice.
Very nice. All right, Mitch, I'm going to get rolling here.
It's very nice.
There we go. So we got a couple of Borats. On drops there. Absolutely love it. I'm going to get rolling here and get back to my day job. Good luck on queuing up the education. Thanks everyone for joining us this week. As a reminder, I am off all next week. But if you want to see some Escape from Tarkov, check out my Twitch stream, Nightfall 3. I'll go ahead and throw it in the chat here one more time. And have a Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to everyone out there in Chatland.
Yes, indeed. Have a good one, my friend.
Take care.
See you. All right, let's keep going. Let's get towards some action out here. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at what's moving in the markets. You guys can, like always, can let me know what you guys see. And if you guys want to go ahead and talk about something, we can bring it up. I can actually do this. Boom, boom. Different style. I'm on the right now. I don't know how this feels. All right, let's take a look here. Let's find what we got moving in the markets. You can see the SPY did not want to hold there. It's not looking good. Still in that Amazon. Haven't gotten the stop out yet, but it ain't looking bueno. We break this 379 and we right back down, team. Let's see what happens there. We're going to get through that 379. We're going to get a reversal from there. Are we going to just keep breaking down? Amazon does not look good right now, even though we could reverse still. So I'm just leaving it. The trade's on right now. At this point, cutting the trade would just be ruining the plan. Just leave it is, and we'll see what happens. There you go. Merry Christmas. There you guys can see the Twitch TV. You guys can follow my man, Nightfall. Give him a follow, guys, on the Twitch life. Give him a follow. All right, MU upside. Ooh, MU upside. I played it to the downside today, but it did come back towards that 49.80s. It's a hard pattern to trade today. Very volatile, that Micron technology. I don't like this pattern. It's not like anything that I see there, right? It's just like kind of this V pattern back here. Rejected again from that 49.80. Can't get back towards the 50, but it could eventually get through there. But when you're seeing these kind of moves back down, it's a little bit too much risk for me on a trade like this. Either way, right? Unless I'm shorting up here and holding off 49.90s, it doesn't make sense on the risk to return side. But we have to wait and see what happens. Amazon trying to cut me out here. We'll see what happens here. You guys can see it there. 85 is right there. We've touched it. Didn't get stopped yet, but really close to it. We'll see what happens if we can get back into the 84. Really, it's all about the SPY. The SPY's testing that down there. We need it to start pushing back up. All right, looking good here. If we can just start pushing back into the 84s. X approaching the cap to the downside. Take a look on X. Ooh, XEX. Man, that was such a bull trap out the gates on X. That was a tough chart to see there. Big push up there right out the gates and then just quickly right back down. Tough chart on that steal today. X gave it to you, but on the downside. Not good there. All right, we'll keep going through. If you guys got tickers, throw them up in the chat. Merry Christmas, Mike, to you also. I tried to get the Santa Claus hat back on, team, but we can't get back into the green. I don't know if I can wear the Santa Claus hat if we're just going to end on a Santa Claus dump for the year. Come on, guys. We'll see if we get this market to come back on. I was enjoying my little Santa Claus hat, but this market shut me down today. I tried to get it started yesterday. Started rocking it, getting the Christmas vibe, but didn't hold on there. New lows in that X. Amazon still holding on by a thread. We'll see what happens there. SPY just playing games on that 379, even doing a big wick through there. We'll see if we actually do get a cut down or not. EDSA. All right, not a bad little move there. Biotech stock. Good little push. ISO continuing through that 164. What a day for this one. Been a complete rip up. Where can we stop? I see the next stop towards, I would look for this 176, 175 area, but it's still looking good there. It's been a nice day. Pushed through the high of that 150. Got up there to 162. Not a bad little move. ORIC. This one doesn't look too bad here on the pullback off the VWAP. Did come back towards the VWAP, 469. See if it gets back there towards 5. Not one that I know, but just running through these because I know that you guys like these cheaper names. So can't blame me for it. PRQR. Filling in a huge gap zone. We'll see what happens on this one. Boom. It's made a nice little move. Got to move back above the VWAP. Now trying to hold VWAP and come back through 3. This is not a bad one to keep in mind. All right, taking some stocks. Final flush on the SPY, you think, says Price VS Trader. We'll see. It hasn't really broken through that 379. So overall, on Amazon, I'm starting to feel a little even better on this one. But to not be full on Amazon, we could go ahead and diversify and maybe like an Apple, right? And so this one also has that reversal style action. It was pretty much off of down here. And so you started holding the 130, 135s. We could get into this one trying to get a little bounce back towards 132.60, but going to stay on the Amazon one. Amazon looking good now towards the 84.22s as we start getting the reversal action. Going to look for the SPY to really start getting that push back, start getting that move towards the VWAP. Can we get that move up there? That'll definitely help us out. Looks like we're starting to finally get a little bit of reversal. Natural gas says fresh head design. I'll take a look there. I got you, my friend. Let's take a look. All right, UNG, LNG, Boyle. Not looking too good there on natural gas. What natural gas are you looking at? Are you looking at the futures? ASO being brought up in the chat. Anthony, try not to repeat the ticker. I got you. I'll get to it. Academy Sports pulling back significant. One of the things that I would say is that at least if it can hold kind of some resistance, kind of prior resistance, comes support, I would say that's down there towards maybe the 49 area. So look for that to kind of come back towards 48, 49s first. Then I'd maybe look for a little bit of a bounce. It doesn't look that great there. This stock had its little pop and gone below this. If it closes below this, I don't really like it too much. 49.85. It's definitely breaking that last little push. We'll just look for the next support to work in here, which is around that 48.21, 48.23 area. Amazon not looking too bad there. I'll go ahead and I'll put up the Amazon chart. You guys can see it there. It's trying to come back here. We'll see if it gets the lift or not. All right, have a good one, Mike. Hit the thumbs up on your way out. All right, what else is making moves? AMC going crazy next year? Oh, good Lord. The bots are back? Oh, man. AMC, guys. AMC. What is going on with you guys? AMC's... That story just gives me a headache. I'm going to keep going. I'm not even going to talk about AMC. It's just disappointing. Amazon now back up there. We're almost to the VWAP. We got to actually start putting out an order as we start popping through the 40s, looking for like the 55, 60s. I'll take that. Final gain on the day. Let's see if we can get this. All right. Let's see into the 50s. I don't mind that. We'll look for prior support to act as resistance. I'll show you guys that on this chart here. That can act as resistance too, this 55. So we'll see if it gets up there towards those levels. The bodies are above it towards the 84. So somewhere in between there, I'd be looking for my profit target. Somewhere in between these two lines. Let's see if we can get that nice little pop in the 40s. Can put out my order into the 50s. Take the profits and run. Really, the market needs to push. SPY not trying to get back towards the VWAP. Need this to get out of this kind of little channel here. So you can see here, you could draw a trend line on the 5-minute. What does this look for us? This looks like what kind of pattern, team? What kind of pattern is this? Let's see. First person to get it right. Looks like I will get you a gift card to get some Benzinga swag so that you can have a Benzinga present underneath the tree. First person to get this right in the chat. I'm going to go on the thing that I have right here, my chat. Who's going to get it right? What pattern is this right here on the SPY 5-minute with a horizontal support line and a downtrending trend line to the upside. Who's going to get it right? Double bottom, says Becca. You're not wrong on that, Becca, but the pattern is not a double bottom. It's a kind of a let's see. It's the bearish flag. Some people are saying descending triangle. Here we got it. We got it, team. I'll speak about it and why it's a descending triangle. But Hendrik, reach out to me. Shows@benzinga.com. Shows@benzinga.com. Or you can also just CC me on that one also. I'll just put it up here. Shows@benzinga.com or Mitch, of course, @benzinga.com. And you can reach out to me and get that present underneath your tree. Not bad. Descending triangle. All right, let's talk about why it's the descending triangle. Give me 1 second, team. I'm going to pull up my CMT, of course, study guide. You guys know how I love to pull this up for us, and we can take a look into this pattern. I can find it for us. Just give me 1 second as I roll through here and pull this pattern up. And we're going to talk about why it's a descending wedge versus a flag pattern. I think that's an important thing to kind of catch here. So we'll get through that right now. Let me just get 1 second to go ahead and find this pattern here. I can just look for descending triangle. What? All right, there we go. Now we're in the patterns. Boom, I got it right now. I'm going to show you guys it in 2 seconds. Just want to get you guys the right pattern here. There we go. All right, so looks like I have bullish ones. Just give me 1 second to get us a descending triangle on the bearish side. I have some bullish ones on here. I want to look up the pattern to the bear side. Boom. Now we got it here. All right, this one represents it perfectly. There we go. Saving that. I'm going to bring it up here right now. Do a little education myself today. All right, let's go ahead. Let's bring this up here for you guys. Like always, one of the things that we want to do is kind of teach a little bit here. So we're just going to take a little bit of a teaching moment here. And of course, I'm keeping an eye on right there. I got my stop for Amazon, so I'm not really stressing it. Looks like it's about to hit. It's pulling back down there. Amazon got as high as 84.30s. Got even into the 40s. Might have taken that profit. Should have taken that profit maybe closer towards the 40. Probably going to get stopped out right here. There, got hit there. So definitely got out of that. SPY coming right back down. Let's talk about that pattern. So that pattern is the descending triangle, right? So a lot of times when we get these patterns, right, what's going to help us understand it and why it's a descending triangle? Well, one thing, it's a triangle look because you have a horizontal line, right, going into that trend line. And what tells you if it's descending is really the trend line. If you see the trend line on the downside coming down, right? You guys see that it's coming down, right? It might be the other way because I'm flipped on the camera. But if you guys see a descending on the trend line, that's what's going to tell you if it's descending or increasing, right? To the upside, ascending. And then the triangle is going to tell you because of the horizontal line. What's the difference between the flag? Well, the flag needs to have two trend lines going down, two trend lines on the down move, right? And so that's what you would see if it's a flag. Flag has two trend lines. Pennants are the ones that sometimes get confused with flags, which are two trend lines that are coming towards a climax middle part. And so it looks like two lines that are coming in here, and I can show you guys that on the SPY. So if it was kind of more of a pennant, it would have had a line where it's coming into it like this. This is more that pennant look, right? Bear flag is more something like this. So let me delete this line. Bear flag is more like a side trend like this. Two trend lines coming down like that. That's more of a bear flag, right? And so that's how you can distinguish between patterns. It's not easy, right? And this might actually be coming into closer towards maybe a flag pattern. If you maybe look at it on a 15, you can see here trend line. And on the 15, it looks more like kind of a flag pattern. And at least it's not the biggest flag pattern because you don't have true extension here. But it is looking like it's trying to reverse there. So that's the difference there. And it can get confusing. The big thing, understanding of where the horizontal line, where the trend lines are, that's what's going to help you determine there if it's a descending triangle or it's a flag or it's dependent. But hey, we had some fun part going through there. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Only thing I won today, says Henrik. Hey, well, not too bad, man. We'll definitely get you a nice little gift card so you can pick something out there from our t-shirts or something like that, from our swag at benzinga.com. You guys can check out swag at benzinga.com also if you guys want to get a little bit of some swag underneath the Christmas tree. Check it out, team. We got some good stuff. Check it out, team. Get that swag. That's where you can go ahead and take a look at it, Henrik. All right, let's keep going. We'll take a look. And like always, if you guys want to take a look at some kind of patterns, we can always go through that. And I'm going to do my best to go ahead and explain them the best I can. That's what it's all about for me on the CMT. And why am I doing the studies, right? I'm doing it because I want to go ahead and help you guys understand, myself understand, and of course, help you guys bend that learning curve. Doesn't look great right now. SPY just hanging on sideways. It ain't looking like we're going anywhere anytime soon, team. So unfortunately, doesn't look like the best move right now. But I'm going to do something for you guys here. If you guys want to check out here, we can do two things now. I can put on some education, some more education content for you guys, or I could put on an interview for you guys as an outlook into 2023. We put this video out just a couple of days ago with Adam Johnson. You can go ahead and play that, cue it up. Let me know what you guys want to see. Press 1 for some more boot camp education. Press 2 for some interview on 2023 outlook, stock outlook. And press 3 if you're like, no, forget all that. We just want to see you here going through some charts, Mitch. We can ride on that. Let's see what you guys got. All right. There's some ones rolling through here. So it looks like some people are interested in checking out the 2023 outlook. Okay. Hattie said we'll do 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, I wish we could, right? We could do it all. Miss Lucia said 3. We got some more 3s coming in here. Marie, I see you guys. You guys aren't sleeping. You guys are awake. I see it. There's some more 1s rolling through here. Oh, the competition out there. There's some 2s too. All right. So it looks like mainly I'm seeing 1s. So that's not too bad. Now I'm seeing some 4s. Watching AB blow up his Robinhood account. Don't worry, Tiny. You can just stick around for that. Nah, just messing with AB. He loves to have fun. Loves to take a little bit of that YOLO action. At least he's back out of the PDT rule. So he's not being restricted anymore. And wouldn't you know it, guys? The SPY recovering that 379 after that recent cut down. It's still playing games with us out there. So be careful, team. All right, let's go ahead. 1, take back my 2. I meant 1. I got you. We'll go ahead and take a look into 2023. And later today, I'll let you guys know about another video that I'm putting out. I'm going to give you guys and show you guys the one that we've already put out. But later today, we got another great one that I had an interview just yesterday. I know most of you might have missed it, which was with Luke Lloyd, Stock Outlook. Catch that today, later, 4 p.m. Eastern, right here on, of course, Benzinga. I'll be releasing that and getting it out there. Hope you guys catch that. It'll be a little bit later today. Actually, it's going to be 4:30. I think we got a cannabis event, but I'll check up on that. It should the Cannabis Insider team. I might have to bump them a little bit. Hit this at 4. Don't miss it, team. Stock Outlook 23. Luke Lloyd. But let's get towards my man Adam Johnson. This was recorded on, of course, New York City Central Park. Yeah, I said it, team. Central Park. Can you guys believe that? We did an in-person interview there. And the big thing for us is that we are going to do an update. So stay tuned, team. This is going to get an update next week. I'll have Adam Johnson on. But take a look at what he's thinking about. Take a look at how he finds high-quality stocks. This is the important thing, right? It's not only necessarily listening to the experts in what they like, right? Because that's kind of more in copy mode. But what I think is important is necessarily catching the experts in how they go about picking through stocks, right? What do they look at? Well, let's take a look here. I'll go ahead and share that. I'm going to pull down my screen here. Go ahead and reshare. Boom, got this ready to go. Let's put this on. Let's get it going here. Let me make sure I'm in 1080. Boom, yes, 1080. Let's get this rolling here. All right, bringing it up here. Let's check a look here. Adam Johnson from New York City, Bullseye Brief, how to find high quality stocks. All right, let's get right towards it. How we doing, Benzinga Nation? We're here with Adam Johnson in New York City Central Park. Why Central Park, you might be asking? Well, look around. You guys can see the action that's going on. We are fully reopened. A lot of people focusing on the economy. Is it getting weak? We see a lot of action, at least here on the street.
It feels good, doesn't it?
It does.
I mean, it's been so long. We waited for this for 2 years. And I can tell you, I walk down through the park every day. And, Mitch, there were so many days where there was just nothing happening here. And to see it like this, it's exciting.
Yes. One thing that the reason why I first reached out to you was a lot of these walks in the talks, walk in the park, talking about the markets.
Yeah, right.
And
walk and talk.
I love those that you do that because what it shows to us is the real life kind of walk. There's always studio talk, but I think it's always great when we can get true opinions and transparency. That's why I've always reached out to you, Adam. So I'm excited to jump into today's interview. Let's talk about first, how do you find quality stocks? You have Bullseye Briefs.
Sure.
And a lot of that is a newsletter.
Yeah.
So how do you find the high quality stocks?
Well, my thing at Bullseye Brief is American ingenuity, right? The people and companies driving the world forward. So I'm a growth investor. I'm a thematic investor. If American ingenuity is the theme on the top, then it's the themes on the way down that bring me to individual stocks, whether you want to talk about artificial intelligence or robotics or clean energy. And then it gets into the nitty gritty of what you're talking about. How do you find quality? I think there are a couple things that define quality, especially right now. One, given that rates are going up, is low debt. You want to see low leverage. Number two, given what we have been through over the past year and a half because of rising rates, companies with cash flow, with real earnings, that matters. All of a sudden, just having revenues, it's not good enough. And then I think the third component that I would imagine everyone can agree on, and it's going to sound very Warren Buffett of me, but you might want to sound like Warren Buffett, and you might want to be like Warren Buffett. Focus on management, quality management teams. So if you can find cash flow, if you can find low debt, and if you can find quality management teams, all wrapped into one stock, that's a great place to start. And then it has to fit some sort of story that you can understand, and a story that has legs. Not just, are they going to beat the numbers this quarter, but where is this company going over the next 2 years, 3 years, 5 years? Will it change the way we live? Do they have a competitive advantage? Who are the competitors? And those are the issues that I like to get into.
Yeah, I mean, I like to comment on management because if you think about the biggest companies, they probably have a big leader too that's leading their way.
Sure. And just as I think what makes Tesla unique is that it was the vision of one person. And that car has not been designed by committee. It's got a very specific viewpoint. Whenever you try to design a car by committee, a strategy by committee, you get bogged down. Okay, I find we govern ourselves by committee, right? That's democracy, which may be why sometimes it takes us longer than either of us or probably many would like to get to decisions and make things happen in Washington. But fortunately, on Wall Street and in corporate America, people matter, individuals matter, individuals can make a difference, and someone with vision and integrity is the and skin in the game is the person I want to see at the top of the company that I'm buying.
Definitely. Now let's go ahead. Let's jump into a kind of a wrap up of the 2022 action in trading and investing.
Do we have to? It's been painful.
Yeah, that's why it's probably more of a wrap up, right?
Well,
I mean, it's going to be great to be moving into next year. But
yeah,
what
and
do you
informative.
Think of
2022 has been the hardest investment time of my life, and speaking as someone who traded options through and stocks through 2008, the great financial crisis, the .com blow up of 2000, some of the currency crises of the 90s. So, I've been around. I'm older than I look, Mitch. But 2022 has been very hard, in part because I've never seen sentiment so negative. And you can see that in the data, right? Consumer confidence at 50-year lows, positioning among institutional investors at 30-year lows. I mean, that's pretty dramatic stuff. And what's so ironic about it is that the two E's of earnings and employment have been so strong, all-time highs, right? So there's this cognitive dissonance between the action behind us here on Park Avenue South in the middle of New York City on a beautiful day where everything seems so vibrant, and then all these surveys and emotions of people in the market where it's so down. Yeah, I'll be very happy for 2022 to be in the rearview mirror, for inflation to come down, for the Fed to stop being on our backs, and for us to be able to get back to picking stocks and embracing growth.
Definitely. Now let's go ahead. Let's get into what a lot of investors are trying to go ahead and position themselves now, which is going into 2023. And a lot of that is going to be focused on themes and areas to focus for investments. What are some of those themes that you're looking forward to in 23?
Well, again, remember, I'm a growth investor. So while I appreciate the argument for value, you're not going to see me buy Bank America at 1.1 times book, because I think it's going to 1.5 times book. And that's a fine way to invest, and I get that. But no, for me, it's again about bullseye brief, American ingenuity, the people and companies driving the world forward. So robotics, artificial intelligence, clean energy, the digitization of money, the digitization of physical assets, the move of everything online. I mean, every company is not only online, every company now is becoming an artificial intelligence company. So there's a lot you can sink your teeth into, and a lot I'm looking forward. And I think, Mitch, that as we find inflation coming down, supply chains have already begun to normalize, commodity prices have already dropped significantly. Now we just need wages to stabilize and the service sector to stabilize. As that happens, the Fed will have cover to stop raising rates 75, 50 basis points, whatever it is on any given month. And as rates stabilize, we'll be able to rerun all of the discount cash flow models whereby we evaluate what future earnings are worth today. And that will give the investment community at large confidence to go in and buy stocks as opposed to sell stocks.
All right. Now, you mentioned robotics. You mentioned different themes there. Let's go into a little bit more of the micro. Let's go into any of the stocks that you like going into 23.
I mentioned artificial intelligence as one of the defining factors and engines of growth. If you're going to talk artificial intelligence, I think you have to start with NVIDIA, which is, it's amazing to think that was a single-digit stock not all that long ago. I didn't buy it there, but I do own it now. And it's down significantly from the highs. They've recently announced a next-gen architecture that's even faster than what already was the fastest chips in the world. Their current chips can calculate or make 3 trillion calculations per second. So as you're playing Grand Theft Auto, and right, you see your own reflection in the mirror as you walk by, and it changes with every step. That's because each pixel is being recalculated in real time. 3 trillion calculations per second. That's the current chip. The new chips are 10 times faster than that, 30 trillion calculations per second. And that's the kind of computing power that you need to drive artificial intelligence. It's why Facebook, you can love them or hate them, but it's why Facebook is using stacks of NVIDIA chips in their new supercomputer. So I think artificial intelligence is something we can all relate to, and that's a great place to start.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, with Moore's law, I mean, it's just a kind of a given there that that's an area that's going to continue to develop.
Yeah, yeah. And by the way, when you talk about NVIDIA, the valuation is half what it was several months ago. So, you know, it's something you can look at and say best in breed. And that, by the way, is another important theme for me, best in breed companies. And are they down? And it's a rhetorical question, which I'll answer myself. And that is, you buy them, right? I mean, from NVIDIA being down to Salesforce being down, customer relationship management, Palo Alto Software for cybersecurity. I mean, these are big, chunky companies with cash flow, with high quality managements that have been in place for a long time, with proven track records, and their valuations have been cut in half. These are the names I think that we need to focus on for 2023. They're the names that if you are a Tiger Fund Cub, or if you're a BlackRock, or if you're one of these other hedge funders that I know you talk to from time to time, and you're down a lot, 30, 40, 50%, and you need to make the money back, you go to best in breed and big, because those are the companies that you can buy, get a big position on. And I think you can talk about trying to make some money back first, and then actually making some money for your investors as we get into 2023, which I think will be a much better year than 2022.
Definitely. Now let's talk, of course, today there's going to be some Fed talk, but what we're really looking forward to is really, where does the benchmark really go to, right? I mean, I think this is what a lot of people are trying to decipher, because at some point, yes, we know that they will come back to cutting rates, but where do you feel the Fed fund ends at the end of the year? And also, what ends up happening going into 23? How do you feel the Fed's outlook will be?
Well, I can give you my opinion, Mitch, but actually the collective wisdom of the bond market is way smarter than I am. Yeah. So if you look at Fed funds futures, and there literally are futures based upon where you think Fed funds are going, just like their cattle futures, oil futures, gold futures, and the Fed funds futures market suggests that the Fed actually is going to be done early in 2023, and that they're only going to hike rates about another 2 percentage points. You say, oh my gosh, 2 percentage points. I can't handle that. Well, remember, the markets move before the facts. And the 10-year, the 2-year have already moved dramatically and have discounted some of that move. So I think we are closer to the end of the Fed rate hike cycle than the beginning. In fact, I think we're past halfway. And again, that's not me speaking. That's the collective wisdom of the bond market. So if you think that the Fed fund futures market has it right, and that the Fed is done by let's say February, stocks are going to move before that, because stocks generally move 4 to 6 months before the actual event, which means we're setting the stage for some sort of move rotation this fall. Will it necessarily be correlated with midterms? I don't know, but maybe. Might it already be starting to happen now? Maybe. But I think as you look forward, the way a Warren Buffett would look forward and think about the long term, I think you can make the case for some sort of pivot, because inflation will start to back off. It already has. That'll give the Fed cover, and that will enable investors to go out and buy. So it's a chain of events, and I think those wheels are already in motion.
Well, definitely right now is a time where investors have gone through what's we'll call bear market, right? And I think at this point in time, it's all about trying to give tips to investors that are new, right? Because the kind of investor that was around in maybe the financial crisis time has already seen what a down market could really come back to. The new investor that probably came in 2020 probably got their meme stock portfolio ripped to shreds. Now, what are some of those tips to those investors that are really trying to establish their retirement looking forward?
Yeah, and I like the way you just framed that question, because I think it speaks to mentorship and sharing. And I think the only reason I've gotten to where I am in my career is because so many people have looked out for me along the way. So in terms of sharing what I have learned, read more, trade less. Think more like Warren Buffett and less like, God bless him, Jim Cramer. a very smart, successful guy. But I don't want to trade in and out. That's not what I do. I'm trying to help my subscribers identify the high quality companies that not only have staying power, but are changing the way we move, because those are the ones that are growing, that generate upside, not only for customers, but ultimately for investors like us. And, at the end of the day, we're trying to build wealth, both for ourselves and for our families. So, focus on quality, trade less, do the work. I feel like in the past year, everyone's become a chartist and a macro expert. And while I look at charts myself, and while I have an opinion about the macro, the economy, employment, etc., my secret weapon is looking at the transcripts from company earnings reports and from CEO presentations. And what I really like to do is go to the Q&A part. When you get the analysts on Wall Street, when you get the 14 analysts who cover a given stock on a phone call with the CEO, those 14 analysts know way more than I will ever know about this company. And the questions that they ask are the ones that, if I knew as much as they do, and I might know as much as some of them, but collectively, they're going to know more than you or I or any single individual. Yeah, if I focus on those questions and then specifically the CEO or the CFO's answer, that's where I get the nuggets that ultimately help me make an educated decision.
Great tip there. Definitely paying attention to the analysts. And I agree with you. I mean, that's their job, right? Usually they only got a couple of stocks that they deep dive into.
I mean, they live and breathe these companies, and you got to respect that and take advantage of their knowledge. And the fact that we actually have access, typically on a company's investor relations website, to those transcripts, what a gift. I mean, that's amazing.
Definitely. Now, the last thing I'll leave off, if you mentioned Warren Buffett, maybe it's a quote from him, but what's a quote that has stuck with you in finance that you kind of refer to back, and is a really good quote to kind of continue moving forward in your investment career?
Well, my mentor of many years, wonderful investor, who's very private, so I won't mention his name, but has been enormously successful, was a public CEO for a long time, likes to ask himself, and when I worked for him for 13 years, he would ask the same of me, a couple of questions every quarter. What am I doing that I should do more of? What am I doing that I should do less of? Where are the biggest opportunities, and how exposed am I to them? I think those are three great questions that if we can ask ourselves on a quarterly basis, what am I doing that I should do more of? What am I doing that I should do less of? And what are the biggest opportunities, and are we exposed to them? I think that's a good introspective, thoughtful, macro and micro way to move forward.
I love it. It's kind of like it's your own SWOT analysis, right?
Yeah.
Your strengths, your weaknesses, opportunities, and the
Yeah.
targets you're looking for. So
Yeah.
I like the approach there. So last thing I want to leave off with is, of course, where you guys can learn more about all the work that Adam Johnson does for Bullseye Briefs.
Oh, thanks, Mitch. Well, it's a lot of work, and I love what I do. Bullseyebrief.com is my investment letter. I publish every week. It's a new stock pick every Sunday, as well as news on the names, catalysts on the names, and what I may or may not be buying or selling on a given week. So bullseyebrief.com. I have a 45-day trial for $45, $1 a day, and then annual subscriptions and quarterly subscriptions as well. So bullseyebrief.com. And by the way, I always put my phone number on all my emails to people, because I think that it's important that if people have questions, if you have questions, you should be able to get in touch with me. Mitch and I are talking today, but I want to be able to talk with you too.
Excellent. Like I always say, it's not about the answer, it's about the questions. So definitely reach on out if you have that question for Adam. And I think that's really about it. It's not about asking the answers. It's about knowing what questions to ask so that you can go ahead and make your investment decisions.
And figuring it out together.
Yeah, definitely. That's what we're here for. Thank you for joining me today,
Oh,
Adam
Mitch,
Johnson, here in New York City Central Park. You know, one of the things is I've always watched Adam go through this park, and I think it's definitely a great opportunity to bring this to you guys, the Benzinga Nation.
Thanks, Mitch.
Thank you.
All right, team, not doing too bad. I hope that you guys enjoyed that aspect from Adam Johnson and look forward to seeing him on Stock Market Movers next week. Hit the thumbs up. It's time to get you guys over, of course, to Benzinga Live. We got my man AB about to get on here. Hop on and take control. And it looks like we got the best, I would say at least, one of the best day traders out there, and definitely the guy that has the screens that blow anybody's setup out of the way. I have yet to see a setup like what's going to happen on Benzinga Live. We'll see if the chat knows who exactly I'm talking about, giving you a little bit of a preview outlook. I'll bring on AB now, and then we'll get you guys going right here on Benzinga Live. You ready to get going, my friend?
What's up? What's up, Money Mitch? Yes, sir. We are ready to get rolling. Let's go ahead and take over control here. Get into a nice Benzinga Live on this beautiful Thursday. Mitch will be back in an hour or so for Stock Market Movers, like he said. But yep, hope everyone is out there enjoying their Thursday, getting some weather, or supposed to get some weather here in the St. Louis area. Not sure if everyone else is catching some part of that storm across the country today. Let's go ahead and pull up the Benzinga Pro and just get a quick rundown on the overall indices before we start the show. The S&P 500 SPY index down about 2% today. So rough day so far. You got that whim on here on Benzinga Pro. Major indices are lower, following better than expected U.S. GDP and jobless data, which have been added to concerns of an overheating economy, tight labor market. So to me, I mean, we're right back to where we were with bad news being good news and good news being bad news. Anyone out there try explaining, to your spouse or to someone who doesn't follow the market that the market is down today because the U.S. economy is too strong, right? Because we're doing too well. The GDP was too good. That's why the market's getting crushed. For most people, it makes no sense. I actually, don't like. I was talking about XLE and XLF yesterday and on Monday. And what we saw basically like 2 weeks ago, and I guess it's all connected to the Fed continuing to raise rates, potentially bringing us into that recession. But watching the XLE and the XLF roll over at the same time was showing that a lot of people were starting to get more concerned about a recession. And then now you have this data which completely combats that, basically saying, okay, the GDP was actually stronger than expected. The economy is doing okay. So I think the bottom line is if you're a long-term investor and you hear news like that, if you're holding SPY, for 20 years right now, if you're just adding it to a Roth IRA or something, and you hear that the US GDP, like, that should put you at ease. Hey, look, the economy is okay. Does that mean the Fed's going to continue raising rates? Probably. But the flip side to that is that so far the underlying economy has been able to tolerate those rate hikes and been able to be, stay pretty afloat so far. And of course, people are worried, that as the Fed continues to raise rates, certain stocks or certain assets may be in more trouble. Looking at Tesla stock, which we talked a lot about yesterday, so might not talk about it as much today. I did talk about why I was kind of holding those puts yesterday, or bought some more puts yesterday, and those paid out nicely today. Tesla down 6.5%, but just continuing this, I don't even know what you want to call it. I mean, broke through that 140 level that we were watching, now down to 128. I don't know if this right here, where it looks like, because look at it. Look at where we were pre-COVID. So before COVID hit, Tesla stock, and this is all split adjusted, but Tesla stock was at, say, $60. We're still at more than double what it was pre-COVID. And most stocks aren't still double what they were pre-COVID, right? Let's look at Apple. Apple actually might be. February. Yeah, Apple pretty much is. Apple's $80 before COVID, so 1.6. So no, Apple's less than double what it was before COVID. I don't think most stocks are still more than double what they were before COVID. So I wouldn't come out here chasing Tesla, just thinking that because it's come down so much so quickly that it has to come back up. It might, I mean, it will. It's not going to go straight down, so it probably will catch a bounce like at some point. But I mean, you guys know me. I'm not out there touching or buying Tesla right now. So, all right, guys. Quick agenda for the show today. We will be bringing on my man Steve Kalasian here in a couple minutes. Later in the afternoon, we should be bringing on Rob Roy. And as always, if you've got stocks, if you've got trades or stocks you want me to check out, drop them in the chat. But yeah, I think this has been, to me, the biggest headline of the day outside of the GDP and econ data that was driving the market lower, actually, was Tesla just continuing to trade off. We can go here. Netflix still below that $300 level. QQQ is down about 3%. So this is actually what I was talking about yesterday, was that yesterday was a good day for the market and for Qs, and Tesla was not getting a bounce. And I basically said the reason why I like those kind of like cheap out of the money puts was because if today or Friday was an actual red day after yesterday was a green day and Tesla wasn't getting a bounce, that I expected Tesla to kind of drop pretty heavily, and it did. Oh man, Scott Menard died. Scott Menard. Wow, it's terrible. All right, guys, I do see our first guest hanging out in the background. So without further ado, let's go ahead and give my man Steve Kalasian a very special Zinger Nation welcome, and bring Steve on and see what he's been watching in this kind of crazy market, see what he's seeing. Mr. Steve Kalasian, how you doing?
Hey, Aaron. Good morning, everybody. How are you?
Pretty good. Crazy day today so far in the markets. What are you watching? What are you seeing?
We we got some big sell reversals here around 9:45. Around 10:50, we got a little bit of a bounce. Got some shorts off. Just pushed down to new lows here. The market's in a lot of trouble. I've been, since I've been on, I've been just telling you lower highs. To tell you, this Tesla even blew through my target, was 137, 138. Now you down to the 128 level. Ultimately, if you take the measured move, it could get down to the 85, 90 level. Believe it or not, when this is all done, I'm really bearish for 2023. And I've been saying, like, this market just keeps making lower highs. And I told you, based upon this work I have, I'm looking for this to come to an end and base sometime the end of 2023 at a lot lower levels than where we are. And then I think we're going to have a 2-year of the most biggest bull market and make new highs after that. But from a lot lower levels here.
Well, I like the sound of the bull market making new highs. And that's, I think what
not from here, though.
No, I know. I'm saying when we eventually get to that point, and that's what people got to realize, is there's no telling, really. There's no magic way to tell how long a bear market's going to last or where it's going to bottom. But what we do know historically is that every single bear market has then eventually been followed by a bull market that has made new highs, right? I mean, after COVID, we saw the first global pandemic in 100 years, and then within a year, we were making new all-time highs in the market.
Yeah, I think you're gonna see 5,000 on the S&Ps by 2025. That's my prediction. I've been bearish ever since I've been on this show, and I've been just calling for lower highs, and you can just see the complete deterioration, and you can you can see the significant overhead resistance above. And look at this chart here. This is
This is Tesla on a 2-minute chart, was just making new lows of the day. So I wanted to check that out. Tesla breaking
a great short at around the 129.50 level. It just dropped here about $2. This is just complete liquidation here. People are just, dumping. Look at Microsoft down 9. I mean, Square. Look at Roku. Can you imagine Roku is over 450? I mean, look at these symbols here. Roku's in the low 40s now here. And I'm not a believer in buying and holding, especially at these levels. When you have PE ratios in the 21 in the bear market, I mean, Disney's PE was like 52. I mean, these are insane numbers here.
Yeah, Disney's stock continuing to show weakness here too. I mean, look at this chart. You're now down to the COVID lows, and I remember
go lower. Disney's going to go in the low mid 40s to maybe 35 to 45 range when this time is done. Then I think you back up the truck.
I remember, once COVID hit, after Disney went from right here in March 2020, went down to $80 and ran all the way up to 200. People being like, "Oh my God, that was such an obvious buy." When Disney got down to $80 in the COVID crash, and now we're back down to 80, and I don't want to touch it.
I wouldn't touch Disney with your money. What's the PE ratio on this now? 50 in the 50s, right? I think.
Let's check. Disney is working with a 48 PE right now.
So it just came down 6 from the price dropping in the last probably 8 days.
I do think, as far as the PE on Disney, there was like an acquisition or something there that might be kind of throwing off that ratio a tiny bit, but not much.
Even if you go 35, it's still relatively super expensive.
Yeah.
I mean, David Tepper came on TV this morning, said that he thought the markets were going below 3,200 based upon, the price earning ratios of most companies here. And they're between 18 and 21. I've been saying this for the last couple months. These price earning ratios are way too high.
Yeah, so the forward PE on Disney's 21, the real PE is about 49, price to sales 1.9. So it is, I mean, it becomes a question on if you think the company, really grows that much, or if it just, just continues to kind of bring in cash from the parks or whatever.
I think if you're going to go, and I think we're going into a severe recession next year. People are not going to have discretionary income. You see the prices of what it costs to go to Disney, to travel in the parks. It's insane. Insane. People, average American family can't afford that. And I mean, they're just ballooning and inflating these prices. And it's just sad. I took my kids to Disney at least 2 or 3 times. They had the greatest time. But these prices now are Americans can't handle that. This price is going to come down. They got to either you got to adjust. And this reminds me of the recession back when I was invited to his birthday party. I was one of 10 people invited to Robert Greenberg's birthday party when he was the co-owner of LA Gear. And I was sitting right next to Robert on his birthday dinner, and he said to me, "Stevie, what's wrong with my company?" I said, "Robert, who am I to tell you what's wrong with your company?" And he said, "Well, tell me." I said, "Well, it's your birthday. I don't want to ruin your birthday party." But I said, you're making a sneaker that the average American person can't afford. And, he was a pioneer. He was the first one to hire athletes. I think Joe Montana was the first one. And so that's where all the celebrities started coming from LA Gear. And the stock would go from 45 to 90, 45 to 90, 45 to 90. And it was like an unbelievable growth stock. I said, "Robert, just start cutting your prices because there's a major recession coming." And I don't think he followed my words. I mean, that's fine, but this is a horrific chart here. I mean, you're not gonna, I think there's a significant amount of downside to come next year in the market.
Yeah, and so to your point, Steve, I mean, you look at this chart, like you said, making lower highs.
Yeah.
Making lower highs. Would you just need us to take out one of these lower highs with a new higher low for you?
No, again, based upon my work is showing me that this should start basing and bottoming process sometime October, November of next year. And then I think you're going to be off to the races. It's going to take the time, but I would be a big buyer. Even if it went a little bit lower against me, I would be buying based upon this indicator I have. And it's funny because, like I said, the last time this indicator it's playing out perfectly to the '08, even though the '08 was a financial crisis, but it doesn't make a difference. I get this indicator to come down a little bit more. It's going to be following that trend. And that doesn't, it means it potentially get the S&Ps at 2,800, 2,850, or, below 3,000.
Yeah, I mean, it's so tough, I think, to call exactly, where the bottom is going to be. Obviously, everyone's got, different technical opinions, and then you also on the fundamental side have whatever's going to happen with the Fed. But Steve, what about any like individual names here, right? You mentioned Microsoft selling off today, as well as Roku. Any other names that have been, particularly you've been watching or checking out their charts?
I mean, I'm just looking overall, like I'm looking at the overall markets. The Nasdaq's dragging the market. Obviously, look at Microsoft. Look at Tesla new lows here now. I'm just basically just looking intraday stuff. I do think you're going to get some type of a bounce between now and the end of the year, and it's going to be short-lived. Even if you got a rally going into early January, I think it's going to be met with a ton of overhead resistance. I would not be a buyer of names. I think next year you're going to start seeing a lot of analysts start slashing earnings expectations. And I think that's going to drive the PEs down even, more. And then I think, eventually, when you get a capitulation below the 3,200, 3,000 level on the markets, that's when I think, there's no capitulation right now. Everybody's very comfortable. It's very, I don't feel I don't feel it. You know what I'm saying? I don't feel it.
Yeah, it's very orderly selling.
Very orderly selling, right?
No one's selling because they have to.
Right.
There's no panic selling. So that is something that a lot of people have been talking about, and I think looking at specifically some of those more stocks that got kind of crazy, whether it's Tesla, whether it's Roku, Arc, looking at some of these and seeing them really not only come down a lot, but eventually, like you said, kind of get to that capitulation point, I think is what a lot of people are actually looking for right now and waiting for.
Your stock, look at Arc, was trading what, 143 or something like that?
160 up here.
And look, it's $31. This is insane. These funds are getting slaughtered. It's just the buying. I don't know. I've been doing this. I'm on my 40th year. I believe in trading the markets, and and that's what I've built TradeZ here for. But I'm just buy and hold mentality. I mean, you got to recognize the condition we're in. We're in a bear market, and the bear market still has months to play out. And that means that when it plays out, it's going to be brutal. So if you think these are lows now, wait, this stock could be in the teens next year, and I think there's going to be some great values, sometime in the third quarter of next year that you could, start accumulating. It may go against you a little bit, but it's a good accumulation because I think if my work is correct, and it's been so far, you'll start this new bull market sometime in early 24, and I think it'll last you to 25 and a half. And I think you're going to make new highs. You're going to blow through right 5,000.
I mean, yeah. I mean, that does seem like a long way away, but it does sound good there. Going back to Tesla's chart right now, going on a 5-minute chart here, you can see we're making new.
We just called that. We called that short of a right before I came on the 129.50 level on Tesla. Now I've been there. Yeah, we called it a nice $3-4 drop right now.
I mean, do you think this gets a bounce somewhere eventually?
Yeah, you'll get a bounce, but it's all going to be shorting bounces. It's not going to be. You're not going to get a bounce to
any real buying activity. You don't think down here?
No.
All right. Well, let's see if
I think the market's. I mean, this is exactly. Now this is starting like to be almost a capitulation type stock right now. You know what I'm saying? This here is almost feeling like capitulation type.
Yeah, I think, like I said, I think a lot of people have been looking at Tesla as a potential like area to see that capitulation on, saying, okay, when Tesla finally comes down to a reasonable valuation, to a 20 or 15 PE, that's when the market, a lot of speculation has come out of the market. So we're going to be continuing to watch Tesla here because it's at this point a huge component of the S&P 500. And I talked about this the other day, that it's not like it's a top 10 holding in the S&P 500. It's not like it's really gonna move it necessarily, but it does.
A lot of people trade it because of the price now. You know what I'm saying? It's not like the 500, 600, 700 stock price that it used to be. Remember, 1,000. Now it's tradable. A lot of people, a lot of retail people trade this stock. I know my guys do all day. So my community traders love trading this thing.
100%. Well, let's see if we've got any tickers, stocks flying in the chat. Tuttle Fund, to the short Tesla queue on it. What about, let's see, have you been watching any of the banks? I saw Bank of America getting crushed a few weeks ago, and it kind of got crushed. The daily chart here. Yeah, look at Bank of America. I mean, this is an ugly looking chart, right?
I mean, but again, look at the low here. What was this low here? Go to the left. Wait. Keep
right
going.
Here is.
Keep going. No. Keep going. Like another 3 inches over.
Okay, down here.
Yeah. What was that low there?
COVID low was $18, March 2020.
And where are we now? 20. Where are we? I can't.
32.
Yeah, you're going to the low. You're going to the low 20s here.
Low 20s, that would bring us about right here on the chart.
Yeah, you're gonna base down there for a while. Yeah, all the banks are gonna have this. The whole market's gonna get kabooshed here. And this is my opinion.
Yeah, and like you said, you think that stays pretty bearish for a while until eventually bottoming out toward the latter half of 2023.
Yeah, I think you're gonna get some. Listen, don't. You're gonna get some vicious bear market rallies here or there. Vicious bear market rallies, 200-300 points on the S&P, but ultimately I don't think this bottom is going to occur until the sometime beginning to mid third quarter, and then it's going to base, it's going to base for about 3 to 4 months, sometime early 24. I think you're going to start. Here's when the bull market's going to start. The minute they drop the first interest rate.
That's when the bull market's going to start,
and that's going to come from significant low levels from here. When the Federal Reserve says if they raise Fed funds to 5.5%, 6%, whatever, the minute they start cutting rates, whether it's a quarter or a half, buy. That's when I believe the bull market's going to start.
All right, there you go. Steve K on this channel. Thank you, Steak Hands. Let's go to someone was talking about MU Micron Technologies earnings yesterday. Stock down 4.5%. You've been watching any names in the chip space? Micron, Nvidia.
I look at AMD. I look at Micron all day long. I mean, I like AMD a lot better. I think look at stock's down. AMD is down almost 100 points.
Yeah. Oh, it is. It is down 100 points. 165 down to 62.
It's insane. I was buying AMD at $3 like moons ago, and I sold it at 4. I thought I hit a home run, and it went from 4 to 20. My friend's like, "You idiot," and so I trade them, So I think AMD is going down to probably into the low 30s. 25-30 range before the bottom hits.
AMD?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. I mean, hey, I'll tell you what, if AMD does get down to $25, I'll tell you this, Steve, right now, I'll buy a bunch of it for the long term. Trade it.
No, listen to me. When I'm telling you, when we get to that level, and if my work is correct, and I think I'm going to be right, and there's no ego here or anything like that, you back up the truck on the whole market. You can just throw a dart at that point.
Right, but I wouldn't mind owning some AMD for the long term at $25.
Yeah, we got to trade it though. You know what I'm saying? Like if it goes to 25 and it goes to 50, 70, but I do think, like I said, in 2 years from the time we make that low, we're going to make 5,000 on the S&P.
Got it. All right, Steve. Well, do you got any other stocks or thoughts before you leave us today?
No, I'm good. That's it.
All right, man. Well, thanks for coming on. As always, I'm going to drop that link in the chat.
Thanks, Aaron.
Trade
Happy
easy.
holidays, everybody. Merry Christmas, everybody. Aaron, the best. Happy holidays, everybody.
You as well, Steve. Happy holidays. Probably will not be on next week. I think I'll be traveling back to Michigan around that time, but
Okay.
probably the week after that. But Steve, as always, pleasure to have you on, man.
Take care, everybody. Have a great day. Thanks, Aaron.
You too.
Be well.
All right, y'all. That was Steve Kalajian. Go check out tradeeasy.com. Link is in the chat. And there you go. There you have Steve's take. I mean, like he called those lower highs out. He's been pretty bearish, and he's been right so far, and he's continuing to stay pretty bearish here. But like he said, might be some kind of new highs eventually a while down the road, and we'll see there. But gotta watch here. Let's go back to Tesla real quick. I think we might have just made new low of the day. 125 right now. This is crazy. Down 8.5% today. Just absolutely, like Steve said, this is kind of maybe that capitulation happening. Is it gonna get halted? You know, are we gonna find a bounce? Looks like this 2-minute candle right here is great. Nope. Now we're back red. I mean, but we just need one green 2-minute red candle here. I don't know. I mean, we got to do something. By the way, if you are interested in Tesla and talking about the Twitter situation and everything going on with the stock price, this afternoon, Benzinga, we will be hosting a Twitter space. I believe a stream here on our YouTube channel at the same time. I still have to figure that out. But with Ross Gerber from Gerber Kawasaki, a pretty big Tesla shareholder, has more than $100 million, or it was over $100 million worth of Tesla in his investment account at Gerber Kawasaki. I don't know how much it's worth now. We can ask him that this afternoon. So that should be a very interesting discussion. You guys got cool guests. Thank you, man. Man, if you ever have suggestions or anyone like that you want on the show that we haven't had on, or that we should reach out to, let me know in the chat. As always, would appreciate that. All righty, y'all. Let's watch this. Got to get a. All right. I'm kind of. Is it time to buy some SPY calls? Maybe Elon's still selling his shares. There might be or maybe Ross is. I don't know. Someone's selling their shares for sure. All right. Is this where we're gonna be? See the volume. All right. So the volume did kind of increase, but see right here, the volume is not that high, and that's basically at the low of day. The volume was higher like 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago. Volume was higher over here when it was at 127 than it is now at 125. Kind of slowing down almost in the volume. I don't know. Let's see. Oh boy. I think 125 is going to be a pretty psychological level, right? There you go. All right. Go to AMC. All right. We'll come back to Tesla, see if we've had, oh my Lanta. I mean, I don't know. If you guys were watching the show yesterday, you heard me talking about why I didn't like AMC. Nothing against the company or nothing against the stock. Simply just the movie industry. The numbers don't look good to me. So I'm not really a fan of this stock right here. Lots of Tesla ghosting. What's that? I did not know AMC was down 15% today, though. What's the other one? Ape? Wait, why is... I'm so confused. Why is this up 60%? What is this? AMC preferred equity units are trading higher after AMC announced it would sell Ape units to Antara Capital at an average price of 66 cents per share. The company intends to hold a vote on proposal to convert Ape units to common shares. Dude, what the hell? And like I don't even know what these like holdings like what is all why is I don't even know. I'm lost on AMC. I'm out on it. Fam, I'm sorry. But can check out GME as well. GME down 7%. Wow, now below $20. Whew. Tough road for. Did we get a split? GameStop definitely got higher than 120 a share, right? Wasn't it like 350 a share at one point? They definitely had to have done a split or something. But GameStop now below $20. Is this the lowest it's been in the last year? I think so. It's not good. They're trading internally at Tesla, maybe. Carter, chart specialist, mentioned to start small position in Tesla on his Twitter account. I mean, I personally, I would not touch that right now. And also, I think even if you do love Tesla for the long term, you know, especially actually if you love it for the long term, there's no real harm in trying to wait for a little like bounce or bullish activity before you buy. Because at the end of the day, you know, if you're going to hold something for 10, 20 years or whatever it is, and you get in at 126.47 where it's at now versus 160, and the stock goes to 1,000 or wherever you think it's going to in 10 years, you know, it's not going to matter as much. So, you know, for long-term positions, and especially just this chart, look at this. From September 2022, that was what, three months ago to the day almost. We were at 310. You're at 126 now. Just literally a straight line down. They always say don't try to catch a falling knife. You'll end up with bloody hands. And this is as much of a falling knife, I think, as you'll find in the market right now. So go to benzinga.com and check out some of the top headlines. Yeah, this is a sad story. Scott Menard passed away suddenly, a heart attack. Here's how much Marjorie Taylor Greene has lost on her SPAC investment. That was DWAC. And that's, you know, we've talked about that on this show before too, but essentially you don't know the exact number, how much she bought, but she, you know, made an investment worth somewhere between 10 and 50,000 in DWAC when it was like somewhere between 80 and $100 or something. So she basically top ticked it pretty much to the T, and DWAC's now back down to, what is DWAC trading at now these days? Let's see. $17. Wow. Yeah. Tough. Should we buy some Alibaba rival C assumes harsher measures to beat macro slowdown? SE, you can see down about 5% on that news. Baba down about 0.5%. So we can check out some of the China names here in a second. We should be getting my man Rob Roy on the show here in about 5 minutes. Let's go back to Pro. All right, so Tesla has gotten a tiny little bounce here on the 2-minute chart, right? Let's zoom in and you can see what I'm talking about. Oh, there you go. There we go. Oh, no. I am still holding my Tesla puts. We can take a look at those too. Tesla terrible numbers, 100 incoming in my opinion. Yeah, I think Tesla's doing I think the company's putting out its deliveries in at the beginning of January, which could be tough. I think I saw somewhere today they were offering a deal or something, which like they've never done before. I don't know. Let's go see. I'm curious just kind of what people are saying on Twitter about this Tesla stock. I don't know. Did they do a I saw something that they were like offering a deal. Tesla's 7,500 discount is great for buyers, less so for investors. Tesla is upping the discount car buyers can get if they take a delivery of a new electric vehicle by end of the year. That's end of the year. That's in 8 days. How many Teslas do they think they're going to sell in the next 8 days? I don't know if it's going to be enough to make up for what's going on with the stock right now. But wow, even not just Tesla, we have the S&P. Let's go back to our Benzinga Pro. Looks like the overall market here might be making new low a days. So just overall, like terrible price action today after yesterday was pretty good overall. And I mean, you did kind of sell off yesterday. Let's see. This is, you can kind of see here when we got to around the close yesterday, kind of we started selling off a little bit, but today just, oh man, let's go to like a 5-minute or hourly chart here and see. Yeah, I mean, not looking great on this chart. All right, guys, I do see my man Rob Roy hanging out in the background. So here in a couple minutes, we'll bring Rob on, see what he's doing in this market. So see how he's trading it, maybe some different spread strategies. Either way, if you're not being nimble right now, if you're not kind of, hedging, doing all these different things, can be a tough market to just sit by and hold in. So definitely scary out there. But let's go ahead and bring my man Rob on, give him our special intro and see what he's been watching, see what he thinks about this price action today. So without further ado, let's give my man Rob Roy a welcome. Zinger Nation, welcome to the show. Mr. Rob Roy, how you doing?
Aaron, how are you, sir?
I am good. Could be doing better if the market was a little hotter today, but hey, it is what it is.
It is what it is. Listen, we trade the market at hand, right? There's no guarantees of going up. Certainly not in this condition of the economy and what's going on. There's no way. So we got to trade what we've got, right?
100%. So what names have you been watching? If you want to share your charts, more than welcome.
Yep, I do. Let's go ahead and do that. Nope, not stop cam. That's not what I wanted.
Bye-bye. Hello.
Where's that? Yeah, I'm back, right? Share screen. There we go. It was hidden behind my camera's little cover there where I couldn't see it. So you should be able to see it now.
Yep, let me pop it up. Sorry, I was just checking out. It looked like
that's cool. That's good.
SPY was taking the lows out for the day. I'm not sure.
So S&P 500, as we look at it, if we take today off of the screen, right, and just go back and look at yesterday's, up to yesterday's price action, and just there's a lot of we got to bounce, we got this gap up, and look, Nike and FedEx, and they're leading the way, and you got to read into that FedEx story. They had better numbers, but worse than expected, right? It's still not great cost cutting to help offset some of what they didn't take in. So we had this push up and it ran right into a moving average. It's the 8-period exponential moving average, that pink line, and it sat right there, right? And we failed off it. I heard you saying right before we got started that we pulled back a little bit end of day yesterday, and that's exactly it. But if we step this back, and I know the chart gets a little busy, just look at the overall picture. Just step away, try not to read all the lines, and look at the overall pattern. We are still bearish in the market. There's no compelling reason that says, this is the time we're going up. There's nothing that gives us that right now. It would be nice to see, and that's, the Santa Claus rally coming in yesterday. It's not, right? As you could see. And then today, of course, we just collapsed, right? And I don't believe we're done. I mean, I'm not necessarily referring to today. We may be done for today, but I don't think we're done at all to the downside. What we did today is we broke through this Fibonacci level. And after yesterday's strong move up, that break to the downside of that level gave permission to the bears to say, all right, even if we close above that line today, there's already weakness there. That floor has been broken up a little bit. We can break through it a lot easier on the next day or two or three or whatever it is. So we've got to keep our eye on that lower level. We've got to keep our eye on that 8 moving average above, but we are definitely in a bigger term, longer term bearish market. I mean, when you look at the weekly chart of the S&P, we're down big time. You look at the monthly chart, and it's painful to see, but this has been this entire year is down. And there are some whips in there, which makes it hard for a trader, certainly hard as an investor, to think, is this the time to buy the stock? And then it turns right back around and goes the other direction.
Right. So what would you, I mean, are you waiting for some of these, for the market to like cross back some of these moving averages on the upside, or what would get you bullish here?
So okay. For me, everything relates back to the S&P 500 chart. And if our price action just got back above all the moving averages, that would be a start, but that would not be what I'm looking for. Sorry, just let me grab a drawing tool here. That would not be what I'm looking for. So if we moved back up and closed up here, I would call that a bullish bias because we're above all our moving averages, but we are definitely in a bad order. The pink line is my 8, the green is my 21, and the brown is my 55. They really should look like, if we're in a bullish pattern, they should look like this. 1, 2, 3. That's the color order we should be in. So if we got up here and the moving averages are not in the right order, Aaron, I would do what I call an aggressive trade on anything I did in the market, which would be a maximum for me in my system of 4 contracts. If we were back here and we get this, now we're at a maximum of 10 contracts. So I call this an aggressive trade. Again, 4X would be my maximum, but it would be aggressive because my moving averages are kind of messed up. What we have back here, I call a true bullish bias. This is bullish, but it's not true, meaning everything is not in the right order. The stars are not aligning properly.
Interesting. Yeah. So wait, can you explain that for the 4 cut? You said it's your max trade there?
Right. So when I take trades, I look at 2 different numbers. I look at 10 contracts and I look at 4 contracts on my options if it's an aggressive entry. Meaning I still want to participate, but I'm not willing to put a full lot at risk. So I can take on 4 contracts. If I'm wrong, it'll cost something, but I'm not getting crushed, right? And if I'm right, I've already participated. And now either A, if it's moved too much, at least I'm in, or B, if it moves a little bit more in my direction, I can add to my position to get back up to my 10 contracts. So if you're normally trading 2 or 3 contracts, and maybe aggressive for you becomes 1. I'm still willing to participate. I'm just not willing to put a lot of risk in that trade.
Got it. That makes sense.
Okay.
Let's see. If anyone has any tickers or anything they want to check out in the chat, let us know. Otherwise, Rob, do you have any individual names or charts you've been watching?
I do, but let's keep on the S&P for a moment if you're okay with that.
Of course.
Let's remember, we don't need this to get bullish. That's an investor needs it. If you are a trader, you are looking at short term right now, we are in a bearish bias. I am not a true bear, but because the 8 is my lowest moving average right now, I would be good with my 10 contract trade, which is what we did today on Netflix. Right, Netflix, I had my inner circle meeting last evening, which is our highest level coaching group that we work with. And one of our students, who's an amazing trader, Roman, brought up at the very end of the night last evening, it was a little bit after 10 p.m. Eastern time, saying, hey, Rob, what do you think of Netflix? And look what's happening here. We have the 8 moving average, the pink line, the green moving average, the 21 moving average, the green line, and the 300 level, this dot dash line that's in there. So we've got a fairly strong ceiling in there. We look at that. If you remember, Aaron, I introduced on your program a switchback trade where we can move in either direction. And that's exactly what we had yesterday. The questions were, are we going back up? Are we going back down? Yes, we are. But because of where we stopped, we don't have a clear picture of it. So this gave us an amazing entry today as we failed off of yesterday's moving average. And I think I marked it up because I did a video on this for one of my groups. I did. Okay. So it's on this computer here. So if you look, if I go back to a 1-minute chart, let me bring it out so you can see a little bit better. Maybe let me bring it in zoom wise and I'll back it up into it. instead. This way you can definitely see it better. All right. So our 1 minute candle opened up today and we immediately failed. We pushed back up a little bit higher than the previous close. We were only down about 30 or 40 cents there, 50 cents off of that level. And we dropped. We just continued to press down. So there was an entry, there was an exit. We're looking at roughly getting in that trade at, I call it 297.5, just to make it easy math. And we're out of the trade on the close of this candle, so 295.5. So about a $2 move. It brought in about $1.15, $1.25, somewhere around there on the position. So overall, it was a great setup, but only because we waited for the right pattern. Too many times traders are jumping in just to trade. And I know, I was there. I did it, right? I was the one that would jump in on ridiculous trades all the time just because I felt like this is the only time I have to trade today. I've got to find something to do. I guess that works. And I would do a trade and get my head handed to me consistently.
Yeah, I mean, Netflix, it's got to be at some point, you know, it definitely got overextended to the upside, but we saw it get overextended to the downside, oversold. What are those levels on the lowest moving average there right there?
This brown line right here?
Yeah.
That's the 55. And all three of these, 8, 21, and 55, all three, Aaron, are exponential moving averages.
Okay. 253. Yeah, I mean, I think that'd be a good level to potentially maybe. It depends on what the overall market's doing, because I mean, Netflix is still going to be seen as more of a growthy stock. So if the Fed's continuing to raise rates, might still remain under pressure. But I did miss out on kind of that Netflix rally from 180 to 300 or whatever. So I want to be a part of the next one.
Right, and I understand, and you could do it as a trader. It doesn't have to be an investor. You don't have to buy long term. It really just comes down to where your risk profile lays right now and what you think the markets are going to do.
Yeah, I see someone in the chat saying they think the IWM, the Russell 2000, is going to get into the 171 zone. Have you looked at the Russell or the earning the small caps?
So I trade RUT as a whole. I trade the index with iron condors. In this market condition, I do a lot less of them. Last year, we did it every month. We had 1 or 2 iron condors going on the RUT. You know, the strategy produces 10% a month with, you know, an hour or two a month of work to manage it. But that's not on a year like this. This year is a really bad year because we don't have that flattish slight move up or down. We're in this whipsaw where we get slammed here for a week, and then we go and rally for the week after that, and we're just all over the place. So I do have a lot of traders that are in our groups that look at IWM instead of the RUT as an index, right? So we've got a good overall pattern there. I mean, I see, let's see, 164 to 173, that's 9. Let me just change this over, Aaron, to a different list.
Yeah, no problem. Take your time. Holy cow, guys. I'm watching Tesla did just make new lows today, now down more than 9% today, dropping below 125. Just an absolutely crazy stock slide continuing on Tesla here. Shoot, I might.
So Kathy Wood's buy of a couple $1 million last week was probably not a good time entry.
I guess no one told her you don't want to try to catch a falling knife or something.
Yeah, amen. So we've got a line here at 164 and another one at 173. So that's 9 points, Aaron, in between there. If we look at the IWM, the number I have here is 7.5 points, basically. So this distance is too big of a travel. I need to cut it in half. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a -5 Fibonacci level in there. And we call this a Fibit, which is a Fibonacci pivot. And we're going to put that line in there first.
Fibit, you said?
Fibit, right. Fibonacci pivot, F-I-B-O-T.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yep. So, and it's all based on fibs and pivot levels, pivot points, the way pivots work. So we're looking at that 168.57. So first thing I do, Aaron, when I look at this is I want to look at the moving averages. What's the bias of the position? We're in a true bearish bias right now on IWM, right? True bear. Pink is on the bottom, green in the middle, brown on the top. And that's 8, 21, 55. So we're in the right order. We need a retrace and a fail off of a level. The gap down today would be hard. I don't take these trades. They worked out great, right? But not for me. I usually get my head handed to me when I try to guess without having a clear entry into the position. So what would a clear entry be? Retest that 173 level and fail. And we're looking at that 168.5 is the next target. And then 164 is the target after that. And if we just stretch it back, look at the importance. I didn't have this line on here until a few minutes ago. Look at the importance of how we bounced right off of here over and over and over again just a few months ago. And then even the importance down here. So, and we're talking about a Fibonacci that was drawn back in the beginning of the year.
Interesting. Yeah. I mean, do you have like what's the furthest out you'll kind of be charting this stuff? You know, if are you going to be trying to find fibs for 6 months from now? You know, how does that work?
So I normally start with 6 months back is where I look. Once a Fibonacci gets to about 8 or 10 months old, it's time to redraw a new fib. The problem is everything I have is very sloppy. There's no real clean, if I take it off of here and then just step it out again, there's no real clean moves. We get all of these stair steps all over, and it's okay, but it's not great. So the 8 to 10 months is a guide. Once you get 8 to 10 months old, it's starting to get a little bit iffy. But all you need to do is look back and see how important are these levels still right now. So if you look at what's going on today, Aaron, or recently, we're not closing exactly at this 173-ish fib line, but we are playing on that line for multiple days. Wick broke off it here. We closed right near it here. Today, nothing today, right? We just broke through it. But it's been important to us up to this point, right? So it still has validity to it or value to it as a line, as a fib setup.
Got it. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. What do you think looking out here now that the S&P 500 continuing to sell off today? Looks like we're making new lows there. What do you think, like where are levels you think people are looking at right now? You think people are there's going to be any buying, or is it just going to be selling until we hit, a true capitulation point? Well, what's going on here?
There's not enough fear in the market yet. That's the problem. And capitulation is definitely needed.
It's coming. I mean, like Tesla's down 10% today. I mean, that's, and it's been down, 20% the past week. Like Tesla's getting absolutely crushed. So you could argue that there might be finally some panic selling kicking in there.
Right. But we're not seeing that panic happen across the market. It's not like everything is down 10% today. There are individuals that are, yes. But the market as a whole, no, right? So down, absolutely. But, we're still, coming up on right about here is where that 20% bear market was. So we're still about at that level from where we were at our highs, the beginning of the year, earlier in the year, right? So it's not, we haven't seen some of the pain. Get rid of that. We haven't seen some of the pain that brought us down.
Yeah. So what are other names? I mean, if Tesla is one name that we kind of might be seeing some panic selling in, where do you think we could see other? Are you saying basically we just need to see that on the big boys, the Apples, the Amazons, that would bring the market down?
Right. So yes, and we're seeing tech. To me, tech is really where all of the big moves down have been. Right. So if you look at Apple right now, right, if we go back and look at a bigger picture on Apple, right, you could see where we were about when the S&P had gotten down to some of their lows, right? We're back to that level again, right? We came from earlier this year at 180, and we're now down at 130. So we've had a huge move to the downside. But what are we looking for? I think these recent lows we had there, we keep stopping. Right now, we're holding off of this June low on Apple right now. Are we going to break it at this point? If we look at Amazon, they've been just pummeled as well, right? Split or no split, it doesn't matter. I mean, this has been just dramatic for them. They're down 100%, 50% of their move from near 200 to about 100. I mean, it's just been dramatic. They have some ways to go. And it's not even just the big dollar stocks. The Rokus of the world, who were huge price point, right? $500 almost. And they're trading at $41.
Yeah, the fact that Roku ever got up, what did you say Roku got up to?
Like 480, 490, somewhere around there.
Oh my God.
You know, if we go back,
looking at it right now, 470. It got up there twice too, in two very different times, in February 2021 and then in July 2021. So months apart, 2 times got up to in the 470s.
Yeah, 490.76 was the high back in July of 21. Because that's what you did Fibonacci off of at that point. Right?
Rob, you're in or sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay.
All right, I was going to say something completely off topic, so I want you to go ahead.
I don't discount a Roku, folks. Don't look at this and say, man, it's only a $40 stock. I am not interested in it. Roku moves $3.35 a day. That is a massive move on very low cost options. You know, if we look at an option on a Roku and you're day trading this, and let me pull the option chain over. If we're day trading this, what are the rules? Now, we're going to be bearish. There's going to be nothing on the weeklies for bullish at all with open interest. So on the open interest, we're looking at a 65 to 85 delta. Now, it's Thursday, being today, right? We got one more full day left. I've got a 66 delta. I could buy this option at $1.25. For every dollar the stock moves, the option's going to move 65 cents. Less my bid-ask spread. So you're looking at 55 to 60 cents move for every dollar the stock drops. Drops $2 or $3, and look what happens to your delta. You go from 66 to 90. Right now, every dollar the stock moves, my option moves 90 cents. I buy an option for $1.25, and I get a $3 drop. That option has now gone up $2.50 or so on the value of it.
Wow.
Tremendous opportunity. Don't ever discount them. What we did in one of our programs, our power option plays, is we took this where we did that 4 and 10, and we've now said any stock that's under 100, since quite a few of ours are now there, the Amazons, the Googles, the Rokus, the PayPal, Square, anything under $100, we do 20 contracts on the high side and 8 contracts for an aggressive entry.
Got it.
We've increased our numbers because of the reduced price in the position.
Let's see, Rob, do you mind taking a look at NVIDIA? I see some people in the chat talking about NVIDIA. We looked at AMD earlier in the show, but have not looked at NVIDIA today. Looks like to be down about 10%. Ugly chart there.
Well, yes, it is, but here's the question. Ugly is very much a personal opinion. Right?
Yeah.
To me, it's a very pretty chart.
Really?
Yes, because I'm not looking at it saying I have to have the stock go up to make money.
Okay. And
that is a very complicated mindset to get over for many individuals, especially if your entire career has been based on investing, not trading. I know when I first started, everything was in the market, everything was give it to the broker, right? 401k, and they'll invest the money for me, right? I don't have anything to do with this. Dad told me don't ever invest your own money. It's like fixing your own car. Don't do it. Leave it to the professional, right? Big mistake, right? As long as you can wrap your head around it. And here, what do we've got for a fib line? Let's see what happened today. If we look at NVIDIA, was one of them on my list today, 159.74. Right? That's the Fibonacci level right there. We gap down just above it. Let's go look if it gave us an opportunity to take an entry. Let's go back to a 5-minute candle, which is normally where I trade off of. And I'm looking at 159.74. So let's just get this line out of the way for now. So what happened, Aaron? If we just really dig into it, right? We gap down today. Right here. That's our gap down. And we ran and closed just below that level. We pushed back up into it, a little bit higher than we were, and we failed. And right about 159, 158 and 3/4, somewhere around there was the entry today. And this puppy has just slid and slid and slid. And we have never gotten above our 8 moving average, which is a trigger for us of that's a potential exit on the position. If it does close above your lowest moving average, the 8, then it's time to pull the trigger and get out. Either 1 or 2 closes above, depending on your risk profile.
Yeah, I am seeing, just checking across the board, Tesla slipping further, making new lows of the day, now down about 11%. approaching 122. Rob, what's going on here? Are we going to see a bounce ever? Or is this thing just going to continue to slide? What's going on?
No, I mean, I think we're going to continue to see the drop. I mean, Musk made the comment of he's going to step away from Twitter, right? The first thing you have to ask yourself is, do you believe it? That's number one. Number two, he said he's going to still take over and control the software guys, right? Whatever parts of the IT department he's going to deal with, engineering, IT, whatever it was. Well, then whoever they get for CEO has got Musk in the business every day, controlling a division. So now it's the owner of the company now works for you as the CEO, but the CEO of the owner of the company is now telling the CEO what to do. So I think it's going to be a little more difficult to find the right person for that job. You know, I know there's a guy from FCX that may be looking for a job now. We may be able to get him to run Twitter, but other than that, there's not a lot of people jumping up and down saying, I want to take that job. And until he gets somebody and can actually step away and prove that he's putting the time back in Tesla, nothing. I mean, who came out today and said Tesla may not even be a good business model, even though they're the larger than the top 5 car makers? They may not be a good business model. They may not make it. It was a big name. I forgot who it was. I saw it today. I don't necessarily agree with that. I don't think Tesla's going to slide to that level, but could we see Tesla drop back near that $100? Yeah, we could.
Yeah. We'll keep watching that, just because like the more it seems, okay, we are finally getting a little bounce here. Tesla's about popped up from about down 11%, now back down less than 10%. So we'll keep watching that, but it's one of those things where it's kind of like selling begets more selling, right? The more people are selling, the more it forces other people to sell. So it can kind of be a quick turn of events where these things can drop pretty quickly, especially I think an asset like Tesla that's still probably a little bit overvalued by most fundamental metrics. Of course, it hasn't really mattered that much for Tesla in the past, but maybe now it will start to matter a little more. I'm not sure.
TTIYF, the trend is your friend. Okay. Look at the 8 moving average. We pushed up into it. Great opportunity. If you didn't take anything on the gap down, great opportunity. 3 or 4 candles worth in there. We pulled back. We hit in here. That might have been your stop out to take you out of the trade. If not, it came back into the level again. It came back again. And this may just be, Aaron, another press into that moving average. I think it's a little early in the day for people trying to cover their shorts. I think you're going to see that happen more in that 2 to 3 o'clock time period. Now, it may change because of the holiday week, but you're going to see a lot more of the covering at the end of the day. So you may see that curve back up at the end of the day just for the shorts. But there's a lot of room left for this thing to the downside. And I am long Tesla. I own some Tesla from when they got down. I bought it 2 different times. So now we continue to write covered calls on it. We continue to generate cash flow from it, but nowhere near what we were getting on it, that's for sure. And certainly not any more naked puts on it right now, because I'm not ready to buy another level of the stock. I've only bought 2/5 of what I want.
Okay. So, but not ready to buy some more here. So, but at least you've got some cash coming in on those covered calls.
We do.
All right, Rob. Well, let's see. Do you've got any other final stocks or charts you want to check out or talk about before we leave today?
Home Depot is probably the last one. Right. So Home Depot, I mean, just overall, again, that strong bearish move. If you look at where they were on yesterday's closing price, they pushed right up into a moving average. Today, they gapped down, retested, failed. So we got a quick little bounce to the upside and a drop then. We're looking at that 309 to 317 range in there. This is just a door knocker type entry where if you can get that retest and fail, you've got a lot of opportunity. So look for this stock to move within those ranges. So if you get a press back up today, which I don't think we will, but if it happens tomorrow where you push back up and fail, I'm looking for that move down to that next good level.
Got it. Yeah, we've been watching Home Depot, FedEx, UPS, and Lowe's too. Because I mean, even these value stocks that people view as safer have been showing a lot of weakness recently, and it's been a tough market out there. I think for actually not Home Depot has not been showing weakness, but before FedEx's earnings had been, been a tough market, Rob. I mean, what names are you are you positioning yourself into any of these kind of names for long swing trades, or mostly just sticking to short trades?
So this year we have done over 400 trades, and almost none of them, Aaron, have been swing trades. So if I bring this sheet up, let me see what monitor it pops open on. Here we go. Let's get to the right one. Here we go. So we've done 422 trades. You got to take the first 3 lines away. 422 trades. And if you look in these columns right here to see anything that has any data in it, that would indicate a swing trade. So the last swing trade we did was on September 28th.
Wow. About 3 months ago.
Yeah. Then the September 29. Before that, a couple in August, right? And we got our head handed to us. We had so August, so was here it was back here. So it was in July. We had a couple of really good trades going. We had Amazon. Had we taken it as a day trade, we were up $55,000 or something this year in one of the Amazon trades. Might not have been this month, but and we left it as a swing trade overnight, and we wound up $5,000 underwater or something. Had we just closed it out as a day trade, we would have crushed it. So not a lot of swing trades for us at all this year. We did have a few in the earlier part, but not much. That's our whole year. There may be a dozen swing trades for the whole year out of 422 trades for everything that we've done. So
that's incredible. You've got a very organized, spreadsheet there to kind of keep everything in one place, huh?
Yes, I have to. I mean, we make every one of these calls is done in front of a group. I do a video recording twice a week. So here's our trade setups. Here's what we're looking for. Here's the entries, whether it's a day trade, a swing trade, earnings, if we're waiting for a breakout, whatever it is, all of the rules are given for the entries there. And then the management of the trade, we've got a standard rule that everybody follows, right? And based on those rules, you can see my 10s and 4s here, right? Anything yellow is 4. And then here's my 20s on the Rokus of the world with the lower price stocks now under $100. We're picking those up a little bit. So overall, it's okay. I don't know how we'll finish up for the year, but right now,
what's that one? That 15,000 profit trade of this month. Oh, Booking. You did it on Booking.
Yeah, we had a really nice trade on Booking.
Was that on earnings or something? What was that?
It was on December 12th, in and out. I don't remember if it was earnings that caused it. Let's see. I mean, that's quite a few trades ago just in that one program. All right. So, Aaron, you see this candle here? Here's the 9th, which would have been a Friday. Here's the 12th, which is Monday.
Okay.
Right? I'm going to get everything off of the screen from the, beyond the 9th. That's where we were. So look at the moving averages, Aaron. All moving averages are in the right order. 8 on top, pink, green in the middle, 21, brown on the bottom, 55. Right? We're sitting right at a fib level, and that fib level, you can't tell because I backed the screen off. Because it's purple, that's the 618 fib level, which is the most important fib level of every level there is.
Got it.
So we had a clear and concise entry here if we get the right setup.
On the short side?
On the long side.
Oh, okay.
Because we're in a bullish bias. We're above that moving average.
Trend is your friend.
Moving averages tell us bullish. So if we get a small move up, and a retest and a bounce, or it could be a small move down and a break up to the upside. But we want to see some kind of retest and bounce off of that level. Well, what happened? If you look at it, we opened up, right? I'm making it as big as I can. We opened up about where we closed. We stretched down to that fib line. I'm just going to bring it current so it's easier for me to see it. So I can actually see numbers and percentages and all that. So that was on this day right here. So we've got a 2015.52 as the fib line. The low of the day was 2015. So we got within 52 cents of a $2,000 stock, and we bounced off that level, and we would have gotten out $5 below that 2071 level. So right about 2066, I think that is. Just the way our rules lay out of where we get out of our trades, right? Where the targets are set.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a lot going on there, but you've obviously found a strategy that works for you and that's repeatable. But wow, what a killer trade.
It was a good one. It's not our best one of the year, but listen, and this is only on 4 contracts. It's too expensive, and listen, be realistic. Booking is not for the faint of heart. You've got to deal with wide spreads, high volatilities, low open interest, all the things that we don't want to see, but there are very few $1,000+ stocks that I still want to trade any longer. Booking and Chipotle are the only ones on my list.
Yeah. Yeah, Chipotle, I mean, that stock price is still crazy. I don't know why they haven't done a split, but all right, Rob, let's see if we've got any tickers flying in the chat. Otherwise, we'll let you go here unless you've got any final charts or trades you want to talk about. You're up in New Jersey area, right?
New York.
Are you guys supposed to get any extreme weather this week?
Yep, not yet.
I know.
Now.
I'm back home in Missouri, and the people have been preparing for some huge winter storm. I'm looking out my window now. It's starting to snow a little bit, but doesn't look too bad yet.
We got lucky with temperature. We're going to be in the 50s.
Oh, wow.
So it's all rain. We're getting about 1.75 to 2 inches is what we're expecting. 2 inches of rain would be 16 inches of snow. So 1 inch of rain is 8 inches of snow. So, we lucked out temperature-wise because the next day for the Christmas holiday, we're going to be down at 18 degrees. So 2-day difference means, 1.5 foot of snow outside.
Got it. Wow. Yeah, I mean, lucky there. I mean, 50 degrees in New York. It's going to be warmer there than it's going to be in parts of Florida, I think they're saying this week.
Yes. One of the people that work with us are in Colorado, and she said it was -13 today.
Holy cow. Yeah, I'm down in Missouri. I think it's about, let's see, St. Louis weather. It's about 18 degrees where I'm at right now in Missouri.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we have heat in the house. You don't have to leave,
Nope, I'm not leaving the house today. So, all right, Rob, we'll enjoy the rest of your day. We'll chat, if not next week with the holidays, then the week after. But Rob, enjoy the rest of your day. Wealth Builders HQ, tradinglikeaboss.com.
Right, guys, we've got a brand new thing that we just put out that's free. It's called Market Mornings, where we send you an email that says, hey, the video is done. And it normally has 5 setups for the day, all spreads that you can take advantage of. There's no charge to it. So it's just put in your email address and your name and click OK, or SMS. We could do it as well. And we'll send it to you. So if you go to tradinglikeaboss.com, you'll see it right there, right in the middle. Take advantage of it, guys. It's free training right now on it. So, rock on it.
There you guys go. Wow, that's a great resource to have, completely free. I'm going to put my email in there for sure, Rob. But tradinglikeaboss.com, it's right there in the link. So go check it out. If you enjoyed Rob's discussion today, always a pleasure to have you on, Rob.
Hey, appreciate it. And I will see you in the new year because next week I am on vacay.
Sounds good. All right. We won't be doing the show next week anyway. So perfect. See you next year and take care, Rob.
All right. Take care. Thanks, Aaron.
No problem. All righty, guys, let's go check back in on our buddy Tesla over here. Like I said, you did get a little bounce finally. So there you go, everyone. Calm your horses. So a few minutes ago, we reached new lows of about 122.27. Since then, we've bounced about $3 back up to 125. So we'll see if we could potentially start taking out some of these lows. Here's if you were trying to get long like intraday. I would look at this level right here, 126. If we're able to take that out, a couple more bucks. I mean, think about it. This was trading at 138 pre-market. We're at 125 right now. So certainly still the trend is bearish, and the trend is going to remain bearish to me, at least until we take out some of these lows, 126, and then again at 129, break 130, then we can start talking. But for now, I mean, I'm not buying this bounce right here just because we went from 123 to 125 doesn't get me that excited. But charge points approaching new lows. Green New Deal is a hoax, J. Rice says. I mean, yeah, I think doesn't really matter what industry. I think like all these, let's see. Yeah, charge point. Ugly charts for sure. How are the Exxon Mobils of the world doing? Down about 3% today. What's XLE up to? America. Yeah, I don't know, guys. All right, so I saw people talking about Tepper in the chat. So the Tepper tantrum. Tepper did go on CNBC. Is that why people are saying the market has sold off so much today? So apparently Tepper went on CNBC, said he's leaning short on the market. Let's see. He said, I'm leaning short on the equity markets. David Tepper, founder of Appaloosa Management, said in an interview with CNBC's Squawk Box Thursday, the upside downside just doesn't make sense when I have so many central banks telling me what they are going to do. Stock futures fell to their lows following the comments from the influential hedge fund managers. So yeah, CNBC is directly attributing the lower price action in today's markets, at least part of it, to Tepper's comments on CNBC. It's kind of crazy that some of these guys just have that much influence in the first place. I don't know if it's because, they have so much money or because they're seen as such effective money managers that when they say they're going short, everyone gets scared and thinks they have to sell. But flashback to you guys, remember when COVID happened, you had the different times. Who was that? Was that Jamie Dimon or no, Ackman when he was going on CNBC, basically telling everyone to sell, and he was short the whole time or something. So I don't know. But as you can see in the market, or let me pull up. Sorry, I got Bank of America's up there. Let's pull up SPY. Down. Yeah. I wonder when that interview happened. Maybe like here at 12:24 Eastern, about an hour ago. Not quite sure. If I had to buy one semi on this pullback, it would be On. It makes the chips for solar names like Enphase, SEDG. Yeah, Array does something similar where Array does the technology that like helps position the solar panels to where they're more efficient. And Array has a bunch of contracts that I think are like guaranteed rev, but that stock is probably getting absolutely crushed. Actually, holding up pretty much, but it does look very double toppy, kind of shouldery right here. So I don't know. Wouldn't be touching Array right there. Another one I've been watching was EOS Energy. That one's back down to about $1. This is one of the true kind of only like penny or stocks below $10 that I watch, but I do have been watching that one. Back to Tesla. What's Tesla at? All right, Tesla's only down 9% now. Not bad. Good job. Good job, Elon. You're only down 9% today. Not bad. Was down 11%. That's when things kind of got scary for, I think, a lot of maybe Tesla folks out there. Array under 20. I'm a buyer. Do I have a chat room? What do you mean? We have a chat room during the show, but if you're talking about as far as like a Discord or something outside of that, no, not really. Maybe I should. I don't know. Like a premium Discord or something. Make it like $1 a month. Should buy me some food. I don't know. Like, what would I don't like give picks or anything. So, but it would be interesting to have people that watch the show all the time have a way to kind of communicate about their own trades and stuff. I tell you guys on the show when I make trade. Like I told you guys when I bought those Tesla puts. I buy those Tesla puts yesterday while we were on the show. Let me see. I said why. Like literally, if you go back to the end of the show, I said the reason I was buying the Tesla puts was because Tesla was showing weakness on a day. The market was up, so that if tomorrow is a down day, I could see Tesla getting absolutely crushed. Doesn't happen often, but like exactly how I said it is how it played out. And I was able to make a kind of pretty penny on that today. So happy about that. Under 20, you're a buyer for Array. I don't understand, Jay. So I thought you were not about the clean energy life, but you like Array? I don't know. I like Array too. So I'm under 20. We're basically there. So if you love Array, whatever. But yeah, we're about to slip under 20 would be like right where my cursor is at right here. Anything to me, I do think this is a going to be a decent stock long term. We have a Benzinga Discord. Yeah, we do. Is that active? Like, do people post in that? I never hop in there. Maybe we should more, or I should more. Yeah, so Tesla is offering a $7,500 credit, and 10,000 miles free supercharging if you get a Tesla Model 3 or Model Y delivered by the end of the year. Mr. Beast said, could he be the new Twitter CEO? Elon said it's not out of the question. That'd be an interesting choice. Yeah, let me try to get that for you. I don't know where it is. Does someone have link to Benzinga? Tilray? My bad, Array. What is it? Dan, are you okay? What's going on? Tilray, Array? We can look at Tilray. I don't think there's a Tilray Brands is a $2.71 stock now. Oh, man. Tell you what, investing in the cannabis space, not for the faint of heart. I think like everyone just got crushed on this. What's the market cap here? 1.7 bill. Revenue 150 mil. I don't know. You can be too early on a lot of the cannabis plays in a lot of industries. All right, guys, you asked for the link. Link Ray. There you go. Oh, sorry. It's not a good All right, y'all. It is getting a little bit past 1 p.m. Eastern time. That unfortunately means we got a wrap for the day. If you haven't already, please smash the like. Gonna hand it off over to my man Money Mitch, who's hopping in. But yeah, guys, Tilray, I don't know. Like I don't touch anything in the cannabis space at this point. I think it's too tough. And just might be still too early in the industry overall before you get some more of these regulations lifted and whatnot. S&P 500, we'll just do a quick check on the indices to wrap up the show today. S&P 500 down more than 2.6% on the day. Qs, tech showing some weakness, down more than 3.5%. Terrible day for the Qs. Looking at the 2-minute chart there, we'll bounce over to the daily. And then your Dow Industrial Average down more than 2%. So nothing safe out there. Tech showing much weakness. But hey, man, stay careful out there. Be quick. Set those stop losses. We might be live back after the close with Ross Gerber, talking Twitter, talking Tesla, one of the major Tesla shareholders. So that should be a pretty interesting conversation. Hope to see y'all there. But I'm going to pop my man Mitch on here and let him take it away.
What's up?
What is up, Money Mitch? You ready to get going with stock market movers?
Hell yeah. Like always, we got 2 great guests on today. I got a company and I also got a Wedbush analyst. So stick around, team. Got a lot to talk about. Have a good one, AB. And I do got a video that's going to be playing at 4 p.m. It'll be about like 15 minutes. But your interview and that's going to be at 5, right? With Ross?
We can talk offline. Because he said 2 p.m. Pacific time, and I was thinking 5 because that's what it would have been Detroit.
Yeah.
Or no. But it'd be 5 p.m. Eastern time, 2 p.m. Pacific time. 4 p.m. my time though, where I'm at right now.
You see, you're fighting those times, man.
Oh man, it's got me all screwed up now. So I said 4 p.m. It's 5 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Central Time. If you're in the Central Time zone, like I am right now. But yeah, I'm pretty sure 5 p.m. Eastern today.
I want to catch that. That's why I'm trying to, nail it down here so that I could be there too. Because I mean, I've been hearing all the comments with him and kind of Elon, everything going on. I'm sure he's gonna have some fun conversations there. So don't miss AB a little bit later today, right? We'll go ahead and make sure that we post that up on our Twitter. Stay tuned, team. You guys will see AB a little bit later. Ross Gerber, not a bad interview, man. Good land there.
Looking forward to it. Peace, Mitch. We'll be tuned in.
Have a good one, AB. All right, AB's out of here. It's time for me to take over. It's time for Stock Market Movers. You guys know this is where we get to the headlines and, of course, the expert opinions to keep you in the informational edge. Let's get right towards the show. Stock Market Movers. There are 3 ways to make a living in this business. Be first, be smarter, or cheat. I can't help you cheat, but I can give you the informational edge to help you succeed in the markets. Welcome to Stock Market Movers. All the market moving headlines and expert opinions every day. They say money is the oxygen of capitalism, and I want to breathe more than any man alive. All right, team. So let me just give you the rundown of what we got today. We got Prosomnus CEO Len Liptak that's going to be joining us. That's ticker OSA. Going to be something interesting to find out. Of course, sleep apnea. Don't miss it. Who has that snoring problem? I'm not going to lie. Well, I have a little bit of a snoring problem. I even myself am looking at probably taking a test into this next year to find out. Hopefully I don't have sleep apnea, but stay tuned for that. That's going to be at 1:15. At 1:45, we got Seth Basham, managing director at equity research analyst at Wedbush Securities, going to be getting into a lot of the stocks. One of the stocks that had some disaster earnings today. So I'm going to leave that one a little bit closer to when we get towards Seth. Let's get right towards the action. Let's take a look at the overall market as we are coming down here. Let's get towards the 15-minute. You guys can see it's just been a slow leak straight down about 2% from the open. Not looking too good here. Definitely just seeing the down take come on in. We did get close to filling into this gap, and that's why I think we rejected that gap complete fill there. Went right back down there through the lows of Tuesday. Not a good sign there, as you're seeing a big decline there. So this is not what you wanted to see there as you're getting through. And now it's all about, well, forget Santa Claus. Looks like Santa Claus is not coming to town right now. As you guys can see, I had my hat really close by. I wanted to put it back on, but this day doesn't look like a day that I want to be screaming Santa Claus right now. Doesn't look like it. Well, what happened today? What knocked us down? Well, GDP definitely not helping here, coming in at 3.2 versus the estimate of 2.9 prior 2.9. Of course, this leaves room for the Fed to continue hiking up those rates and showing that the economy can handle these interest rate hikes, right? You've been hearing a lot of people saying that the Fed is going too far. Well, statistics like this, right? Economic data coming in like this is not going to help. What also didn't help was the initial jobless claims. We're looking for this number, the actual 216, to start spiking up there. We need it to get up there to show weakening in the labor market so that the Fed can start slowing down and pausing on the interest rates. But of course, if jobs stay robust, you guys hear that by Fed Chair Jerome Powell all the time. And if the economy can continue showing strength and not going quickly into recession, well, there you guys see it. That means, in my eyes, yes, there is going to be some more interest rate hikes. And there still leaves the very small possibility of potentially a softish landing, right? We've talked about that. Will that word kind of get kicked out with transitory, or will we actually get a softish land? We have to wait and see. We'll have to find out. And of course, one of the big numbers is going to be the jobs data. So if this can't go spiking, don't expect to see too much change there. All right, let's get back towards the overall market. You guys are seeing us take down there. We'll see what happens. Can we keep coming through the lows? It's not looking good. And for those that thought that maybe this 350 could hold, well, I'll tell you right now, it's not looking the best as we keep coming down fast and not showing any signs of turn. And normally we've gone down when the Fed is speaking, right? The Fed's in quiet period right now, and we're still getting the downside action here. So we got to be careful out there, team. But catching up with the chat, how we doing out there? It's good to see you guys in the chat. We got Kenneth, of course. We got EKS, EZ, JRP. What's going on out there? ST Kinds. Shannon in the house. Jelly Bean, Dan Adams. What's up out there, team? How we doing today? All right, let's keep going. Yes, this chat does have the best tickers. I will say that. And I'd give the shout out to the chat. You guys working together to try to give yourselves an edge. That's what it's all about. We're all looking for edge in this market. What's up, E2 Computers? It's good to see you, my friend. What are you looking at today? What caught your attention? We need you to put your hat back on and change the trend. Well, like I said, I'd keep the hat on as long as we were green. Today isn't that day, right? Well, we got to keep going, team. Let's get into the headlines. Let's talk about it here. SQQQ winter. That's a good one there. Let's take a look at what's going on right now. All right, let's get into our first headline. Of course, more headlines coming out of tensions with Taiwan and China. This is still something big on my radar. I still am a little bit worried about what's going on with Taiwan and China. Will this ever escalate to a level that we need to keep an eye on? Well, I'm just going to go ahead and say that I don't know what will happen next year. And who knows if China actually does or does not attack Taiwan. But just the question alone kind of freaks me out and has me running the opposite way. Of course, we can't always just not stay in the markets. So it's very difficult as a long-term investor to be investing in a market where we could get things like a battle between Taiwan and China. And that would definitely affect our markets. But from this point, I think there's not much we can do. The only thing we can do is keep a watch. And of course, always remember that there is a situation out there. All right, let's get towards our first stock of the day. Let's talk about Micron. Micron, of course, came out with their earnings. This got hit hard today. Full disclosure, was able to nail some short this morning, but completely out of the trade. Let's talk about their numbers here. Their EPS came in at a loss of 4 cents, missing the loss of 1 cent estimate. Sales of $4.08 billion, missed the $4.12 billion estimate, as Micron sees Q2 adjusted EPS to a loss of 72 cents on the high end. The low end, a loss of 52 cents versus the 30-cent loss. Not looking good there in the Q2 adjusted EPS. And revenues weren't the best. Also, Micron saying that the restructuring plan, we expect to reduce our headcount by approximately 10%. It seems like there's so many companies that are looking to reduce headcount, yet that's not what we see in the labor market, right? That's not what we're seeing in the labor numbers. Seems like these workers are either able to find work immediately or for some reason are not showing up in the number. A lot about what's being talked about right now is, are those labor numbers kind of broken because of the pandemic? Well, something to keep in mind as we haven't had the best measures of labor markets lately. And it just seems like what we're seeing from the companies isn't necessarily what we're seeing from the statistical data. So we got to keep watch what happens there in Micron Technology. New move down on the day, broke through those pre-market lows. That's where I was into this, and then I got out of it before this little rise back. It hasn't been a bad move there, back down to the downside. But what this really did was drag the stocks that were looking a little bit better. NVIDIA was making a move. 1, 2, 3, tries to break out here, then starts to fail. Couldn't hit that move back up towards the 170, now rejecting back towards 150 and not looking good as it quickly comes right back down and not what we wanted to see if you were a bull in the semiconductor area. AMD, same thing. 1, 2, 3, 4. It tries to make that move back up. Can't do it. Usually comes back down to support. Seems to me like we're coming back there towards the 60 area. And then from there, we could break back through the 59. Got to be careful there in these stocks. Another one that I'd keep on watch. I talked about this gap filling, and it looks like we've already pretty much filled most of it there. And you guys can see it here. We even drew this way back on November. We created it on November 28th, and we were watching this to see if it was going to go ahead and start filling. We've been watching all the way since this day, since this candle. Now we're really starting to fill that gap as we come right back down on Taiwan Semiconductor. Of course, what pushed TSM up there was the Warren Buffett buy. And it seems to me like that was a little bit of over exuberance on the upside. Now coming back to fill the gap, and it could find some bounce there, but definitely right back down. Semiconductor is struggling today. Big part of that is the Micron earnings. All right, before we get into another area, we can always take a look at what's going on in the market today. It doesn't look like we're getting that turnaround just yet. Still keeping an eye on to see if we can get a little bit of a bounce. But right around here on the 379, I was seeing us kind of get a little bit sideways, and we just couldn't even hold that. Right back down. And if you see, a lot of times I see the market, and the market will do a move back to VWAP. That's that orange line, right? And the reason why, that's like the average volume price. Well, when I don't see that bounce back, what does that show me? That just shows me relentless bidding. There's no little pushback right now. It's just bid, 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 bid. So this is what you call an kind of an organized sell-off, because it also is a lot of stocks, right? It's not just one different area. Healthcare in the red today, communication in the red today, real estate in the red today, right? Financial services getting hit hard. And it's not only one area, right? Some value names have been doing well, like DE and CAT, but starting to break today, as you're seeing the industrials break down too. This is what we mean of focusing and looking at the market breadth. What is going up? What is going down? Is it an everything type of rally? Is it an everything type of sell-off? It seems to me like this is that everything type of sell-off. And another thing to keep in mind is you also had even oil starting to sell off there. And so these names were hanging on and was starting to come back. Look at XOM, right back down there to 104. Oxy is another great example of this, right? It was trying to make its way back here. Now it's coming back there towards some support. We'll see if Warren starts buying some more. We've known his sweet spot is around the 57. Will we get down to that level? And then would we see a bounce from there? Something to keep in mind. Of course, will Warren just keep buying up some more Oxy? Something to keep in mind, especially as he gets closer to that 57, 58 area. He's bought in, I think, now 3 or 4 times during that area. And every time the stock comes back down towards that, we've seen some good pops. We'll have to wait and see. Or has pretty much the oil trade just come completely off? You guys can see XLE isn't looking the best right now. It looks like it could crack through the support. All right, getting out of the energy talk, getting out of the stocks, we're going to go ahead and get to our first interview today. Like I talked about before we started, we want to go ahead and talk to a company today, and an area that interests me. You know, I've talked about how earlier that I need to do a test for sleep apnea, and the big reason that got a little bit of a snoring problem. But can't blame me. At least I'm transparent. You guys know how I am here. Let's get into it. Let's talk right here. We're going to go ahead and bring on our first interview today. All right, let's bring on Prasomna CEO Len Liptak. How are we doing today?
Doing great, thanks. Thanks for having us on the show.
Definitely is good to have you on. And like I mentioned, you know, I myself am in that situation where I think I need to start taking a test to find out what it really is. But like most of us, and it's not just a little bit in this country that suffer from sleep apnea, it's an important issue, right? And something to address. It affects our health, and it's something that most are trying to make sure that they, address it if that is the issue here. So let's talk about your company. First, tell me a little bit about it and why it makes sense for investors.
Yeah, sure. Well, Prosomnus Sleep Technologies, we make precision intraoral devices for treating this chronic disease called obstructive sleep apnea. We are FDA cleared for an indication to treat sleep apnea, but also snoring, as you mentioned, which is one of the main signs and symptoms of people who have sleep apnea. As you probably know, we just took the business public a couple weeks ago, rang the bell over at NASDAQ, had a great time. But the main reason why we did that is because we've spent the last several years validating our technology, validating our manufacturing, validating our business model. We felt that the time was right to begin to investing and scaling up our commercial side of our business, get our word out there, raise public awareness, get more physicians educated and familiar with our therapy, and hopefully make a difference for this disease.
Yeah, I mean, how many people suffer from sleep apnea?
Yeah, so the latest epidemiology says that about 1 billion people worldwide have sleep apnea, about 74 million in North America. It ends up being about 1 in 4 or 1 in 5 adults. So, if you think about how many people are getting together for a holiday party, right? 25% of them, 20 to 25% of them, of the adults in the room are going to have sleep apnea, whether they know it or not.
Yeah, it seems like even in the chat, right? There's someone that, has been going through this. It seems, you can't get around this, right? It's everywhere. Now, how did you come up with the Prosomnus devices?
Well, we were working on an adjacent space. We, the co-founders and I were working on rolling up the dental lab space, which made a lot of dental products that are often used for snoring and sleep apnea. But a lot of the medical doctors and the dental providers who were in that space came to us and said, you know what, we need a better solution. The CPAP device, I think I just saw that in chat. CPAP devices work great, but a lot of people have a hard time tolerating CPAP masks. And the dental products are good, but they're transient and random in their efficacy. They're not consistent enough. And, the co-founders and I felt like we had some know-how to bring to bear, some technological know-how to bring to bear that would allow us to potentially address some of the limitations of the incumbent therapies. And that set us down this path of building Prosomnus.
Yeah. So what are your devices made out of, and why would someone choose your device over, let's say, a CPAP?
Yeah, sure. Well, our devices are made out of a medical grade polymer, medical grade class 6 polymer, which is the highest standard of biocompatibility according to US Pharmacopoeia. And the reason why people will choose our devices simply is that it fits people's lifestyle. You can go to bed wearing it. You can watch TV while wearing. You can drink some water while wearing. You can get up and go to the bathroom while wearing it. If you've got kids can jump in the bed and you don't have to worry about the CPAP hose, interfering with the kids. So people can have a normal nightly routine and still get comfortable, effective treatment. And so that's what we find, patients tell us is most compelling about our therapy is that it works and it's not intrusive to their lifestyle. It also doesn't require surgery or any invasive techniques. So it's comfortable, it's affordable, it's effective. It fits people's nighttime routine and lets them have a normal routine when they go to bed every night.
Yeah, and it looks like we've recently been breaking stories here on enrollment of the University Hospital's first obstructive sleep apnea treatment study. You talked about the studies that have been going on. Tell us about what you've been seeing coming out from the data.
Yeah, so we're powering up our medical affairs, right? So when we first start a company, you do some retrospective analysis, some engineering testing, then you move to clinical testing. Now we're doing proper scientific medical grade testing. We've got a head-to-head trial going on comparing our therapy to CPAP therapy in terms of effectiveness of treating the disease, but also patient preference. Preliminary results were presented at a conference a few weeks ago in Belgium. Those preliminary results were very encouraging. We expect to have full results available sometime in April and then a manuscript shortly following that. So we're really enthusiastic about that study. And the other study, the SOS study, severe OSA study, specifically looks at patients who have severe sleep apnea. And as you know, right now, for patients who fail CPAP, Inspire Medical is an alternative, but it's a surgical alternative. It's an expensive alternative. And so what we're doing is we're going about, through this study, an FDA reviewed study, looking at, the efficacy and safety of our device for severe sleep apnea patients, so that we give those severe sleep apnea patients an alternative to surgery if they don't adhere to their CPAP.
Excellent. Now let's talk about, of course, this did come from a D-SPAC, right? And
Yeah.
I've been following SPACs for a while. Now, of course, just to kind of bring the question up here, how are we on cash? Should we see cash raising in the future? Because that's what everyone wants to hear, of course, when we talk about SPACs now. And what I think is important, of course, is the story moving forward and how you guys are going to get towards the timeline. So tell us about it. What do you see in the pipeline? And should we expect to see cash raised soon?
Yeah, so great question. So I think, one of the benefits of doing the SPAC when we did is we had the opportunity to sit back and watch what was happening. And I think there was a saying that every CEO thinks that their SPAC is different, and then they end up not being different. We took a different approach. We said, no, every SPAC is going to be the same. We're going to expect high redemptions. And so what we did is we picked a SPAC partner that was a smaller size SPAC to limit dilution. We also picked a SPAC partner that was willing to use their promote to help us finance a PIPE and some convertible financing. So we went into it with our eyes open and kind of stress test, does this deal still make sense to us? And at the end of the day, we concluded that it did. From this SPAC transaction, we do expect to have cash that'll help us finance our growth plans over the next 12 to 18 months. But at some point we will look for fundraising. Our goal is to grow our way to profitability. We're a growth company. Historically, we've been growing at a 40% CAGR. We expect to continue doing that. But to do that, we've got to invest in expanding our sales team, invest in expansion internationally, invest in some really exciting R&D products that are in our pipeline. So growth is expensive, and we'll look to finance that. But we did go into this with our eyes open and made sure we had cash to operate the business for a period of time.
All right. Can any competitor copy your product? We're getting that question in the chat. I think it's a good one there. Is there any patents on this?
Yeah, so great question. I worked previously at 3M, one of the world's largest intellectual property holder. We patent everything, right? At 3M, and they do an incredible job of doing it. But we also are always paranoid that people can work around patents. The question is, does the patent create economic disadvantage for the person who's working around it? And in our case, we believe that's the case. We've got a portfolio of 12 patents, another dozen patents pending. And we believe that those patents are difficult for a competitor to work around to the point where it would put them at an economic disadvantage or prevent them from competing with us in key areas.
All right. You mentioned some of the things like building a better sales team going into 2023. What other moments should we be looking for in 23 to stay with the company?
Yeah, so international expansion, big opportunity. There are as many people with sleep apnea in Europe and other markets around the world as there are in the United States, and arguably some of the medical guidelines and reimbursement guidelines are even more favorable outside of the United States. So we're really targeting those high potential countries. Also look for additional information on our clinical studies, because we expect to get good data to share here over the next several months. And then our remote patient monitoring device, our next generation device, we expect to begin alpha and beta testing that anytime now. And that device embeds a sensor that will allow us to continuously monitor what's called the hypoxic burden of sleep apnea, which is the physiologic metrics that is predictive of poor health outcomes, of mortality and cardiovascular events. And we'll be the only ones who can do that. It's a novel technology. We'll be at the forefront of the field. And I think you guys interviewed the CEO of Dexcom, Kevin Sayer, a couple of days ago. And the idea behind our product is that we intend to do for sleep apnea what Dexcom's doing for diabetes, and that we're providing continuous nightly hypoxic burden monitoring. And then physicians will be able to use that as a disease management platform to make sure that patients are healthy. And then if they need their treatment plan to be adjusted, they'll be able to do it based on data and actual real world, real-time patient information. Not to mention give the patient an app they can get involved in their own health and take charge of their own well-being. So we're really excited about all those different initiatives that are coming out of the pipeline.
Yeah, it helps to take some of the discretionary outlook from the doctors away, and they can go more off of the data than, just making an opinion off of what's going on. I like that outlook there. It's definitely something that's interesting. Last question I have, I'll bring one from the chat, is when do you expect to see profitability?
Well, I think, during COVID, we demonstrated that we could operate the business in a profitable way if we need to.
Yeah.
So we know how to manage for cash. The team's done that before. But we do expect, in this model, again, because we are a high growth med tech company, we expect to grow rate of profitability somewhere in the $70-80 million of revenue levels. We expect to be cash flow break even, profitable at our discretion. But we get to that point, we may find that we do want to spend more in marketing and further accelerate growth. We don't know, but that's what our model calls for, is profitability in the $70-80 million revenue level.
Like it. Appreciate you coming on today. Definitely will have you back on Len Liptak. Check it out, guys. Prosomnus. We'll see what happens. OSA, NASDAQ stock. We'll see if it can go ahead and get the lift. Like always, with SPACs, we'll see how you guys grow and hit those timelines. We'll bring you back on, Len, to see how that's going. Have a
Thank
good
you.
one.
I appreciate that. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays. Enjoy it. All right, that's going to do it for our first interview today. Like always, I want to bring the stories, right? You guys know I'm all about the stories, and I think that this is definitely a story that you just think about it, right? I don't think this is going away anytime soon, right? A lot of times I think about companies and I try to think, is this more of a decision? Is this a discretionary decision? Not really. A lot of the times when it comes to our health, we're not going to really have a choice at that point, right? We need to get an option. This could very much be an option. And you guys heard just how much this happens, or not only here in the US, but around the world. Definitely an opportunity that I want to keep an eye on. All right, let's get out of this. Let's get back towards the market. Let's take a look at some of the stocks that are moving today. Definitely, we just talked about Micron. Let's take a look at Under Armour, as Under Armour did have some news today. They're not moving too well today on it, but we can go ahead and cover it. All right, so what happened this Under Armour, it looks like president of Marriott International is going to be joining the athletic apparel company as the president, as effective on February 27th. So new CEO going to step up for Under Armour from Marriott International. I don't know how those two really go in hand, but one of the things that I would say about Under Armour is that at one point they were trying to come for Nike. They were trying to, get the athletes needed, get the expansion that was needed. And it just seems like that story just did not work out. And there was a point in time when they were getting that lift. Now at this point, I think a lot of this is they need to change the story. They need to be the best, right? Their products need to be the best. If I think about what happened in Under Armour in the last couple of years, is that they started expanding into different areas, right? They started doing more like shoes, other than just what classic Under Armour was, which was kind of sports apparel, tight, mocks. I used to wear Under Armour way back when I used to play baseball, and like high school days. And now I think at this point, Under Armour has gotten to a point where if they are going to go after the big companies right now, Nike, Lululemon, right? Well, they're going to need to be the best product. And I don't think that that's the truth right now. Of course, this is more relative. Some people will say that Nike isn't the best product. I would differ. I would say right now that it has the competitive advantage, and they need to turn things around there on Under Armour. What do you guys think? You guys bullish or bearish Under Armour moving forward? Put a 1 if you're bullish Under Armour. Put a 2 if you're bearish. I would probably lean more on the bearish side. I don't think they've gotten it right. And look at Nike today. It wasn't doing too bad. Now it's starting to come down, but it's holding on here. We'll see if it's able to hold on and not fill some of this gap right back down, as this was a stock that got us moving yesterday. If it can hang on, maybe we can catch it back tomorrow and get it back up through the 117. All right, catching up with the chat. What's going on out there? Looks like you guys are talking about it. What's going on? What are you guys looking at? CNC. Oh, that's not a bad one to keep an eye on. Kramer was talking about it. Oh man, I don't want to talk about that one then. What else do you got? Under Armour has the athletes. Yeah, they do. They have the athletes. But the question is, what will happen? Bullish, the new CEO, says Easy Mike. Not looking too bad. I like Jelly. A 1.8. Not bullish, not bearish, but leaning more on the bearish side. Can't blame you. And JRP also more on the bearish side for Under Armour, who worked, I think, at Hilton and Home Depot. Yeah, I mean, good CEO is definitely going to help, right? That's what it's all about. All right, let's get into the next stock. Let's take a look at what was hot and what was not, actually. This is where it's important, really. This is why I love doing this show. Really, it's all about what was hot and what was not. If there was anything that I would do just to do the show, it was what was hot and what was not, because I think it's so important to find the rotation. Where's the money going, right? Where is it going, or where is it coming out of? Well, today, you guys can tell, well, definitely technology is where we got the hit right back down. A lot of that Micron, right? Not helping us at all. But if you look at the high cap names, I mean, look what happened today. Apple, right back down there towards those lows. Looks like it wants to keep going. Today, I was able to actually short this towards the 133s. Maybe should have held on a little bit of that Apple, but we'll see if it can come through the 130.14. Then you got 129s. But if it cracks that, watch out on Apple. You could be right back down through the monthly support. And if that happens, it ain't going to be looking good here. We'll see what happens there. Will we crack through and just start breaking down? We'll have to wait and find out. But it's not looking good today in Apple. Not looking good in Microsoft. Look at that. I talked about how that rejection of the 260 was so important, and it looks like it just wants to come right back down to 220s. That's exactly what I'm seeing there in Microsoft. I wanted to see if you could get through there. I was talking about this even earlier in the week. Now you're looking at it, and it's not even able to get back there. It's just flushing right back down. Google, not looking good either. NVIDIA, not looking good. TSM, Meta. This one rejected the move back up through the 120s. Doesn't look good by any means. Oracle, it just doesn't look good all around now, team, as you're starting to get really hard topping action, and you're going to start seeing some support breakdowns. We'll see what happens. Tech names are not where I want to be. Of course, we don't even have to talk about Tesla. Look at that. 122.26. If you were looking for capitulation, if this is not it, I don't know what it is, because it has just gotten completely wrecked. Completely wrecked. It's incredible to see it come all the way down there. But Tesla, I don't know about this one, team. A little part of me wants to jump in there for the reversal, but it's so beaten down. It's hard to grab it. That I can definitely say. All right, catching up with the chat. What else is going on out there? Shannon, all done with the shopping? The Christmas shopping done? Where are you going shopping? You got to let us know. We got to know the retail spots. How is it on the street? Let us know. What are the eye tests telling us? Is everybody shopping out there? I haven't done too much Christmas shopping this year, so you guys let me know. And if I have, usually online. But up next at 1:45, we got a great guest that will talk about different retail stocks. So stick around. Can't wait to get into another Wedbush analyst. Yes, we've been getting after them. We got Seth Basham, Managing Director, Equity Research Analyst at Wedbush Securities, coming up at 1:45. Is the market open half day Friday? I believe the market is open completely tomorrow, from open to close. So that's what I think happens tomorrow. And then Monday is the day that will be down. So not too bad. All right, let's keep going. We'll take a look. Definitely keep the shopping going. Let's take a look at what else is getting hit today. Consumer cyclical getting the beat down there. Lodging getting hit. Resorts and casinos. Man, this one win. Oh, man, this one looked like a great short. We'll see what happens now that this is starting to come back down. Of course, this one made the move with the China move. LVS, very similar move. Will these just start breaking down? Keep an eye out on these. They don't look that great. Lodging, look at Hilton. Quick downturn there. Not looking good there, team. that shows me more recession concerns, as they're definitely watching that Hilton. Marriott, the same thing, big hit there. And look at basic materials, getting the big hit there also. Silver, big hit there. Copper, coal, everything, just getting the beat down. Very rare green. I think I saw like maybe 3 stocks green all around here. So it's not looking good right now on these stocks. Gold, aluminum, coal. Coal is one that I'm definitely keeping an eye on, but it needs to hold on, because if it starts dropping fast, we might need to go. All right, let's get out of this. Tesla bounced off of 122.26. I don't know. It's a hard one there. But Tesla, 122, that's way below where I would have probably jumped in it first, which is around the 135. But man, that would have been destruction today, as you are getting the hit down. And the daily RSI is down now towards 8.36. This is really getting hit hard. I don't think Tesla has ever been down this low on the RSI. Just need to kind of look in the past, but it's not looking good right now in Tesla. And the monthly candles, even worse. I wonder if Kathy has just been buying on this dip again. She's bought up on Tesla the last kind of 9 days or something like that. It's crazy. The last 6 days consecutive, she's been adding to Tesla. We'll see if it's the 7th consecutive day. She added over 9,900 shares yesterday. So we'll see if she adds some more, as ARK Invest not looking good on the day. New low there as you're starting to break down through that 30. Goodbye, Kathy. Man, it's been an ugly year for 22 for Kathy. And should have kept my SARK. I got sarked out of this yesterday when we cut through this 65 for just a second. I had set a stop there at 64.20, and it went down there. Not 64.20. I didn't get stopped out there. Where did I get hit? I need to actually pull this up here. I just need to let me pull this up here. Sark. We got hit at 64.50. Oof. Right near that low there. On that downturn, it hit me at 11.45. It's back up there to 69. This is one that I should have maybe held on a little bit there. Swing trading to the upside on SARK. Just got caught. All right, let's talk about healthcare. Healthcare is the least down. What does that mean? Not much, team, because it's just pulling back. But is this complete breakdown? That's what I want to pay attention to. Is this a pullback, or is this a kind of a sell the rip opportunity? Well, on Johnson & Johnson, I think that if there's anything that's going to hang on, it's going to be maybe the healthcare area. But these have made big runs, so they could pull back now. Of course, like a Merck, right at the top. Look at the big run this has had since October. But these are stocks that have continued strong. And I think that, yeah, they could have a pullback, but they could just continue strong there. Biotechs, of course. Moderna has been on a good run, pulling back today. Will it just kind of pull back and catch the next lift? That's what I'd be looking for. All right, let's keep going. What else is going on? When you bring on the second interview, don't keep playing the special guest intro. Just bring the person on. I hear you. I know what you mean. Let's keep going. Money has a Tuttle fund manager on SARK. Yeah. I still remember. When Matt Tuttle came on the first time on my show and talked about SARK. And you know when that was, guys? That was November 17th of 2021. That's when we first looked at SARK, when we were first looking at potentially how could we go short on Kathy. And man, SARK has been an absolute monster ETF. Tuttle Capital, not a bad one that they grabbed there in SARK. And as you guys see in ARKK, making new lows. And of course, Tesla leading the way on the downside. Not something you want to see there. Shop getting hit hard. A lot of the growth names, Square, right back down. Like names like Square is, we just got to kind of avoid it for right now. Look at PayPal. New lows on the daily chart there for PayPal. It's not looking good there in these types of stocks. The growth names, even Visa's chart that was looking good here. Like if you look at it on like a kind of a monthly, it was looking good. It looked like it wanted to get back through the 220s. It's not being able to hold the pullbacks. We'll see what happens in these stocks. Banks get hit today also. It's not looking good in the market as we keep coming down. Let's go back to the SPY. Are we finally finding support? Close towards a 375, but it's been a destructive type of day. And one of the things that we talked about was every time that we keep seeing the ATR kind of spike up lately, it's been really when we're getting on that downturn. The most recent time, like that August period, boom, as we came down, the ATR just jumping. As we went up, the ATR coming down. Same thing happened last run towards the 400. ATR started to finally start coming down. Now we're getting the spike again of that volatility. And it seems to me like, especially on the bear market type of days, when you're getting these types of candles, it just shows us really we're still stuck in the bear market. We could call that last one a dead cat rally. Now, the only question is, when will we finally get out of this channel, right? When will we get towards maybe the 410s, 420s again? Or will we come back and actually test through the 350s and come right back down towards those lows? We'll have to wait and see. It's kind of surprising to see the SPY coming down so fast when we're not having the Fed talk. All right, getting out of the SPY, we're going to get into our interview that's coming up. Like always, we'll see if we can bounce back in the market. And if Santa Claus can somehow come into town, of course, that officially would start on Friday. We'll see if maybe this downturn can at least have us oversold and find a little bounce. Let's get into our second interview today. All right, we got Sam Bashman, Managing Director and Equity Research Analyst at Wedbush Securities. Welcome on, Seth.
Thanks for having me.
It's good to have you on. Let's first start talking about your edge. It seems like you're great at connecting the dots and deciphering migratory shifts and purchasing trends, cyclical factors. What's going on with the consumer right now? What do you see?
Consumers under a lot of pressure right now. Not only are the consumer losing income because of job losses, but also because of inflationary pressures. And they're having trouble affording big ticket purchases as well because of higher interest rates. So confidence is low, and we're seeing a lot of pressure on big ticket discretionary items that are sold by a lot of the retailers that I cover.
Yeah, so should we expect to see a continued decrease in that discretionary spending?
The answer is yes, but potentially to a more moderate degree in some of the subcategories that I follow. And oftentimes the stocks start to work when you see that second derivative, the degree of change, start to improve.
All right, now let's go ahead. What are some of the type of stocks that you cover that you think could be more recession resilient than others?
So recession resilience in my subsectors include auto parts retailers, pet food retailers. Those would be at the top of the list. So there are stocks I like within those groups. And there are some more discretionary oriented stocks that I think that can still work in this environment because expectations are low and that second derivative should improve. Those could be in the mattress category like Tempur Sealy, and they could be also in the sporting goods category like Dick's Sporting Goods.
Excellent. Let's start getting into some of those areas. First area that we can maybe touch. Let's touch a little bit on the auto parts supply companies. What have you been seeing from these? Any that you like more than others?
Yeah, the auto parts retailers have been growing their top line. Comparable store sales have been growing in the low to mid single digits for most of them, with O'Reilly Auto and AutoZone leading the way. AutoZone is one of the names that we still like in this space. We expect continued same store sales growth. Not only is that DIY consumer continuing to purchase auto parts because they have to drive their cars to work, but we're also seeing continued strength in their commercial business. It's a really big growth area for them. It's only about 30% of their sales, but growing very fast. And while that degree of growth is moderated, it's still very strong compared to the rest of the industry. So they're taking good market share. So AutoZone would be the name that we like in that space, but we're less bullish on it than we have been in the past, simply because of the outperformance of the stock and the deceleration in some of their trends.
Yeah, excellent. And, I mean, one thing that we're clearly seeing too is, of course, the new cars still being pretty expensive out there. So I expect to see a lot of people fixing up their used cars. So we'll see how these companies perform. Let's get out of course, auto parts, of course, used car sales, or the disaster stock of today right now has been CarMax. What's going on there, and what do you see?
Yeah, well, we've been bearish on CarMax near the print, and we've been even more bearish on Carvana as a stock. So in the used car space, we're seeing affordability challenge that you referenced. Used car prices skyrocketed so much during the pandemic, and some of that has come out of the industry. So used car prices are now moving the other direction, moving down, which creates its own set of challenges for the retailers. They have to reduce their prices of cars in their lot to sell them, which impacts their margins, or they have to not sell as many cars. And in the case of CarMax, it's the latter. Their comparable store unit sales were down 22% this quarter, while they maintain that gross profit per unit. So that's the big story there. It's a high fixed cost business. And when you don't sell many units, your earnings come under a ton of pressure. So those two factors drove their EPS to the mid 20-cent range this quarter versus expectations of the mid 60-cent range. And the near-term outlook is still pretty ugly.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, especially with the interest rates as high as they are. Of course, are there any other stocks that you feel that could see trouble? You talked about maybe one of the mattress companies, but it seemed a little bit more of a positive outlook. How do you see some of these mattress stocks that you cover, like Purple Innovation, Sleep Number, Tempur-Pedic? What do you see out there?
Sure. Well, we have underperformed ratings on Carvana within the used car space, as well as Bed Bath & Beyond and Home Furnishings. We're neutral rated on a number of other home furnishings names. And within the mattress space, we're neutral rated on Sleep Number, SNBR, and outperform rated on Purple Innovation and Tempur-Sealy. Very interestingly, in the mattress space, what we've seen in terms of unit sales recently, they've been so bad that we've more than overcome the pull forward of demand and unit sales during the pandemic. So we're below baseline trend. And even in a recessionary environment in 2023, that suggests to us that it won't be nearly as bad in terms of unit sales declines as we've seen recently. Unit sales declines for the industry have been down 20 to 25%. We're looking for only a 5% decline in 2023. And Tempur-Sealy is the name that we like the most there because they're an industry leader. They're taking market share. They have a great set of products and a great growth trajectory in 2023.
I like it. Now let's get into a little bit of e-commerce. You cover Wayfair, right? Way below now, it seems like the IPO opening price of 36. What do you see in Wayfair's future?
So we're neutral rated on Wayfair, and the biggest challenge that we've identified for them is what we term customer unit economics. So they're upside down right now in terms of their ability to make money on each individual customer they acquire because they're paying so much in advertising to acquire that customer. That customer is not spending enough over his lifetime to make it worth the company's while. So we need to see that equation change to get more bullish on Wayfair. In the near term, we see some improvement, but not enough to recommend the stock.
All right. Now, last one we can get towards is Best Buy. It seems like it wasn't the best, or it wasn't the worst Black Friday and Cyber Week for electronics. I thought it would be a little worse. What do you see in the electronics and Best Buy moving forward?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, the sector is still under some pressure, but it's not as much as we anticipated. It's a highly promotional season, and promotions are also up materially year over year. They started ratcheting up again in the fall of last year. So Best Buy, industry leader, doing their best to take market share, but they're really at the whim of the sector performance. And with the discretionary spending power of the consumer going down, their sales are going down. So we see continued same-store sale pressures for Best Buy in the fourth quarter that we're in right now and into 2023. And the biggest concern we have for 2023 isn't the current expectations around sales growth, but it's around margin growth. We think margins will remain under pressure in 2023 a little bit more than the consensus does, which leaves us sidelined.
All right. Last thing is, what should traders and investors be focusing on as we go into 23?
Yeah, it's really that second derivative. So if we start seeing that consumer get a little bit better, so the year-over-year declines are easing, then I think these stocks will work, particularly the early cycle stocks. And that would be the auto-related names, CarMax being at the top of the list there, and even the mattress-related names, Tempur Sealy.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us today. Seth Bashman, Managing Director and Equity Research Analyst at Wedbush. We'll definitely have you back on. Appreciate you coming on, Seth.
You bet. Take care. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays. All right. There you guys see it. We covered a bunch of different areas, not just one. Hope that you guys appreciated us covering all from auto parts to used cars to even looking at, of course, discretionary spending. How will that be moving forward? Of course, we've seen the, buy now, pay later numbers jumping. So, I mean, that's not the best outlook there for the consumer. But of course, some of these will be more recession resistant. And I think that's something to keep in mind. And really surprised on that TPX, right? You guys saw it. You guys saw the chart. It didn't look bad at all. Tempur Sealy International. That doesn't look that bad at all for me. We'll see if this can continue making moves. TPX, not a bad stock to keep in mind. And maybe we look for a little bit of some pullback below 33s. Not a bad stock right now. And this area overall, there's some interesting stocks here. And it's not just going to be one way, right? There will be some stocks that can continue doing well next year and some stocks that will run into some pressure. CarMax doesn't look great right now. Let's give those numbers. Let's talk about it here. Their numbers came in at a loss. The EPS missing here, 24 cents, missed the 72-cent estimate. Sales at 6.5, missed the 7.42 billion estimate. CarMax did say that, of course, what do they see hitting them? Well, they see the headwinds. They see, of course, inflationary pressures, climbing interest rates, and low consumer confidence. Definitely not what you want to be seeing if you're bullish on CarMax. We'll see if it can kind of hang on here and not just completely break down. Of course, Carvana's in the worst situation and not the very similar model, right? One's doing more of that loan model. One's more doing the inventory there and the units. And of course, like we mentioned just right now, Seth mentioned, if the units aren't selling, well, it's going to be pretty tough there for CarMax. All right, let's get out of that. What did you guys see moving today? Throw up a stock or two, team. We got a little bit here. We can do some ticker time. What other you got here? Downgrade on Carvana on December 7th? Not the earliest. I agree with you. I mean, I think we've been bearish on Carvana for a little bit longer. Also, just right here on this show. And Carvana is down to 387. We talked about that back when it was, I think it was even above 10 at one point when we were talking about this. But it doesn't look good right now. Looks like Carvana could easily disappear. And I think that we're going to start seeing some of maybe these zombie companies just slowly start disappearing. First one I'd expect is more like a Vroom. But of course, full disclosure, you guys make your own opinion about these companies. I just feel that these companies are not going to be able to hang on with the cash burn. All right, let's get out of this talk. We can take a look at what's moving in the markets right now. I can go ahead and just use my Benzinga Pro scanner to let me know what's moving. Looks like Wayfair was getting a little bit of a lift as of late, but that's just in the last kind of 30 minutes. Maybe getting a little bit of a bounce back. Yeah, bounce back to the VWAP. We'll see what happens there. If it just rejects right back down. Let's go to SPY. SPY now towards 375.45. Looks like it wants to continue leaking. It does not look like it wants to stop by any means. Not looking good today. Check stocks for T-Max. TJ Maxx. I got you, Kenneth. TJ Maxx. All right. This even coming down here. And if this can't hold on, if a discount store can't hold on, well, that's not looking good for us overall. You guys can see we already drew this support here. So we're looking for this to kind of really just start breaking down. It's hitting it right now on the key. We'll see if it kind of cuts through here and keeps coming down. If it does break through here, the next low is towards 70. What do we got here? 77.18. So look for that being the next stop. And then from there, you can get into the 76.77. Doesn't look that good there for TJX. Ross Stores, very similar kind of action as of late. Could break through the support. We'll see what happens on these stocks, Ross and TJX. All right, Ulta, how's that one doing today? I wanted to take a look to see if that could get back into the green on the day, because this is one stock that I'd be looking for a Santa Claus rally, and it has been coming back, right? I talked about this one yesterday, and it had a decent day yesterday, holding it up today, even on the pullback, kind of like Ulta Beauty moving forward for that Santa Claus rally, but I won't be here tomorrow, so up to you guys. If you guys like this one for the move, I'll keep watching. Ulta Beauty, one of the best stocks as of late. Can it find the bounce? And look how it's green in an area where you just see nothing but red, right? Nothing but red all around. So stocks like that can stay green like a deck, stocks like this that can stay green on a day like today, those are stocks that I want to check out for sure. All right, let's keep going. Upstart. All right, Upstart, not looking good either. Same type of stock as Affirm. I think these stocks eventually disappear. I still remember when I was trying to get short on Affirm at 39 and got stopped out at 40. That's definitely going to be probably one of the shorts that I'll always be like, man, got to give myself a little bit more room. But this stock has down now from there, 77%, continuing on the downtrend, and I don't like it at all here. I think it just keeps leaking away and leaking away. Upstart, probably doing the same thing, just leaking away. Not looking like it wants to come back any bit. All right, that's probably going to do it for me today. It was a great one. Up next, you guys got some APE talk, right? ARK continuing down. Not looking good there. Coin, new lows on Coin. Not good there. What's up with SI? Ooh, down to 16. I don't know why Kathy bought SI and Coin. I don't understand it sometimes. All right, but getting out of those stocks, like always, team, you guys can stick around with us. We aren't going anywhere. Up next, you guys have Bored Ape Yacht Club just released something, and it's insane. Come find out from my man, Chris Ketchy, on, of course, the roadmap. Coming up next, where you get all the NFT action in the space and, of course, some crypto news. Come check it out. That's starting up right now. You don't got to go anywhere. And, of course, catch me on the roadmap. I'll be joining it a little bit later today, 2:45, as I talk about So Rare with, of course, Chris Ketchy. Been enjoying So Rare. I'm not going to lie. It's a fun game. Fantasy, basketball, NBA. I did the global competition. That was a little bit of the World Cup action. I like some fantasy sports. You could bring me into fantasy sports all the time. And if it has to do with NFTs, well, that just, to me, gives me a little bit more value in the fantasy. It seems fun. Come check it out, team. Up next, roadmap. Don't go anywhere. Hit the thumbs up on your way out. And PayPal, not looking good. Just look at Square and PayPal. Those two are two that I keep very similar, and it ain't looking good there. All right, getting out of here. Hit the thumbs up on your way out, team. And, of course, come check out the roadmap. Tell me what you guys think about what's going on in the NFT space. And if there's any NFTs out there that you guys are still seeing jump up in value, there's still some that are still kind of rising. So come check it out, team. The roadmap team, Chris Ketchy, Alyssa, they got you right up next.